Strap in and get ready. Saturday at Mecum Kissimmee means one thing: the greatest day in the collector car world. Muscle cars, classics, supercars, race cars, and of course, Ferraris. Phil and Martha Bachmann weren't just fans of Ferrari. They were treated like family in Maranello. Today, 46 examples of their passion for the prancing horse will cross at no reserve. And while we're talking Ferraris, the letters GTO have only been used 3 times to designate a model. For the first time in Mecum history, one of each will cross the block. The 599, the 288, and the original 250. This one, the only one that came from the factory in white. And now you see why Saturday at Mecum Kissimmee is the greatest day in the collector car world.
Make some noise. Sold $11,250,000. Sold.
The car gods are shining down on us. The cold and wind have lifted in Kissimmee, Florida. A perfect 70-degree Saturday at Mecum Kissimmee 2026. Without question, the biggest day in the car collector world. It's so great to have you along for the ride. Hello and welcome in, everybody. A very special Saturday. Danielle, Trotta, alongside Steve Matchett, live on ESPN Plus for the next 7 hours, where history will be made when this iconic 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO crosses the block, perhaps the most valuable car on earth. Steve, tell us why.
Well, Danielle, in one form or another, many years of my life have been spent in the service of the House of Maranello. And I'm often asked, how is it, what is it that Ferrari have done to elevate their status so high in the field of automotive engineering and in motorsport? And it can all be summed up in one car. This, the 1962 250 GTO. It represents the history of the company. It represents their pursuit of excellence in all things, on the road and on the racetrack. And quite clearly, it represents the beauty of the architecture that is a Ferrari design. In a very real, a very tactile way, this car is Ferrari.
Even you, who have been around Ferrari your whole life, are blown away.
Absolutely stunned.
Standing this close to this car. We cannot wait. Only 130 lots away until it crosses the block. More Ferraris, though. Before that, the Bachmann collection, which I've been waiting to see cross the block for the last 2 weeks. Chris Jacobs and Rutledge Wood are standing by and staging with them now. Hello, Chris.
Thanks, Danielle. Yeah, Rutledge, certainly one of the most anticipated days in the history of Mecum auctions, and also one of the most significant days in the history of Ferrari. The Bachmann collection will be crossing the block today.
It's unbelievable. There's never been a better collection of lower miles, rare examples than what we're seeing today. It's not just historic for Mecum, it's historic for the collector car world, guys, and it is going to be an insane day here in Kissimmee.
Consider yourself lucky to be here with us on this amazing day. Danielle, back to you.
It is certainly historic, Chris. It gives you goosebumps, really. We have car collectors from all over the globe here. The house is packed and things are heating up inside the arena. Ferrari's just the tip of the iceberg, guys. The next 7 hours, stay locked in right here on ESPN Plus. Our leaders in the booth calling all the action today. Let's say hello to them now. Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens.
All right, Danielle, Trotta, thank you very much. Thanks to Chris and Rutledge and Steve as well. And you've already heard it. You're going to hear it again many times today. It is impossible to overstate the importance of this day today. The Ferraris certainly lead the way. And in addition to the Bianco Speciale and the Bachmann Ferraris, in all total, there are 78 Ferraris in our lineup of truly international flavor today. Porsches, Lamborghinis, 2 Bugatti Chirons are here. The list goes on, but that's just the tip of the iceberg here, Bill.
Let me put it this way.
Yeah, makes your heart beat a lot faster, doesn't it? But don't forget, this could also be a God Bless America Day. We have got all kinds of Corvettes, small blocks and big blocks. We've got Shelbys, GT350s and 500s. We have got the Ford GT coming across a little bit later, and we have got a spectacular collection of Yenko Camaros as well. What a hodgepodge of greatness today.
Oh, my goodness. We cannot wait. We're here, as Danielle said, until 7 p.m. Eastern, so hang on. It's going to be an incredible ride today. Well, let's get the ride started with a 1969 Corvette convertible. Bill, the bid at $90,000.
Yeah, you know, we're going to kick things off. It's a big football weekend, and we've elected to receive this 1969 Chevy Corvette. This is a 350 small block, 350 horse. First year for the 350. Unrestored and in original condition with an odometer that reads 798 miles. How about that for a combination? Wow.
How about that for a leadoff hitter, too?
Oh,
the reserve is off and it sells at $90,000.
4-speed, 370 posi. Man, is that Terry Michaelis?
It is.
He stepped up.
Indeed.
He likes this car.
Yes, that tells you a little bit about it.
Rotating Corvette, yeah.
Terry's on board for sure. Our next offering is at no reserve, a 2010 ZR1.
Well, this is a Corvette that changed all the rules in the C6 generation because it debuted in 2009 with 638 horsepower. It was a sports car that had all of the attributes and all of the abilities of cars that cost maybe twice, even 3 times what this one did when it was new. Odometer reads about 16,000 miles, 6.2 supercharged V8, 638 horsepower, 6-speed manual transmission. That, of course, was the highest factory-rated engine that you could get in a Corvette at that time.
This one sells for $100,000. And just a few minutes ago, Bill, we want to bring folks up to speed on this Corvette. Massively important. 63 split window coupe. It's a Z06, and it brought $645,000.
Yeah, this is part of that Carl Moyer collection. All of his cars absolutely sensational, and this is certainly one of the most desirable. Fuel-injected 327, 360 horses, all the Z06s did have. But, yeah, no 36-gallon fuel tank.
My goodness. The early clubhouse leader at 645. Here's a 65 Riviera for us next.
An award-winning Buick. Multiple awards. Original matching numbers. 401 nailhead, 325 horsepower with an automatic. Midnight black interior loaded with options, and now a new owner.
Love it. $65K.
Guys, can we just take a moment to acknowledge we've been on the air for 5 minutes, and you can already feel the energy in the auction hall ramping up. This is going to be such an incredible day, and we're already off to an amazing start.
No question about it. Good sensory perception here, CJ. Hey, here's a GT500 from 1968, a GT500 convertible from 68.
Yeah, this is not the KR. This has got the 428 cubic inch big block in it, the Police Interceptor version, 360 horsepower. And I always marvel at the fact that they rated this at 360 horsepower. When the KR came in with a Cobra Jet 428, that was factory rated at 335 and went backwards with an engine that was much more race bred than this one. This has got the C6 3-speed automatic, Ford 9-inch rear end, power accessories including steering and brakes with front discs. Do you remember? I'm not sure you do. Remember I told you about Roby Ford in Dorchester, Massachusetts, where I grew up, that was a big high-performance Ford dealer. My buddies and I would drive over there to see what they had in the showroom. This car was originally sold at Roby Ford in Dorchester.
Love it. $185,000 here. There it is. Trev Morvac hammers it at $185,000. We are a couple of dozen lots away from the Bachmann Ferrari collection, but coming up next here in Kissimmee, the Cliff Ernst collection. You will not want to miss that. Well, as promised, it is just ahead. I'm talking about the Cliff Ernst collection. 10 cars. They are all heavyweights, including 6 1969 Yenko Camaros, and one of them, Bill, is the halo car of this group, the first Yenko Camaro prototype pilot test car, and those cars are coming up in just a matter of moments here.
Yeah, that pilot test car is probably the first time a lot of people have seen this car in person.
Very true, and we will get to it here in a couple of minutes. First, want to button things up on this 69 Camaro Super Sport at $77,000.
This is a hammer. Now this has a X66 code on it, which meant when it was built it had a 396. This is a real Super Sport, by the way, a real SS. Now it has a 427 in it with an aftermarket intake, Holley carburetors, got tubular racing headers, heavy-duty turbo hydromatic 400 and 12-bolt rear axle. Yes, sir. That is a hardcore muscle car.
92.5.
Creeping up to $90,000. Oh, and past it.
Yep.
Now 100,000, John, even it out. 100,000. Even again, 100.
Rally wheels, trim rings, got all the Super Sport features, power induction hood, wheel moldings, rocker panel trim. I'm just singing my delight here with this car.
Goodness, that is can't go wrong red too,
Oh,
right?
man.
And even $100,000 for the Camaro Super Sport. And one more machine before we roll into the Cliff Ernst collection, the 65 Continental.
3-year nut and bolt restoration by Lincoln Convertible Specialist Driving Dreams Restorations. Completed last year with a focus on originality. Like to see that. This has a rebuilt 430, and during that whole time period, these Lincolns, boy, those displacements bounced around. They had a 430, a 460, a 462. This one with the 430, and they really have devoted that restoration to preserving the originality, right down to the interior. Sensational black paint on this, like a mirror.
Lift that reserve at $150,000.
They powder coated the suspension. Oh, I'd love to see that. You saw the black leather inside, perfect match with that beautiful, deep black clear coat paint.
Yeah, the Lincoln Continentals are kind of an anomaly in the collector car world. They never seem to really fluctuate in value. They always are very, strong, especially ones done to this level. They always get their money, and then the ones that have not been restored, the kind of original cars, always hold their value as well because they're cool in and of themselves. You can also take them to this level if you prefer.
Yeah, this was largely a car that people ignored for a long time, but not anymore, because we see more and more of them, and I'm sure you guys remember a few of those resto mods that we saw that were based on these cars.
180.
Always just sensational.
I've got 175 with Mitchell.
180 is the bid.
175, 180. Blake, last call. 175. All right, David, get here. 180, got a lander. Thank you. Now 90. 190. I get 180 bid. 190 bid. 190 Kyle. 190 pound. 180 bid. Now 90. 190 pounds. And 180 once, twice, last call and a half. So $180,000 shorty. And now the next bid.
$180,000 is good enough for a little party going on there, huh?
Selfie? Hey, look what we bought.
Lots
right
of
in
good
the
stuff
front
happening.
row. Gotta love that.
Yep. Okay, it is time for the Cliff Ernst collection. We have seen cars from the Ernst collection before. They never disappoint. It's a heavy on Chevy collection. However, there are a few others, including this 1969 Trans Am.
Yeah, Matt Avery and I had a chance to get down there to the Cliff Ernst collection down in Tennessee, and J.R. Ernst, the son of Cliff, was very knowledgeable on these cars. And one thing that he stressed about his dad, when these cars were restored, Cliff would basically tell the shop, do it right or don't do it. I'll take it someplace else. This is a matching numbers 1969 Trans Am, one of 689 that were built. Ram Air 3, 335 horse, V8, and a 4-speed. And options such as the power steering and front disc brakes, the functional, these cars had functional Ram Air hood scoops, and it sells immediately.
Big time.
Oh, that's a great way to kick off the Cliff Ernst collection, and obviously the level of restoration reflected in that price, $200,000.
My, oh my. All right, in addition to the 6 Yenko Camaros, we have this Yenko Nova.
Oh, we've talked about this car. This one is going to really get the bidders' attention. I'll tell you why. One of only 38 Yenko Novas that were produced for 1969. Hardly any of them are left. Now, listen carefully. This is not one of those Yenko Deuces with the small block engine. This has the 450 horse 427. So that makes it so extra special. It raced for a while at the drags. Its nickname was My Piggy Bank, which means probably won more races than it lost. M21 4-speed, 12-bolt rear end, and the F41 heavy-duty suspension.
6.25, sir.
600,000 is the bid.
Yeah, it's got those torque thrust D wheels on there. It's been on television, Power Block TV, been in magazines several times.
Now 75. 675.
Very rare.
650, 75. David 75. 75. Sir, got 650.
That's interesting. I'll point out too that this L72 427 in this car was rated at 450 horsepower. Okay, 1966 that engine debuted in the Corvette and was rated at 450 horsepower. But not long thereafter, General Motors kind of got the yips. The insurance industry, the government, kind of breathing down their neck. They brought the rating down to 425, which we'll see on some of these other Yenko Camaros, but no, it's a 450 horsepower engine.
The infamous administrative adjustment.
Yeah, they had to do it. You know, people were not making eye contact with General Motors when they were talking about these cars.
750 is bid.
Of course, Don Yenko, the man responsible for these incredible muscle cars. A racer, became a manufacturer, and even to this day, people really understand the significance that he had in the high-performance world back in the day. Tragically killed in an airplane accident, plane he was flying at a fairly young age.
Yeah, sadly 59 years old, multi-time SCCA driver of the year. He knew his stuff behind the wheel and under the hood.
Yeah, did some drag racing too. I mean, put him in any car and he could win with it.
Got it. The reserves off. We got 775. Anybody else at $800,000 internet? You're out.
The reserve is off at $775,000.
Yeah, I knew the money would be fat for this car. A lot of buzz on this car. Heading up to the auction.
And there it is. Jordan Hunter teams up with that gentleman right there for that Yenko Nova. $775. We have got to take a break, but we'll get to the Yenko Camaros coming up next. Stay with us. Look at this crowd of car crazies at Heritage Park in Kissimmee. They are here for one of the biggest days on the Mecum calendar ever. And we continue with our live coverage today on ESPN Plus. On the block right now is a GT500 KR from 1968. That we know. The bidding at $290,000, Bill.
I told you at the top, high-profile American muscle cars, along with all those Italian exotics we're expecting. Yes, close to $300,000 for this 68 GT500 KR convertible. This is from that Cliff Ernst collection. One of only 517 of these KR convertibles were built in 68. And Cliff owned that car from 1990 until his passing. Yeah.
Yes or no, Kurt?
Hold on to it, and I don't blame him. Boy, I wouldn't want to cut that loose anytime soon.
Well, it's going to new ownership today, and as of right now, at $290,000.
Look at that car. Raven black, 4-speed, 10-spoke wheels, white convertible top.
King of the road, king of the block.
Can't beat that.
Big time. Okay, now to the much anticipated group of 6 Yenko Camaros, all from 1969 and all exceptionally important cars.
Yeah, you know, if you take a straw poll and ask people what their favorite color might be on these, the Le Mans blue would be a high finisher. You can't get away from how classic that color is on high-performance Chevrolets. One of 201 of these cars were built in 1969. That was the highest production number for Yenko Camaros, by the way. And I already went through the L72 horsepower rating. This one rated at 425, but wink wing, it's got 450 in there. 4-speed car, wide ratio M20. A lot of documentation as well.
Bill, look at this. It has blown up the bidder board at 575.
Absolutely obliterated the pre-auction estimate, too. Nobody saw this coming. Those American mags, just a sensational look.
600. Now quarter. Now
6.25.
Internet has the bid.
I appreciate it.
Don Yenko, of course, got it together with the COPO program at Chevrolet, and the factory would supply these cars with the 427 already installed, unlike the previous year, 67, 68, where he would install them at his shop. So removed a step in the process and didn't avoid any warranties also.
Yeah, Chris, when he was building the 67s and 68s and having to put the engines in, when his friends went to the drags, they'd be classified in a modified class, which was not competitive for them because they weren't originally installed engines. So in 69, as you say, they came from Chevy with those engines, and that solved the problem.
Thank you.
Wow. $630,000. That's the first of a half dozen Yenko Camaros, and it almost doubled the estimate.
And maybe when we see that prototype, we'll really get blown away.
I think you're right.
Yeah, one of every color, Scott, and so to Bill's point on the blue one, we'll see how the color affects the price, removing, of course, the Olympic gold prototype from the equation.
Exactly. So we're at $350 now on this one in Hugger Orange.
With an automatic, which to a lot of people, you know, probably isn't as desirable. That's must-see 4-speed. M40 turbo hydromatic behind that 425 horsepower big block. And it's all righteous all the way through. Got all the documentation. As you might expect, Cliff Ernst was a perfectionist. Few miles on this one, too. The odometer shows over 74,000 miles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, smile-inducing miles, I'm sure, you know?
Yes.
This also has a dual-gate shifter with that automatic, which adds to the rarity. I mean, I don't know how many of the automatic cars out of those 30 came with that dual-gate.
That's an interesting little tidbit on this one.
Yeah.
And $420,000 hammer for the second of our 6 Yenko Camaros. That one, Hugger Orange, as we mentioned. And coming up in about 20 lots or so, the Bachmann Ferrari collection. Phil and Martha Bachmann's 48 cars, 46 Ferraris. They will be here in our presence in just a few moments. In the meantime, back to the block, our third Yenko Camaro. This one, Rally Green. What a distinctive look this has.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the 4-speed on this as well. And really no need to go into all the specs because these cars, other than maybe the transmission or whatever and the color, pretty much follow all of the specifications.
Again, this one obliterated the reserve in the estimate at $500,000.
Sure did. Actually a TV star too. This was on Power Block TV with Bill Goldberg way back in 2007. So quick too, you know, you really didn't have to do a lot of monkeying with these cars. If you took them out on the street and you wanted to prove your superiority, these were 13-second cars, low 13-second quarter miles, and that's with street tires, about 105, maybe 108 miles per hour, and that was getting it done back in 1969. If you had a street-legal car from the dealer that could do 13 seconds, you were a real threat out there in that asphalt jungle.
600 grand. How about 6 1/4 now?
650,000 bid, final call. 625, 650. All in or done. 650,000.
Come on.
Sold. $625,000 call.
Class 107 to 69. Yenko Camaro 427 with a 4-speed with a only 34.
There we go. $625,000.
Pretty good batting average so far in this Cliff Ernst collection.
All right, the next one is on the block. Feast your eyes on this Daytona Yellow 69 Yenko.
Oh, look out, world. Here it comes. This one with the 4-speed and the 4 1/4 horse rat motor. Powell induction hood. Listed in the Yenko registry as all of these Yenkos are. Previously displayed at the National Corvette Museum down in Bowling Green. Or up in Bowling Green. I keep remembering that we're in Florida. There's
It's okay.
Not a whole lot going south. Most everything is up that way.
That way, right.
Bill, of the 201 cars produced in 69, do we have a number of how many remain?
I do not believe we do. And you got to believe that we've lost a few. You know, anytime you have a high-performance car like this, bad things can happen when someone gets in over their head. But that's an interesting question. How many are actually left?
Yeah, my point being that, you know, they become even more rare, assuming what you just said might have happened.
They probably have a good answer from the guys at the Yenko registry who keep track of these cars.
They got 525. Yes.
Once again, not a low mileage car either, guys. Over 32,000 miles on the odometer.
550. Got her. 75. 575. 50. 75. 575. 75. 550. 550, 575, 575. I appreciate both of you. 550, 575,000. So $550,000.
Okay, 550. We'll buy the Daytona Yellow 69 Camaro. 2 more to go, including this one in Fathom Green.
And some exclusivity here. 34 were produced in this color. And as we mentioned before, only 30 had an automatic like this one here. But it does have that. 425 horse / 450 horse, 427. And just about everything we've said about the previous cars can apply to this one. And that's good. And you see the dual gate shifter as well. Yeah, we're more used to seeing that dual gate shifter in GTOs with the automatic transmission.
Very true, yes.
One side of that gate is if you want to shift it manually, and the other side is if you want to let the transmission do the work.
Got a bidder up at the grandstand who's thinking about it. 475 is bid. And 475 will be the number on the next to last car in that group and the next to last car in the Cliff Ernst collection. And now it is time for an exceptionally rare and important Yenko Camaro, Bill, the 1969 prototype pilot test car.
Yeah, there can only be one of the first of anything. This is the first Yenko Camaro in 69, the prototype pilot test car. Still has the L72 427 and one of only 10 Yenkos finished in this Olympic gold. And of the 10, this is one of 2 with the white graphics and the only one documented as having been optioned with Atlas wheels by the dealership. Ed Hedrick, a great drag racer, raced in this car. Ed was the real deal, boy. He raced several different classes, even raced a Dragon Snake Cobra for a while. And look at that, 1.4, Scott.
Reserve is off. I tell you what, each and every one of these cars have just blasted past that reserve and done it very quickly. $1.6 million now.
They got it. They got $1.6 million.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
go ahead.
there's a couple badges on here that are not in the same place as the rest of these 69s. Up here on the front fender, you can see the Yenko badge is actually above the Camaro badge, which is opposite of the rest of them in 69. And then the 427 badge right here is behind the turn signal. That moved up to the cowl for the rest of the 69 Yenkos.
All right. Now $1,000,007 to you, Chris. $1,000,007. I've got $1,650,000.
I got $650 right there.
$1,650,000. $1,000,007. First one call if you want it. $1,000,007.
Do it!
$1,700,000.
I'm done. So he's all done.
So $1,650,000.
Oh, man, that's our good buddy Chris Moffitt, who almost got that Yenko prototype, but it goes to the gentleman there in the ball cap at $1.65 million.
Oh. Well, I would say the sale of the Cliff Ernst collection was an unqualified success, wouldn't you?
I would agree with that. Back in Kissimmee, live with a 69 Baldwin Motion LS7 Camaro, Bill, and the reserve is off. We're inching closer to $1 million on this car.
Well, you had Don Yenko. We just saw his fabulous Camaros. Well, Joel Rosen at Motion Performance in New York, the Baldwin setup down there, is responsible for this. One of the rarest and most desirable Camaros ever built. And Joel Rosen himself owned this car. It's got the LS7, that 454 that was never installed in a production car. But Joel Rosen did it. Rock Crusher 4-speed, and look at the money.
Wow, that is all you can say about the last 7 cars we've seen. My, oh my, $1 million for that one. You mentioned the Cliff Ernst cars again, Bill. Let's give the folks an update on the tally. The collection sold in total for $5.7 million. A small but mighty group of cars here today.
And each one pretty much blew out the pre-auction estimate for what they would sell for, and that doesn't happen a lot, and we were, blown away by what we saw.
1957 Corvette, custom treatment on this little convertible.
Yeah, let's not forget Don Yenko now. This is the Yenko Wildfire Corvette, and this is built to commemorate Mr. Yenko, number 1 of the Yenko Wildfire commemorative series. LS7, that's that big block Chevy engine that never really made it into production from Chevrolet, but boy, if you can get your hands on one, you've got a lot of horsepower. Tremec 5-speed transmission. This car was in storage for almost 40 years before it was brought back to life by the guys at the Yenko Wildfire Garage. Art Morrison chassis. That's what these cars had when they were built, with Willwood brakes, strange engineering, 9-bolt straight axle. And what a paint job. That car looks like it is on fire.
140, 150, I'm at 140, 150, I'm at 150, I'm at 40, 50, hold on, I'm at 140, 150, Kirk, 140, 150.
140 is the bid.
Yeah, 140, 150.
We have seen some outrageous C1 Corvette customs here in Kissimmee. This is another one. Yeah.
160, 160,000, 150, 160, hold on, last call. 150, 160, 160, 170, 160, 170, Kirk, 160, 170, 160, 170.
And just if you're keeping score at home, we're about a dozen lots away from the Phil and Martha Bachmann Ferrari collection. A little PSA for you. How about that?
Thank you.
$160,000, and that is enough for this cool little 57 Corvette convertible. On the block next, this is one of a couple of Singer 911s here, guys. 1990 classic study.
Yeah, Scott, if you're a Porsche fanatic like you and I are, this pretty much is the pinnacle of reimagined Porsches. They're famous for saying that This is the Singer Classic Study, powered by a 4.liter flat six, and just an unbelievable car.
It really is. You know what makes this one even more unique is only 40 engines were made by Porsche Racing Development. We know Ed Pink, those 4 liters are incredibly strong, but Porsche really wanted to get in on the action. They made these engines, developed them for Singer, so this car makes it a little more rare having those one of only 44 liters built by PRD.
Yeah, and they're rare in other regards too. Only 450 approximately of the Classic Study was made. It's interesting, Singer was not able to replicate the sound of the door closing, so they actually used a factory striker plate from Porsche in order to assure that you get that classic click when the door opens and closes.
And guys, the Classic Study is now closed. They're not building these anymore, only the Turbo Study. So again, making this car even more rare and valuable.
If you're wondering where the name Singer comes from, it's an homage to legendary Porsche engineer Norbert Singer, and is also kind of a wink-wink to Rob Dickinson, the founder of Singer, who he himself is a musician.
And Bill, when you talk about a car like this, you have to start with a beautiful example of a 964 to start with. So you're looking at over $100,000 for the donor car you take to them, then somewhere north of $450,000 will get you in line. It's about a 3-year process when they were building these.
And having said all that, 324 miles on the odometer.
Incredible.
Yeah, every one of them completely bespoke. The customer works with the company with regards to color and materials, and fortunately that one does not sell.
Next up for us, another Singer 911. This is the Turbo Study.
When I first saw this car at the Quail in 2022, I immediately fell in love. They absolutely knocked it out of the park, retaining the DNA of the turbo, but putting all of the Singer goodies all over it. 3.8 liter twin turbo, flat six, made it to a 6-speed manual transmission. Get a look at that interior, off the charts. What they've done with their idea of the Fuke wheels, and probably most impressive is how they've replicated the impact zones on these bumpers, all out of carbon fiber, of course, but keeping the flavor of the G-Series impact bumper and making it their own.
So it's so hard to imagine taking a car that's so iconic and truly thinking about how to make it complementary in the changes. Those wheels, that finish is actually called Salt, which matches that Paradise Blue paint job so perfectly. But again, all of that attention to detail, Bill, that they paid in recreating those iconic lights, but bringing it to a modern output, the new turn signals, everything they do just has so much thought into it.
Yeah, those are Salt wheels, and it has cinnamon leather inside, so suddenly we're the food channel, I guess. Yeah, and Chris mentioned the Quail. That's the Quail Lodge. That's one of the premier events in Monterey during Car Week, and each year they focus on a particular mark, and I guess the year you were there was the Porsche.
It was the introduction of the Singer Turbo Study, so a Turbo's display at the Quail was this car right here. Not this particular car, but the 930 Turbo Study.
And guys, when you start a build like this, you have to have probably a $200,000 911 Turbo to start with. And I've heard that these builds can be over $1 million. Plus, you got to combine that 3-year wait time from start to finish. It's quite the investment, but somebody who's interested in one could get one today without having to wait.
And somebody is going to take this one home today. The reserve comes off at $1.6 million.
Yeah, they name each one of their cars a commission, a certain commission. This one is known as the Paradise Found Commission. Such a great name. The Classic Study was known as the Munich Commission.
Guys, I think that's Rick Hendrick's room, his suite up there.
Sold, 1,600,000. Sold.
And we knew he was here to buy one of these, and I think he just did for $1.6 million.
Wow, what a car. That's incredible. I heard that Rick was on the list. They had started the process, so his car was being built, but this sure would be nice to get to drive this one home today.
That's one way to cut to the head of the line.
very cool moment. Yesterday, Rick bought that 2015 918 Spider Weissach for a lot of money, $5.5 million. As you see, the Bachmann Ferrari collection. It is out in the 303 staging lane, about 10 lots away from their arrival on the block. In the meantime, an important, historic BMW, Bill Stevens, 1959 BMW 507, and a lot of people are scratching their head about this car.
Well, they shouldn't scratch their head because in BMW history, this automobile has been so influential. Only 252 of these were built. However, their effect and the ripple that they sent through the sports car world cannot be denied. This is a late Series 2 car with a 150 horse 3100 cc engine, a V8, and people look at this car and they look at the Z8 and they say, okay, we get it, because there's so much styling DNA that is exchanged between those two. This one has gone through just a nut and bolt restoration that left nothing overlooked. Gets a three-piece luggage set with it as well. Aluminum body in this car as well.
$1.3 million is the current bid. A very expensive car for BMW to build back in the late 50s.
They lost money on every car that they built.
A lot of money.
4-speed manual in this as well.
And we were lucky enough to see a Z8 Roadster cross the block with a hardtop in the Alpina edition. And I tell you, when you look at that car, you see what they were really trying to channel, that great prominence of a two-seat car from BMW. Wow.
Yeah, they make no bones about it. This was the inspiration and the styling of the Z8.
Well, how about this? The reserve is off on this BMW 507.
Well, if you're going to set the bar value for these 507 Roadsters, this is a number that I think really is quite indicative of the collectability of these cars. They don't come to auction very much, and only 252 were built.
Anybody else? 1,000,004, 1,375, 1,004, 1,375, hold on, fair warning.
Did Rick Hendrick come to buy this too, or is he sitting this one out?
I don't know. I don't see him on this one.
We got it.
And this one goes to the gentleman at the other end of the phone line with our Jamie McLeod over there. $1.375 million. So from the BMW 507 from 1959, how about a big block 67 Corvette?
Oh, this is a blue chip car all the way. The 400 horse, 427, numbers matching engine and transmission, with all the documentation and all of the affirmations, all the certifications. 3-owner car, just over 62,000 miles on the odometer. Rare color combination, silver pearl paint, teal blue stinger, and teal blue interior with a teal blue soft top. That's an eyeful. Whew. 2,100 of these Corvettes were produced in 1967 with that L68. That's the 400 horse, 3 two-barrel carburetor 427, 336 posi rear end, and 21 4-speed. Leather interior with headrest. Ooh, that's good. AM/FM radio's got the tinted glass. You see the bolt-on wheels, red striped tires.
Well, the high bid on this one, $140,000. So it is time for the second of our 2015 Porsche 918 Spider Weissach cars. We told you that Rick Hendrick bought one yesterday. And we'll see what happens to this one today.
Ka-ching, ka-ching. Here we go. Number 821 of 918 that were built, and only one produced in this specification. One of 13 Salzburg liveries produced for North America. A lot of exclusivity on this Porsche. 887 horsepower, double overhead cam, direct injection engine with that PDK 7-speed automatic.
Bill, we can see the way that acid green color was used so perfectly both in the logos there with the exhaust. You also saw it on the brake calipers. It's also used on the interior as an accent color, the piping we can see there. Chris, these cars just have another level of sophistication. You think about what puts them into that hypercar territory. There's just nothing else like it, period.
The Weissach, of course, track focused. It's an $84,000 factory upgrade. And another unique thing about the 918s is the unpainted carbon elements and the unique film livery options. You know, we see this one is one of one. You can really spec it out to make it even more special than the 918 Weissach comes from the factory.
Boy, anybody who has carbon fiber components on their car, if they paint over it, I'm going to slap them. You just don't cover carbon fiber, man. The finish of a carbon fiber component is so rad.
Yeah, the magnesium wheels make it a little bit lighter. All of that carbon, as we just mentioned. Even the paint itself is applied so thinly that it reduces weight too.
$2.7 million is bid.
E-hybrid, of course, referring to the two electric motors in addition to the conventional motor.
Well, the high bid on this Porsche 918 Spyder, $2.7 million. We've got to take a break here before we get to the Bachmann Ferraris, and also the Bianco Speciale is on the move, headed to the block soon.
Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee. The Bachmann collection, comprised of 46 of the most pristine Ferraris in the world. They're making their way inside the arena, just 4 lots away. And Steve Matchett, as if the value could even be more increased, we have this amazing Classic A collection that'll come with the purchase of the Ferraris. Tell us what we're looking at here.
We are looking at something incredibly rare. I've been around Ferrari for much of my working life. I've already explained that to our audience. And occasionally you come across a car that has been given one of these or awarded one of these from Ferrari, from Maranello factory. It is the Red Book certification. The car has to be presented to the engineers at Maranello, and they pore through the details of it to see whether or not it is precisely as it left the stables of Maranello. The Red Book certification is rare enough, but the 2 yellow ones we see here, even rarer indeed, for the Aperta and for the La Ferrari together.
And let's take a look over here, Steve. We're going to get folks inside one of these books.
This is no accident that I picked this one to show you guys. It is the 288 GTO. Beautiful file here, which shows its own little chassis number with the details of the car, the details on the inside, the Classic A certification, and here all the details of the car, the model number, the chassis number, details of the engine, the size, the correct color of paintwork, on and on and on it goes. It is an absolutely beautiful piece of literature that is worth a fortune to the car.
Chris, Steve, Scott, Bill, Steve Matchett told me, Danielle, take a picture of this book because you will likely in your life never see one again. So we wanted to bring that to you. They are that rare and that special. The Bachmanns are rolling next.
Welcome back live to Kissimmee, Mecum Kissimmee on ESPN Plus, and a live look at another Yenko Camaro, Bill.
Yeah,
it is, as you say, an embarrassment of riches sometimes. The reserve is off at $480,000 on this car.
Yeah, when you thought that Cliff Ernst owned all of the Yenko Camaros, this one pops up. This one, of course, in the Hugger Orange in the registry, and it sells.
Wow, $480,000. And that's not all. While we were in the commercial break, Bill, bring us up to date on the hammer price on this GT350 from 1965.
Well, Scott, a lot of talk about Ferraris, but you know, Carroll Shelby, Ferrari's arch nemesis, he built some pretty valuable cars too, like this one, the 65 Shelby GT350, the 51st one that was built. And the earlier cars usually draw the biggest bids, like this one for $550,000.
Wow. We need to take a break. When we come back, the Phil and Martha Bachmann collection at Mecum Kissimmee. Well, we have been promising these cars for several months, and the news broke just after our Kansas City auction that the Phil and Martha Bachmann collection would be selling at no reserve, and we are just about ready to roll those cars out onto the red carpet here. And before we do that, we would like to welcome you back. You see the line of cars that will be heading to the block momentarily. We would like to welcome a very special guest into our booth. This is Marco Arrighi, a former factory worker at Maranello, the Ferrari factory, for 39 years. And he also spent 12 years in the Ferrari Classica department. So if anybody on the planet knows these cars better than Phil and Martha Bachmann knew these cars, it might very well be Marco. Marco, it is so good to have you with us as we get set to talk Ferraris for a couple of hours, I think.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Yes, our pleasure. What strikes you as a guy who is so intimately familiar with these cars and the Ferrari brand and the factory? What strikes you the most about this group of cars that we're about to see?
Oh, it's clear that it's quite a difficult question, because in the end all the cars are very, very nice, and for Phil for sure were difficult maybe to choose, and for me also maybe the Enzo, yellow Enzo, because I delivered him personally the car, is the most emotional car for me.
First of all, when I hear your voice, I want to go to Italy.
Yeah.
I get all kind of turned on by that Italian patois. Did you work directly with Enzo?
I was started in the factory in November '78, and he was still there, not involved in the production of the normal car. He was involved in the Formula One. So I saw him every day, but I did not have a direct relation with him. With his son Piero, yes, because he was the president of the certification committee. So I met him twice a month.
Well, that must have been a privilege, though.
Yes, for sure. Going into the history of the car is something very good.
Well, we're going to go into the current state of the cars here in just a moment. We need to take another quick break so that we can devote a lot of time to this collection. Marco, thank you. Back with more in just a moment.
Thank you.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Mecum Kissimmee 2026 on a monumental Saturday here on ESPN+. You know, Ferrari has been an enduring symbol of automotive excellence, precision, performance, style, art, and certainly exclusivity, perhaps more than any other brand. And Phil and Martha Bachmann recognize what the prancing horse represents. Their love of all things Ferrari grew into a passionate obsession, which over the course of many years resulted in the group of automobiles we're about to see. Quite simply, one of the finest private collections in the world, 46 Ferraris, 2 Alfa Romeos that have deep Ferrari roots, and all at no reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. It is Mecum Auction's extraordinary honor to offer for your bidding pleasure the Phil and Martha Bachmann Ferrari collection. Let's get to it. First of all, we have 2 Alphas to start with. Then it'll be Ferraris back to back to back. Here we go. Now offering S120, a 2009 Alfa Romeo 8C Spider.
Well, here we go, everyone, with the first of this group of 48 cars. And I mentioned 2 Alfa Romeos, both with Ferrari roots.
Yeah, a lot of speciality here. This is powered by a 4.7-liter V8 that is Ferrari built, 450 horsepower. Also, this engine can be found in Maseratis as well, only 95 miles on the odometer. So Phil and Martha Bachmann didn't spend a whole lot of time on the road with this car, and it's just fabulously presented.
$300,000 straight away. And again, all at no reserve.
Was there a rivalry between Alfa Romeo and Ferrari over the years?
Not at all, no.
Not at all, huh? Because Enzo started with Fiat, is that correct?
Yeah, and then Alfa Romeo.
Yep.
You got a glimpse of PB Bachmann, Phil and Martha's son there, as we see this first Alfa at $300,000, one of 500 Spiders built over the course of the production span. They all sold out immediately, really.
Carbon fiber body, a lot of lightweight components in these cars, and the interior is really one of the high points of these Alfa Romeos. So luxurious and plush.
$400,000. Anybody else? At 400. $385,000.
Boy, that 8C nomenclature too goes all the way back to the straight 8 engine that was introduced back in the 1930s.
Yeah, this car was designed by Wolfgang Egger, who would go on to do some work for Audi and Lamborghini as well. He's a real star in the design world.
Well, the first of 2 Alphas sells for $385,000, and now it's the Competizione version. Did I say that correctly, Marco?
Yeah, Competizione, yes.
Okay, very good. We're going to get a good Italian lesson here as well. This is also a 2008 Alfa Romeo 8C.
And once again, it's got that fabulous styling that just sets this car apart. You see the quadrifoglio 4-leaf clover good luck symbol used on the Alfa Romeo race cars of the past. And a lot of these cars are going to have special Phil and Martha Bachmann touches and features and little things that they've integrated into these automobiles that really make them one of a kind.
$300,000 on this one. And again, if you're just joining us, our guest in the booth, you'll hear his voice very distinctively. Marco Arrighi, a former factory employee at Maranello, worked on the Ferrari Classica department as well. And we'll go into a little bit more detail on that and how important that is once we get into the Ferraris in earnest.
Yeah, another super low mileage car here, 115 miles on the odometer. 4.7 liter, 444 horsepower V8, as the previous car had. This one an award winner, Diamond A Cup at the Neyland Concours Elegance. Diamond A Cup. That's quite a feather in this car's cap.
What a wild difference in the silhouette when you look at them, the hardtop versus the convertible. They look like cousins more than brothers.
Yes. 330 is bid here.
Yeah, and I think we're all on board with this color too. Rosso Competizione is called. Huh?
I mean, the holidays are really busy and good. So.
Well, there that one is at $335,000. Okay, 46 consecutive Ferraris are about to roll across the auction block. I think I'm safe in saying that is an all-time Mecum mark and perhaps will never be equaled or surpassed. We begin with the 1994 512 TR.
Yeah, we'll get the running gear out of the real quick. 4.9 liter, flat 12, 421 horsepower. But these TRs, the 512 TRs, these were one step up from the Testarossa, which preceded it, with just more aero, more power, and a car that was not that very high on the collector's radar screen for a while. But boy, this market absolutely went through the moon about 10, 15 years ago. We're seeing it today.
A $400,000 bid. You saw the rear deck lid. The 512 TR did not have the Testarossa badge. The original Testarossa was the only one that had that on the rear deck lid. $425,000. Marco Arrighi, how important in the Ferrari history books is that legendary Testarossa car?
Yeah, is it clear that in '84, once they reintroduced the Testarossa name on the 12-cylinder, was a very important era, and then you have to think that the Testarossa cover more or less 10 years of production between Testarossa, 512 TR and 512N, and it was built in very big number for such a big and important car.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Of course, that Testarossa name goes back to the great race cars.
Yes, they started with the 500 TR that was made. TR means Testarossa, and probably the most iconic car is the 250 TR pontoon fender.
Yes.
Due to the shape of the pontoon that are quite unique at that time.
Yes. A truly collectible Ferrari.
Steve Matchett, I wonder, where does the Testarossa fit in your book of your love for Ferraris?
Well, it sits very high, and the reason is the Testarossa was the first car that I worked on when I joined Maranello. We'd had an engine failure on a car in London with some guy really driving down the M1 as fast as possible, and a camshaft failed. So yeah, it was fantastic.
490, 500.
$490,000 is bid.
Back in '94, only 54 of these were produced for the United States. There's some exclusivity there.
Wow.
510.
$500,000.
500, baby, when you get 510.
Will that be it?
$500. Chris Elliott, all the way up in the box. Sold.
And the 512 TR sells for $500,000. And next on the auction block, one of 3 of the GTOs that are with us today at Mecum Kissimmee. The first of these 3, the Ferrari 288 GTO from 1985, Steve Matchett.
When you look at this car, it is an absolute masterpiece. You'll look at it, you'll look at the bodywork design, you think, doesn't it look a little bit like a 308, a GTB 308 designed by Pininfarina? Yes, it does. You can see those very similar lines. The interior, of course, very different. And as you follow the car along the flanks, just the most exquisite bodywork. And you come right round to the rear and see the giveaway on the back. Here is that magnificent, the GTO lettering and the black prancing horse. Guys, my favorite car.
Yeah.
My favorite car of all time.
Oh, you're not alone, Steve. Yeah, this car could run 394 horsepower out of that 2.9-liter turbo V8, Ferrari's first turbocharged supercar that never raced because the Group B was discontinued before they could ever take this car to the racetrack, right?
Yep.
$6 million is bid. And Marco, even while we were still watching the previous car, you gave me a little elbow and indicated this car is an important one for you and for Ferrari.
Yeah, for me, because I started the production on the assembly line of this car, so it's an emotional and sentimental reason, but also because this is the very, very first special car for the Ferrari. Unfortunately, not really appreciated by Ferrari in time. You have to think that the price of the GTO at the time was the same of the Testarossa, because they were thinking an 8-cylinder sold at the price of the 12-cylinder is already big price. Then they realized that limited series could be a good business for Ferrari, and this was the very first example of the limited series Ferrari production.
Marco, just for clarification, you built this car at Maranello?
In the assembly line, yes. Because originally they would like to produce the car on the 12-cylinder line, then they decided to swap in the 8-cylinder line, so I follow all the production.
$7,750,000.
We are not finished.
Wow.
7.75 million.
And Marco, this car sort of paved the way for the F40, which followed it. This was sort of like a car that helped evolve the F40 come into existence.
Sorry?
This car helped to evolve into the F40.
Yes, for sure. After that, they produced the 288 Evoluzione that was made to race, but unfortunately the rules change, and they have to think what they can do with the 288 Evoluzione, and they think about a road version of the 288 Evoluzione that was the F40.
The 288 GTO from 1985 just sold for $7.75 million. How about that?
The car is finally getting its full value and attention, Marco, right? It's fully being appreciated by the market.
Absolutely.
And as that was happening, Steve, Marco just showed me a photograph of him working on the engine of one of those cars back in the day.
I am honored to be here today, Marco. Honored to be here.
Thank you.
Absolutely, and we are honored to have you with us, Marco Arrighi. Look at this crowd packed into the Silver Spurs Arena as we continue with the Phil and Martha Bachmann collection with a 1978 308 GTS.
And some rarity here. One of 3 produced in the Giallo Fly color on the outside and the Testa de Moro 890 interior. One of only 3. 2.9 liter V8. And these cars were produced from 1907 and 1980. And Marco, the 308, that was kind of like a large number of cars that were built during that series.
Yes, there's a little of variation on the production that start with the 308, and then they did the 4-valve, the injection, and then the evolution was the 328.
Yeah.
That was almost for 10, 12 years.
Almost a mass-produced car from Ferrari.
For sure, in numbers at that period was the most produced car,
$180,000, and I think nearly 20,000 total between the beginning of the 308 through that 328.
Yes, probably, yes.
And a lot of that popularity was in no short measure because of Magnum PI and Tom Selleck.
The Magnum car.
Yes.
Now, they started making these with fiberglass bodies, right? And it switched to sheet metal.
Yeah, the very first were done in fiberglass, yes.
What precipitated the change? Why did they move away?
In the end, it's clear that to produce the car in fiberglass is a little bit more difficult. So to increase the number, they have to invest to stamp the parts, but it's more easy.
Right. And how striking this car is in yellow. It just, there's something so special about it. We know Phil Bachmann loved yellow, but boy, when you see it, it just gives you a totally different feel of when you see it in that Rosso red.
$215 is the bid here at no reserve.
Just over 12,000 miles on the odometer.
Yes. 220.
You know, they used 3 308 GTSs in the production of Magnum PI, and they altered it to fit Tom Selleck, who's a big guy. They originally, the show wanted to use a Porsche 928. The Porsche would not let them alter the car, and so they ended up choosing the Ferrari. How about that?
Yeah.
Lucky for that.
Tom Selleck.
Yes, exactly.
Tom Selleck just took out a reverse mortgage to buy a Ferrari.
Oh, this 308 GTS just sold for $220,000.
Well, that's way above our usual market for those cars. Wow.
Next on the auction block, part of the Phil and Martha Bachmann collection, 1975 365 GT4 BB, or Berlinetta Boxer.
And Marco, when you see this car, you can see the lineage from the Berlinetta Boxer to the Testarossa to the 512, right?
Yes, correct, yeah.
Flat 12 in the back of the Boxer. That's why we call it a Boxer engine, the 5-liter engine. But absolutely stunning creation that you guys produced back then.
Yep.
There's a funny story regarding the BB. That means Berlinetta Boxer for the market. But at the beginning, Engineer Fioravanti that designed the car told us that the real story of BB. So once they started to build the car, the back of the car was so nice, they started to call Brigitte Bardot BB. And then everyone outside started to talk about this BB. And once they have to launch the car, they are thinking in which way they can justify BB, and they say Berlinetta Boxer, but it's not a Berlinetta, and the engine is 180 degree and not a Boxer. So They find out a way to escape, but
Wow.
Isn't that fantastic?
That's a great escape story.
Yeah.
I knew the BB, and it really wasn't a Berlinetta boxer, but I'd never heard the Bridget Bardot story.
Yeah. Only 387 of these were built between 73 and 76, and 75, a big year for Ferrari. Niki Lauda won the Formula One championship, also won the Constructors Championship. Ferrari did, and Clay Regazzoni won the Italian Grand Prix. You were just racking them up in 1975.
And guys, I don't think we're going to see that triple exhaust, triple taillight setup on almost any of the other Ferraris we're going to see today.
$550,000 for that 365 GT4.
Wow. Scott, they just keep coming.
They continue to roll to the auction block. Steve Matchett, you are correct. The first Ferrari modern supercar is what we are looking at right now, a 1992 F40.
And it's so amazing that these engines with only 2.9 liters could generate 471 horsepower, that twin-turbo V8 engine. This is the first time Ferrari employed the twin turbochargers. This one, only 458 miles on the odometer. A race car that was street legal, probably the most easy way to encapsulate what these cars were.
Wow.
Wow. $6 million is bid. Very low mileage. The Bachmanns took factory delivery of this car in 1992, Marco.
Oh, a long list of awards, too, this car has won over the years in the Bachmann's ownership.
You know, Marco, this is another one of those cars that took a while, really, for the audience to really appreciate what it is. I think because it was stripped so bare on the inside, and the idea it got great performance, but you're trying to convince a customer base that they're paying a lot of money for not very much on the interior.
yeah, for sure. It was very essential and probably the most racing spirit for a street car.
And we've mentioned this any number of times, the last car that Enzo Ferrari personally signed off on.
Correct.
Yeah, it was still alive once it was sold.
Yeah.
Let's put it up bid at $6,250,000.
$6 million is bid.
To be the custodian of this car.
0 to 60, 4 seconds. And the first road legal Ferrari, I believe, to go 200 miles an hour.
Yeah. Last call.
$6 million is bid.
Don't look for any assistance from the car in terms of electronics, Marco. No traction
Correct.
control, no
traction
ABS.
control. Yeah, it's probably the most brutal car Ferrari to drive.
Yeah.
Because it's turbo and without any controls.
Yeah.
Did you call it a brutal car? You just gave me goosebumps. Thank you.
To drive, yes.
Wow.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you.
$6 million. And look at the youngster with an Enzo sweatshirt. I
Step
love
over here,
that.
guys. Step over here. Step over here. Step over here.
That is so cool. F40, $6 million.
World record.
World record? Okay. Mark that one up. Here is a 1976 308 GTB on the auction block as the Phil and Martha Bachmann collection continues.
Yeah, this with that 2.9 liter V8. This one making 240 horsepower. And the odometer reads almost 10,000 miles. Yeah, and this one with the fiberglass bodywork that we talked about before, Marco, before they switched over to sheet metal.
Bill, I just missed what you said because of the noise of the crowd going so wild. This is a fiberglass car?
Yes.
Yes, it's very early production, Marco, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that has to be, Marco, the quintessential Ferrari color combination, yes? Red with the saddle or camel interior. That's what everybody has this picture in their mind.
Marco, I'm dying to know, when you worked at Ferrari all those years and, of course, helped so many people, have you owned one and do you still?
I have owned many in scale 118. It's difficult for an employee to have the money to buy a car.
I bet. What's your favorite Ferrari?
Probably 288 GTO and 250 short wheelbase.
You have fine taste, sir. You have fine taste.
Thank you.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, that 250 we sold here in Kissimmee a couple of years ago. The $17 million car, I think you're referring to.
Yep, 1963, that's right. $250,000. And now we move to the 1989 Testarossa.
390 horsepower out of the 4.9 flat 12. Odometer reads 257 miles.
Marco, earlier on I said that the first car I worked on when I started at Greypool was a Testarossa with a camshaft failure, and we called the factory, we called Maranello and asked how we should go about the work, and Maranello's answer was, we've never seen it before. Make sure your mechanic documents everything when he takes it out and let us know what he did.
It's the standard answer to the problem.
Yes.
Yeah. Never happened.
Yeah, no. Let us know how you fixed it.
Yeah.
This was a driver's car too. No ABS, no traction control or stability control. You know, when you're behind the wheel, you better pay attention.
$400,000. Testarossa, Marco, in Italian means redhead, correct?
Yes,
Explain in this context how they got the name redhead.
The redhead is due to the cam cover that was painted in red. So Testarossa is born in order to explain the cam cover in red.
That was a lot easier to explain that one than the Berlinetta Boxer, right?
Yes, for sure.
Look at the awards. An award for the Best Redhead and National Classic Preservation Award for Best Unrestored Ferrari. Did that a couple of times. Preservation Award first in class at the Cavallino Classic. Best of Show, Pennsylvania Concord Elegance. Wow, he's won more awards than Tom Brady.
Great.
$600,000 continuing to go up, $625,000. And I have to ask one question. When we all go to Maranello, would you recommend the Cavallino or the Montana?
So, $625,000.
Montana for the food, Cavallino because it's in front of the factory and is historical.
I say the Montana, Marco. That's
correct.
That's where the employees are going to go, right?
The food is better, yeah.
The food's better too.
Yes, Steve and I had a discussion about that. A couple of very well-known restaurants in Maranello. Wow. Okay, here is another massively important car. 1970 365 GTB4 Daytona.
Yeah, when people say classic Ferrari, this may be the one that they are most familiar with, the famous Daytona. This one with that V12 engine, a front-engine V12 GT car. And when this run ended, Marco, we didn't see another one until the Maranello came along sometime later.
Yes.
And of course, these cars were nicknamed the Daytona, but not by Ferrari. This was picked up later
on. It's just
on.
a nickname. For Ferrari is 365 GTB4.
Right, and the 4 meaning the 4-cam engine, the most desirable for collectors.
Indeed.
And Mark, if you had a spare couple of days, you could think about setting up those 6 downdraft Webers on that engine and getting them to run in synchronization, right?
Yeah.
Not an easy job.
Not at all.
Time consuming.
This was the fastest production car in the world in 1970.
We have eclipsed $500,000 on this Ferrari.
This is another one of those absolutely timeless classic designs that you guys produced at the factory. The combination of engineering and just exquisite body styling.
Yeah, this car debuted several years earlier to commemorate the 1-2-3 finish in that Daytona endurance race right here in Florida.
Well, this one sells for $600,000. Marco Arrighi, thank you so much for joining us. We so appreciate your insight on these cars. It's been wonderful to have you here, sir. Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you to you.
And we'll take a break, and we return with an Enzo and an FXX next. Welcome back as the Phil and Martha Bachmann Ferrari collection continues with the 2001 550 Barchetta Pininfarina, and we are above $1 million on this car.
Special car, Scott. This was to celebrate the 70th anniversary. Ferrari, the 550 Maranello Coupe, became an open-top car. The Barchetta, only 448 of these were built, making them even more exclusive. A lot of power, 485 horsepower, 5.5-liter V12. This was the last U.S. version of the 550 Barchetta that was built. 6-speed manual transmission and the Scudoni luggage. We haven't mentioned that yet. Got to mention that.
Oh, the Scudoni luggage that goes along with so many of these vehicles.
So beautiful, so supple. The finishing touch on any Ferrari.
And the color combos are what makes Phil Bachmann's collection so special. He and his wife Martha went to great lengths to pick out stuff that was really going to be different. And I think we're seeing a huge value in that, the low mileage, and oftentimes they were the last car that went through the run. Just incredible.
You know, Rutledge, they were so connected to Ferrari, they could order a new car and say, we'd like a plaid interior, which would have made you happy, and they would do it. Ferrari would do whatever they asked.
Wow.
A 2003 Ferrari Enzo.
Our focus now turns to this yellow Ferrari. 2003 Ferrari Enzo.
Scott, this car is alive. I was just standing behind it there in the staging lanes waiting for it to come on, and the heat wave that's coming off the car is just, it's shimmering with heat. It's just fantastic. It's a fantastic thing to see. You look at the bodywork around this car, the Enzo, made in honor of Enzo Ferrari. It's just spectacular. When you come round, and we'll follow it around towards the back, when you see this badge work that Maranello put onto the rear deck of the car, that fantastic facsimile of Enzo Ferrari's name, that signature, we always used to write his signature in purple ink, in violet ink, but to see it on the car is stunning.
Yeah, and I mentioned the relationship the Bachmanns had with Ferrari. Phil was at the factory when this car was being built, and there are pictures of him underneath the car screwing a component to it. How many people get a chance to do that? Not many.
Yeah, there's a couple other touches that are Bachmann only, one of which is the signature badge that Steve just pointed out, and also the lower rocker panels are normally black all the way around the bottom of the car, but those are body color. This is the only Enzo for which that was done, and it was because of Phil and Martha's relationship with the factory.
$9,700,000.
Guys, where were we going on price with this one?
$9 million at the moment.
Go big, Chris.
Let that sink in. $9 million. Those custom touches, the factory delivery, the low mileage, puts this Enzo at $10 million now into a realm that very few have achieved.
649 miles.
Well, there's a couple other touches underneath the engine bonnet that were Bachmann only as well. The polished struts, that was not factory. That was specially done for Phil and Martha, because that's the way that they wanted them.
$11 million.
Yes, 11.5.
11.5.
0 to 60 at 3.6 seconds.
12 million.
215 miles an hour.
Got to be 12.
Hard to believe this is a 23-year-old car. It looks as modern as any car that's from 2026.
Yeah, debuted in 2002. Only 400 built until 2004, and they were all sold before they became available at the dealer.
Asking $12,250,000.
0 to 12 million in about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
12-1. 12-1.
12-1.
Oh!
We got 12,000,001. Okay, slowed it down now. 12,000,002.
You think about the hoops that you would have had to jump through as a Ferrari owner to be eligible to even get on the list to consider a purchase of an Enzo, and now we're seeing that value materialize over the years with those custom touches and low miles. Steve, did you ever think this would be possible, these kind of numbers?
No, honestly, no. But this just goes to show just how much influence the Bachmann collection has over the value of these cars. Chris, you were mentioning it earlier on, the fact that these little touches are on the cars have all been approved by Maranello. Everyone signed off by the factory.
Yeah, we have 12 million 3, 12 million 5.
And their favorite color, Giallo Yellow, which was actually the color of the city of Modena, which is Enzo Ferrari's birthplace.
12-3 is a bit. 12-4. 12-4. It's last call. Yes, 12-4.
12 million.
Wow. 12 million 5 is bid. 12 million 6. It slowed down. Don't lose this one. 12 million 6. 12 million 6. 12-6. They got to slow down eventually. We're not. I don't think we're dealing with it.
Do it. Are we going to get to 13 million?
Yeah. It's unanimous. Hit 13.
We knew it'd be special.
You know, these are so hard to purchase when these cars were new. This is a chance for someone to get a new one that maybe missed out the first time.
Well, listen, no. Right now, 13 million we're asking. 13 million. 12.7 is bid. 12.7 is bid. 13 million. Knock them out. What do you want? It won't take that $50,000 bill on these $1 million. 12.8. Yeah, it's a slow race, but.
Hit 13. I'm
do it.
Hit 13.
Someone live, man, he's coming. 12. All right, listen, we're just so you know, we're at 12.9 asking
13
Oh, we got
million
dollars,
and
13 was bid.
Suffice to say, this is far beyond world record Enzo numbers.
Yeah,
It's staggering. Steve, when you worked at Ferrari, can you remember what the most expensive Ferrari was back then?
Well, yes. Back in the day, it would probably be the GTO, the 288 GTO, but in terms of other cars, I mean, nowhere near the stratospherical figures. Nowhere close.
On another planet today.
13,500,000.
We knew the name Bachmann would bring a big difference to these cars, but my goodness.
Oh, yeah. Beyond expectation.
13.6.
By the way, we are only 11 cars deep into this 46-car lineup. 13.5 million.
13,750. 13,750. 13. Yes. 13,750. 13,750. Evan, they're waving this thing in the air.
It is standing room only.
Yes.
In this building, as the bidding continues. I don't know who's in the audience, man, but he's got 14 million there. Okay, so for 14,250. 14,250.
$14 million bid. 14,250.
That's the bare minimum. That's right. 14.
He's gonna do it. 14,250.
Got 14,150. They won't take it. 250. 14,250, guys. 14,250.
14,250.
14,250.
14,500,000.
Good thing I wore deodorant.
By the way, for you stat geeks, the MSRP on this car in 2003 was about $650,000.
Talk about a return on your investment. The room is electric.
It's worth it. He's got 14,250 right now. He's got how much? He's got 14,250,000. 14.5. Oh!
Okay, listen. The guy in the white shirt came back at 14.5. So he's at 14.5.
14,500,000.
Let's do 14,750.
The smart bid would be
14,750. Unless you want to surprise them at 15 and knock them out. 14,750.
I think Gus Kozar had a good idea.
Guys.
Yeah.
Just hit him at 15 million.
14,850.
Knock him out. Give him the knockout.
14,850. Correct. Okay.
Come on. Don't leave that. Hey. Don't stop now. Don't stop now. Don't stop now. It's worth it. It's worth it.
Always remember what you paid for it.
Give 15 million
I
and
wonder
then don't
if
ever
Phil
bid
and
again if you
Martha
don't want to.
Bachmann could
Give
have ever
15 million.
predicted their cars would be bringing this kind of bidding.
Just bid 15 million.
It's almost surreal. It is surreal.
This is what happens when two people want a car
He's a nobody here.
so badly, and they know
I hear you.
that
Where do
they
you
will
wanna be?
never have another
15,
opportunity for a
15,
car like this
15.5.
after
Where do you want to
today.
be? We're at current bid is 15 million. Current bid is 15 million. You want to be 15.5? 15. What is it? 15,250. I got you. 15,250.
Somebody tell me this is not happening.
I know.
15,4.
Just otherworldly all the way.
That'd be the smart
Indescribable.
bid.
That's all you can say.
15,500,000. 15 to the man.
15,500,000.
Me too. I thought it brings 16 million. 15.5. 15 to the man.
It's worth it, guys.
15.5.
It's worth it. 15,500,000. 15.5.
All right, so listen. We're at
15.5.
We're at 15.5.
I hope you don't have anything else on your to-do list the rest of the afternoon.
250. It's 15.7, 250.
You don't want to
Well,
miss
let's
this.
just tell them what we're going to own it no matter what. It's 16.
Oh, man.
At this point, we're changing history no matter what. You want to do 16? 16? Where you at? Well, hurry up. 15, what, 750? 15,750. You can't cut it at 50. They won't let me. 15,750. You're in. 15,750,000.
Is that going to be it?
Hey!
16 million. Anybody else? Thank you for what you're getting, sir. 16 million.
That might be it, ladies and gentlemen.
He's
gone. 7.5, $16 million.
We're there.
16 mil.
He's walking away.
15.5. $16 million on it. Even permission. 15.7.
He's got 15 million.
750.
You guys got to be 16 million.
16 million. $16 million bid. 16 million. 15.7. $16 million bid. 16 million.
You got to be 16 million.
$16 million on it. 15.7. 16. 16
Fuck. All right, guys.
$16,500,000, guys.
Listen.
Before
I put that Patriots hat on, okay? We're at 16 million.
They have come so far. It is a battle of the Titans for this one of one.
I'll wear the hat. We'll all wear the Patriots hat. Which one? 16. Wait, where you at? 16,250.
250! Thank you, fellas. I appreciate it.
Thank you, fellas. Anybody else give him a great round of applause? He was a great backup better. 16,250. 16,500,000. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
Ryan, we're good?
So, $16,250,000. So,
You have just witnessed Mecum and Ferrari Enzo world record bidding, and it results in a hammer price of $16.25 million.
When the bidding was at $6 million, Steve Matchett turned around and gave me those big saucer eyes like, did you see that? A little knowing where this would lead.
Oh my goodness, I need some oxygen.
No rest for the weary. Here
No
comes the
rest
FXX.
for the weary. You are correct, Amundo. On the block now, a 2006 Ferrari FXX.
860 horsepower, 6.3 liter V12, and Steve Matchett, there was a special mission for these cars at Ferrari.
Boy, I tell you, 2003, Maranello produced the Enzo. 3 years later, Maranello said, hold my glass of wine, let's see what we can do now. And they produced the FXX. Track-only car.
Yeah, and Phil,
another stunning piece of automotive engineering from the team.
Right, and owners became part of the R&D team. Right. They were used in order to provide feedback on the finished automobile.
Yeah, and Phil did not sit idly by. In fact, he was one of the drivers, owners, who had the most seat time in an FXX.
Yeah, I believe this has the record for the highest kilometer, Steve. So it also makes you realize not only did Phil love Ferraris, he loved driving them and racing them and working on them.
Yes, and that idea that the drivers were giving feedback to Maranello was no marketing ploy. It was just, we want to know what makes this car work for you guys. The upgrades that came on board for this car, time and time again, you had to have all of that work done by Maranello and nobody else but Maranello to do that.
Yeah, and more pull for the Bachmanns at the factory. The only one that left as in Giallo Yellow.
You know that between 2006 and 2011, Phil Bachmann raced that car at 16 tracks on 4 continents.
Incredible. Ferrari would bring the car, service the car, do everything the owners needed. Yeah. It was just in their care the whole time, Steve.
Yes, absolutely. It was all part of the contract. The car stays at Maranello. We have to do everything, the upgrades, we have to do the service work, but we will be with you when you run that car. But again, you guys touched on it earlier on, Chris, when you said, you have to get on the waiting list, you have to prove yourself to be a loyal customer to get onto this program. That's what Ferrari does for their loyal customer base.
By the way, I just want to bring you up to date. We've double-checked this to make sure that we're correct. The previous car, the Enzo, $16.25 million, equals, tied for the #1 most expensive car sold in Mecum history. And it tied that 1963 short wheelbase car from a couple of years ago right here in Kissimmee.
Well, it's the quality of the cars. We've been saying it over and over again, but the cars speak for themselves. Maranello's work speaks for itself, but when you add the Bachmann name to them, low mileage, fantastic condition.
That's what we're seeing.
Oh, it's a perfect storm.
$5.75 million for the FXX. Next on the block, everyone, 2004 Ferrari 360 Challenge Stradale.
Yeah, basically this is a road-going 360 Modena. Horsepower's been added, it's been stripped down to a lighter weight, upgraded with a lightning fast 6-speed F1 automatic gearbox. 1,300 of these were built, and this is the last one built for this country.
That's something that we've discussed it already. We've heard it. Phil and Martha Bachmann took pride in having the last, the only, the first, whatever would set this car apart from all others of its kind.
Yep, and this one is dishing 3.6 liter V8, 425 horsepower. This is the Challenge Stradale. This is a car that literally competed in spec races.
Yep.
Where all the Ferraris race each other. Stradale means street. So this is like a street version of a full race challenge car, but it can get up. And this has Guidoni luggage too.
Yeah, and that's a classic thing that Ferrari like to do, Bill, isn't it? They will take the car, they let their race engineers look at it and say, what would you like to do to make it a little bit faster, a little bit lighter? Can we improve the brakes? Have at it. We'll call it the Stradale in this case.
Yes, sir.
I think it should be said that one of the things to me that makes it so special about Phil's collection and the touches that he and Martha would do, they didn't do it in a way that was trying to prove something to other people. They weren't trying to be a fancy paint by sample kind of group. They just knew what they loved.
Yep.
And that connection with the brand is really unlike one we've seen with almost any other person ever. And here was this guy who was in car sales and just loved Ferraris. And you look at what the value is of all these cars with all of those unique touches. Truly incredible.
Yeah, low mileage on this too. 327 miles.
$1 million, $1,050,000.
$1 million bid on this car.
You're absolutely right, Rud. It's that old collector's adage. Buy what you love. Do to the car what you love. Don't worry about anybody else. And that's exactly what Phil and Martha did.
Yeah, some of those Bachmann touches on this car. Carbon fiber engine trim, leather Daytona-style seats, the Giallo stitching, and the red painted headlight surrounds, air vent bezels, and the Challenge grille. They get whatever they wanted. This is a great example of that.
It's funny, we spent a lot of time in the Bachmann room in the glass house over the last 2 weeks, and there was a pedestrian, just a person here checking them out, and asked Steve Matchett here. He said, are these cars only offered in red and yellow? And he said, no, they're offered in many colors, but those were just the two colors that the Bachmanns love.
You know, it's interesting to note, too, that Phil Bachmann, before he started collecting Ferraris, he had some Corvettes and some MGs and some sports cars and didn't really fall in love with the Ferraris until the mid-'80s or so. So he was a car guy through and through, and a terrific Cadillac dealer in Tennessee.
Yeah. And I like your point there, Chris, a great deal. When you said they were ambassadors, they're as much ambassador role to Ferrari as anything else. That makes a huge difference to Ferrari. They want to know that there is a genuine family-esque connection there.
Okay, this one gavels for $1,050,000. The 360 Challenge Stradale. Here is a 365 GTB4 Daytona. Second one of these we've seen. This one from 1973. Bill.
Yeah, final year of the Daytona, debuted in 1968, and they all had that front engine, 12-cylinder engine. And these cars, again, called Daytona by the enthusiast establishment, not by Ferrari, and that was something that happened in 1967. Ferraris finished 1, 2, 3 at the endurance race in Daytona, and when this car was produced, well, somehow, even though these weren't the cars that raced, those cars that won in Daytona were prototypes, but somehow that name trickled down to these road cars. Colombo designed, 4-cam, V12, 6 Webers, 352 horsepower.
Just having a look inside the engine bay there, Bill, while you're giving us the rundown on the car. There is so much going on in here. Earlier on, we were talking about the crackle covers on the Testarossa when they were red. Well, this clearly isn't red, it's black, but it's still that same crackle-colored paint that they have on the cam covers here on this 4-cam Colombo engine. There's all the stack of Weber carburetors underneath the air filter. Such a problematic thing to set up because each cylinder has its own choke of the carb effectively, and by choke on a carburetor in this instance I just mean like the throat of the carburetor itself. But when you get them all set up and when it's purring, these V12s, particularly in the Daytona, just make the most wonderful induction noise even before you start to hear the exhaust note at the opposite end.
Hey, no argument. My 427 Cobra had 4 48 IDA Webers, and you're right, 1 choke per cylinder, and you got to spend a little time getting them tuned in. In fact, I think the time that I spent tuning those Webers cost me my second marriage, but whatever.
Hey, but you got the car running, right?
Yeah, you know what? When they are dialed in, the throttle response, the sound, everything. There's nothing like it.
Steve, when you look at the front end of this car, it was one of the first cars I really remember having such stylish, aerodynamic, but pop-up headlights. And we saw after these cars came out, that effect really went out there. But it was kind of a big jump for Ferrari to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ferrari were always very keen on that frontal area, want to try and drag off the car. We're in the early 70s, right? So we're just trying to get an idea of what downforce is. We kind of understood what drag was. We want the car to be as slippery shaped as possible, you know, but how do we actually get it to push down onto the road? Early days of that.
$1,150,000.
World's fastest production car in 1973. 3 miles per hour faster than the Lamborghini New York. That made the folks at Lamborghini probably a little bit testy.
Well, $1,150,000, sir.
That's the fun of the competition, though, isn't it?
Oh, that was a bitter battle between those two, no doubt.
All right, another one in the $1 million category, $1.1 million. All right, we move now to this 2005 Ferrari 575M Super America. Steve, M for Modificata?
Modifications on the car, yeah, but you remember a little earlier on talking to Mark, and we're talking about, well, when the Daytona came to its end of its run, there was a long while before Ferrari finally got back on board with a front-engine car.
Right.
This is the series of cars that did it for them, starting off with the 550 Maranello and on from there.
And of course, the Super American name, no secret that Ferrari was aiming these cars at the American market. It's where they wanted to sell them.
I think it was Ferrari president Luca de Montezemolo. He went to his engineers and said, whatever happened to that Daytona that was, well, we kind of, we're on to different things now. How about we bring it back again, because it was a great success.
Yeah, and it was.
And it worked.
Yeah, the Maranello series, just fantastic. Front engine 12-cylinder GT cars. This has that electrochromic rotating glass roof. Okay, a rotating glass roof in a Ferrari. 540 horse, 5.7-liter V12.
Yep, we just got 950.
Well, this one, the last one built for the United States as well, with 626 miles on the odometer.
There we go again, the last one for the U.S.
Yeah.
That's very true.
Right.
Yeah. And again, what the Bachmanns have done with the car, the beautiful color on the interior, how they convinced Maranello this is what I'd like to do. Are you okay with that?
So sounds good, Gil. Thank you, sir. Yep, but
What's that?
We're at $1 million as the car rolls directly under our vantage point here in the booth, Bill.
Yes, sir. The only surviving son of Enzo Ferrari, Piero Ferrari, now a billionaire vice chairman of the company, signed the engine compartment of this Ferrari.
50. 50.
Sorry, Bill, he signed this car?
Yes.
Wow.
In the engine bay.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that'd be tough to get if you're not one of the Bachmanns.
Yep. No, 50. 1,020 pounds, 1,150, 120 pounds.
The story would go that the Bachmanns loved to go and visit when the cars were in production a lot of times to really see how all of those things would come together. And I have to imagine that had to have been a real kick for Phil, for him to sign the engine cover like that. It was those extra special touches, again, that just made him such a genuine car person.
1,125, 150, 75, 1,075, 1,175.
Interesting too, Phil's son PB told the story of, some of the other Ferrari club members kind of giving him a hard time. Phil giving Phil a hard time because he didn't want to go out and drive these cars. He said, "You guys do your thing, I'll do my thing," and we're seeing the benefit and the result of that here today.
I couldn't imagine how hard that must have been until I saw the mileage on that FXX. He liked to go fast and controlled on a racetrack rather than risk people in the streets.
$1.175 million is the hammer price on that 575M Super America. This is one of the most spectacular cars of this lineup, everyone. 1967 275 GTB4 alloy car, and that's the key.
Yeah, one of only 16 alloy cars produced. and really the pinnacle of the GTB4. And there's a couple distinguishing features on this, and Magic's probably about to jump in on the hood bulge, indicates that 4-cam engine under there. And then there's that continuation of the drip rail that continues behind the windows that indicates that it is an alloy body, a little distinguishing feature.
I'll just add by saying, Chris, on your description of the car there, the presentation is just phenomenal. The paintwork, the quality of the paint, the depth of the paint when you're standing close to it is remarkable.
Yeah, we were lucky enough to be there to check out this collection in person, and this car in particular just drew me in, unlike any of the others in the collection. This is just a phenomenal automobile.
Of course, the alloy body, that's why it's called an alloy. It's not a steel body. Much lighter than the steel-bodied cars. And this was the run-up until the 365 GTB came in after this. And some people prefer this styling-wise to the Daytonas. And you can see why with that long nose, the short deck, and that little ducktail spoiler in the back.
Yeah. And we see it with all constructors, Bill. You know, if you want a car to go faster, you've got to make it lighter. It's a huge amount of work to put an alloy body onto a car, but when you set the engineers in motion, we've got to do it. We've got to do it. This is the result. Wow.
Yeah, that's time-consuming doing an aluminum body, Steve. You're right. You know, with an English wheel or whatever it is they use to make those bodies, that's not something that you rush through.
No.
We're at $5.5 million. Sorry, Steve.
It's fabrication in the extreme, right? Everything is hand-built. You're right, using just hand tools, shaping wheels, dollies, dies, the whole thing.
Dolly and hammer, yep.
Yeah.
A lost art.
Last call, $5,500,000.
5.5 million is bid.
$5,750,000. I'll get 5.5. 5,750. 5,750,000. 5 times bid. 5,750,000. 5 times bid. 5,750,000 on the bid. 5,750,000. Anybody else? 5,750,000.
5,750,000.
5,750,000. 5,750,000. Who said it? Did you get 5,750,000? 5 times the bid. 5,750,000. 5,750,000. Anybody else? 5,500,000. $5,750,000. Last call. Anybody else? So $5,500,000. So $5,500,000 upstairs.
Wow, another big-time sale on a big-time car. $5.5 million for that 275 GTB4 alloy car.
Wow. And Scott, that was a beater. That had over 42,000 miles on it.
By the way, the sale of that car through this point of the collection puts us almost at the $50 million mark for the entire group thus far. 1964 Ferrari 250 GTL Berlinetta Lusso. The Lusso stands for luxury.
Yeah, this epitomizes that model designation too. Power-wise, it's got a 3-liter V12, and it's rated at 240 horsepower, but don't be deceived, this was a fast car. Some of them had 4 speeds, some of them had 5 speeds in them. This one right here has about 78,000 miles on it. Real wood steering wheel. That's some of that luxury we're talking about. Quilted leather luggage on the shelf back there. An angled instrument cluster. The final expression, the 250 GT series. Built 350 of these, 350. And this one right here may be one of the finest in the world. So many awards and accolades.
The Lusso designation, Bill, we're getting to that point now where the customers are sort of knocking on Maranello's door and asking Enzo, you know, we love your cars, they're terrific. Could you just make them, you know, a little bit more luxurious for us too?
Yeah.
They look like old race cars. Well, they are old race cars.
Right.
Can you do something about that for us?
And this car has no pretension to being a race car, or it doesn't have anything on it that would lend itself to getting out there on a racetrack. It was all about the plushness, the luxury features, the way that it drove, the smoothness, the ease of handling, all of those things.
Yeah. You could almost see the sort of blank look come over Enzo's face when the marketing department saying, can we not just help our customer base to enjoy the ride?
Yeah, what is that? Yeah, here we go again with that Bachmann exclusivity. This is one of only 26 that were painted this color with that color interior.
$2.5 million.
Chris, it's interesting. You and I grew up having posters of Testarossas and Countachs on the wall, but this was a car that I think for a lot of other people, that was, for their generation, a very similar thing, that one day I'm going to be able to have a car like this. It's amazing to see one in such great condition. You think about the home that it's going to go to. It was loved and cared for all these years in Phil and Martha's collection, but where's it going next?
There's such an elegant color combination, too. It looks so good on that body style. Those wire wheels, you just want to drive this car.
Yeah, those Pirani wire wheels are pretty much a signature wheel treatment on so many Ferraris. And if you take a look at the rear of this car, you might see a little bit of that 275 GTB that would follow in this car's footsteps.
So beautiful, I see some of the BB.
2.8 million. Hey, that's Jimmy Landis up there in the suite, the Rick Hendricks suite. Rick has bought a couple of these Bachmann cars already, and he's in on this one at 2.9 million. Matt Morvac at the controls. You see him in the hat. I don't think I'm ever going to buy another lottery ticket because I can't predict the numbers anymore. This is insane.
No, put you out of the lottery business for good.
I think it's amazing to think about the collector that Rick Hendrick has been over the years. His love of Corvettes.
$3 million.
And now, appears to be he's taking home. Oh, he's not. He didn't get this one, did he? Oh, boy. Wow.
Nope. Just one bid away, perhaps. So $3 million buys that. 64 Ferrari. Now we go back to 1953 and the 166mm 53 Vignale Spider. And this is back to the coachwork era a little bit, Bill.
Yeah.
Boy, you're absolutely right. You just talked about hand-built cars, Bill, and the English wheel and dollies and dies. But if you look around this car, 1953, the factory opened in Maranello for business in 1947. So what progress those guys are making straight after the war years. But just brilliant fabricators and bodywork experts that work in Maranello to produce this body on the car. I mean, it's a true barchetta, as they say. Yes. It's not a convertible, right? It was always designed to be like this. There are locations around the hood here, around the bodywork here, for a tonneau cover to go along the passenger side, but nothing where the driver is sitting, but just to cover that passenger side up if it was just being used by a single person. But it is, as they say, a barchetta, the little boat, as they say in Italian.
Yeah, exactly.
But lightweight, everything as light as possible.
Only 6 of these were built, the Vignale Spiders. This is the last one that was built. Sophisticated engine. Colombo designed V12 single overhead cams, 3 Weber carburetors, about 160 horsepower, 5-speed manual, and that 5.3 designation on the tail end of its name, that refers to the improvements over the previous 166 MMs, including some roller valve train components in this engine. And these cars didn't win major races like Le Mans, Mille Miglia, but very successful in regional races and hill climbs.
Cool to see the aero even on these cars, right, Steve? I mean, they were really thinking about it.
You're thinking like the rear aero treatment to stop the air damming up underneath? Yeah, isn't it cool? It's so fascinating to me, like to see the progress of engineering with each car going by. You think, well, we see that, let's improve on it. We see this problem, let's improve on it.
And to your point, Steve, I mean, it's like they were presented with this problem, the air getting up into the rear of the car. Well, let's just cut 2 big holes in it. Let that air out.
Yeah, it'll get out of there, no problem.
Yeah.
We're approaching $2 million.
Sold $1,900,000. Sold $1,900,000.
Well, $1.9 million buys that 53 Ferrari. We have 28 Bachmann Ferrari cars still to come. We need to take a timeout and collect our breath. Back in a moment. Well, I mentioned a little while ago, it is a standing room only crowd, and that has not diminished in the least, especially if you look around the edges of the auction block, the entrance, and the exit. And we welcome you back to our documentation of this Ferrari art gallery. That's what Dana Mecum called this Phil and Martha Bachmann collection. And we are just about $55 million sold for the entire collection thus far, Bill. As we take a look at the next car, which is a very rare car in that it sold for under $100,000.
Yeah, it looks like the Bachmanns may have been going drag racing with this, but no. No, this is partially restored, and all the parts necessary to complete the restoration on this 1985 Ferrari 400i are included with the car.
Here is another Ferrari F512M. Very unusual. The last one that was produced in Giallo for the United States market.
Yeah, this is the last iteration of the Testarossa, the 512M, M meaning modified. And so you find some things in these cars that you don't find in the previous versions of the Testarossa. 501 were built. This one has 5,000 miles on the odometer. And it's got that ever-present 4.9 liter flat 12. Go 190 miles an hour, top speed. This was the first Testarossa with anti-lock brakes, by the way. So over the years, Ferrari making improvements to the performance and the features on cars like this. The last Ferrari road car powered by a naturally aspirated, mid-mounted V12 engine, 390 horsepower, and a 5-speed manual. And another $1 million sale about to happen. Yeah, that generation of the Testarossa, a little controversial because of those side strakes, but those are functional. They're channeling cool air into the engine compartment, but took a little while for people to warm up to it. And that one sells, and we go to the next car as we just slide through the Bachmann collection, and 75 lots to go until we see the Bianco Speciale, the centerpiece automobile for this year's Mecum Kissimmee auction.
No reserve.
GTO, well, we talked about this, how it's been used 3 times in Ferrari history. This one, the 2011, $599. Oh, this is a rocket ship, 661 horsepower out of that 6-liter V12, 104 miles on the odometer. And this one has been personalized by the Bachmanns. Little custom touches in terms of the paint scheme, the detailing. This was a $103,291 tab for the special features on the car. That's not the MSRP, those are the add-ons.
It's a remarkable machine, Bill, and we're talking about the Bachmanns and how they put their little touches onto different cars. We're seeing it here on this 599 GTO, and you mentioned the fact that the Bachmanns were always looking for the last produced or whatever it would be that would make it different. We see it right here. The GTO, last produced, beautiful color on the interior. Another GTO from Ferrari.
Steve, let me ask you a question about the GTO designation. Do you know if Ferrari's got any plans to designate a 4th model a GTO?
I'm not aware of it yet, but you have to believe that that's always in the back of Ferrari's mind, waiting for the opportunity. But they will wait for the right opportunity and then produce it.
So with that being said, this car right here on the block right now is the final GTO produced by Ferrari.
That's a very good point. It is the final, to this date, the final GTO to trot out of Maranello's stables.
Well, if they bring back the GTO, Chevy better bring back the El Camino. I'll really be upset.
How did I know that was going to come into the conversation today?
So incredible, Bill, as you describe some of those touches, when you see that car and see all of the intricacies and the ways that Phil and Martha Bachmann said, let's make this special, let's make it different, to know that Ferrari said, absolutely, let's make what you want, and now to see it go over $3 million, unbelievable.
Yeah. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, another great touch. This Italian flag underneath the Ferrari logo on the fender, that is airbrushed on there.
Yes.
And I've seen those guys do that work. It takes a long time to do that, and that is not an inexpensive option.
And it is an incredible look, I think.
It doesn't seem so long ago where if you'd approached Ferrari, even if you're a recognized customer, and said, I would like to do this, this, and this to the car, no would have been the answer. But slowly, with the right customer base, they've grown that, and now they have the tailor-made department in Ferrari where you can design the interior of the car. It still has to be approved by Ferrari, but there is a tailor-made department that to deal just with that, just with the customer requests.
Feels like that would have been impossible without someone like Phil Bachmann.
Yes,
making those decisions.
I agree with you 100%.
Steve, did you mention Luca de Montezemolo earlier?
Luca de Montezemolo, the president of Ferrari.
Autographed this car.
No kidding.
Yes, sir.
I think he still has my 10mm quarter drive socket I lent him back in 1994. I wonder if it's in the car.
Oh, good one.
3.6.
$3.5 million.
Sure.
Looks like one of the bidders might be the group that lost out on the Enzo once it crested $16 million.
Yeah.
This car seems like a bargain compared to that.
3.6.
And another great feature of this car, it includes the custom luggage.
Yeah. Not all of them do. This one does. I'm just glad that they use the GTO nomenclature on a car that substantiates that title, a 661 horsepower V12. That's GTO territory.
$3.6 million. Well, that's 2 GTOs that we have had past this auction block. There is one more still to come a little bit later in the day.
The 250 GTO from 1962, you guys mentioned earlier on, but to see an example of each GTO produced by Maranello, I have never seen that in all my time that I've been around this market, the 3 cars together in the same venue. Never seen it.
May never happen again?
May never happen again, Bill.
Here's a 2011 599 SA Aperta, another car with the Bachmann's personal touch.
Yeah, the SA, that's kind of special. That designation refers to Sergio and Andrea Pininfarina, responsible for the exterior styling of so many Ferraris, and this is a car that kind of commemorates that relationship.
And guys, the legend has it that when the Bachmanns were in Italy talking about this car, designing it, something caught Phil's eye in the background at a party they were at, and he said, that's it. That's the green right there. Went over, got a picture. That's the green that they matched on this car. And another reason I just love this guy. Like, what an amazing thing to feel like, you know what, it was just like it was shining down upon us. The color was right there in front of our face.
Just in case you're wondering, as you see the bidding here on this open-top car at $4 million, still to come, 23 cars, an F12 TDF, 2 LaFerraris, and another F40, and an F50.
It's beyond remarkable, Scott. It's beyond remarkable. Bill, you just mentioned the SA, Sergio and Andrea Pininfarina.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I think it's a celebration of that, again, that close relationship that Pininfarina have had with Ferrari for so long, and the fact we wanted to celebrate that, you just mentioned that.
Yes.
But the bodywork is fantastic. The Aperta, meaning the removable top. Fundamentally, this is the GTO with a removable top.
Right,
It's pretty much exactly the same
as the previous
as
car.
The mechanicals are, yeah.
You are right.
Yeah, but we will not designate this car the GTO. We've already done it.
Right.
Well, and hence what we're seeing it being bid up to right now, $4.5 million.
I just had an opportunity to visit with Ian Poulter, who is a friend of the Bachmann family. He's a professional golfer from the UK. You all know him. He's an avid Ferrari collector, and he was just astonished at what was happening. And he said, hey, I should just go dash home, trot my Enzo over here, and see what happens. He was totally kidding, however. But he is really, really a fan of these cars.
Well, and he is the previous owner of the F50 that we're going to be seeing a little bit later across the block.
Right.
Well, there is no question that we're all witnessing something unique today. This collection, the interest and the excitement around it is phenomenal.
As advertised, and so far exceeding expectations.
Yeah.
The Ferrari 599 SA Aperta sold for $4.5 million. Now we move to a 1984 512 BBI.
Oh, these were brutes. They were 4.9 liter flat 12-cylinder engine. And this is the second Ferrari Phil Bachmann bought and the last 512 BBI produced. Oh, and these cars, they were tough guys. 340 horsepower, the infamous Boxer, Bosch fuel injection, 5-speed transaxle, a car that represents the configuration that Enzo Ferrari was a little hesitant to offer to the general public.
My understanding, Bill, I love your explanation about Ferrari being reluctant to release it to the public. That's fantastic. But I think the engineering staff from Scuderia Ferrari, when asked, what are we going to do? What's the next advancement? You've got to put the engine in the back. There's so much understeer or push, as we would say in the United States, right?
Yes.
So much understeer. I've got to get the terminology correct for you guys. So much understeer or push that we've got to put the engine in the back to give it a more neutral handling car.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember the explanation of the late, great Neil Bonnet when he was asked what's the difference between a car that understeers and oversteers. A car that understeers, you're going to crash into the wall head first.
Right now.
Oversteer, you're going to crash into it rear end first.
If you ever needed a succinct explanation, that's it. That's it in a nutshell.
Let's call. Yeah. You got it. $625.
$625,000. That
All right,
is your
we
hammer
bought a
price.
car.
Via the telephone for that 1984 Ferrari. Let's go back to the 308 series for a little bit. 1980 308 GTSI.
Yeah, when Marco was with us, he did substantiate the fact that the 308 series was as close to a mass-produced Ferrari as you're going to find. They built so many of them.
Right.
This one's been driven a little bit, almost 4,000 miles. Got a 2.9-liter V8 in it. And again, you know, we always make the reference to the Magnum car from Magnum PI.
I can't get enough of these cars, guys. I mean, I love them. They're just beautiful. They're a great success for the company. I mean, Ferrari had, as you say, a long run of success with them, almost mass-produced. They look fantastic. They drive so well.
Yep.
Beautiful burble sound from that V8 engine behind the driver. Everything about it is just cool.
Yeah, and you know, for a while, and I'm going to say maybe in the late 80s, early 90s, they were kind of like just a used car. The market, nowhere near where it is today. They were trading for, you know, what you might get a new Corvette for.
Those days are gone, right?
They're gone, yeah.
Those days are gone.
Yeah.
Well, this one hammers at $175,000. Definitely affordable Ferrari territory, relatively speaking, today.
Yep. Yeah, you could call this, I mean, a high-end entry-level Ferrari,
Yes,
I guess.
very true.
Yeah.
Very true. Well, in 1974, Dino 246 GTS, and our Dino expert is right here. Steve Matchett, you've owned these and restored these and sold these.
Well, you guys just hit the nail on the head earlier on when, and Bill, you were saying, you know, the 308 took a while to get going, and what about this car?
Yes.
I mean, when the original car was produced, it wasn't badged as a Ferrari, it was badged as a Dino.
Yep.
People didn't really know what to make of it. This one, now if you have a correct Dino badge car, and this one is, if you look at the badging on the front, you basically take the portrait badge and turn it into a landscape badge with Dino on it, but the dimensions of the badge are the same, but it took a long while for the customer base. What is this?
People said, what, a 6-cylinder Ferrari? You want me to buy that?
But, what? Well, that was one of the reasons it wasn't badged as a Ferrari, because Enzo was like, we're not going to put a Ferrari badge on a 6, but these cars 15, 20 years ago were, you know, a quarter of the price at the most.
They were throwaways, Brad. And by the way, this is a very rare chairs and flares Dino, which means that it has seats from the Ferrari Daytona and larger wheel arches, so they call them chairs and flares.
It's a gorgeous design, and Pitt and Farina just absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, never any complaints about the design at all.
Yeah.
Dino referring to Ferrari's late son, of course, who worked on the design of the engine before his passing.
If you can, Sarah's 825. 800's down here already. $825,000. Yes, no. 825.
2.4 liters, 195 horsepower. And you know, in 2004, Sports Car International placed the Ferrari 246 GTS Dino at number 6 on the list of the top sports cars of the 1970s. So it bounced back quite a bit from its early days when it was kind of, you know, the redheaded stepchild, no pun intended.
Well, they drive so well. I mean, they handle so well. It's like being in a go-kart, right? You turn the steering wheel, it'll just do exactly that. It'll go exactly where you want it to go.
A lighter weight engine, the V6 in the back, so...
What's not to like?
Yeah.
Rhino!
I heard somebody, I think, yell, bueno.
Uh-oh.
$850,000.
Bueno, so close.
Just bought the 74 Dino. Now the 2017 Ferrari F12 TDF.
Oh, serious performance here. 769 horsepower V12, 6.3 liters.
Looking at that airbrushed Italian flag stripe on the front of the car, that was a special wish of the Bachmanns also, and the factory was happy to comply.
Yeah, Stephen, you're always preaching the importance of lighter weight. This is a lighter version of the F12 Berlinetta. They really took a lot of the extra weight out of this car to make it an even more spectacular performer.
Yes, they really have. I was just highlighting to you there, guys, the cutouts or the louvers or the vents on the rear flanks of the car, which is a throwback to the original Tour de France.
TDF, yes.
So when they produced this car, and that's another thing Ferrari are so good at, we've said it time and time again over this auction, the length of this auction, that Ferrari are so good at looking back into their history and always making a nod to what went before. And that Tour de France car from the 56 is very successful 250 series of cars. And when Ferrari wanted to produce this car, just that little touch on the back, it's terrific, isn't it? I love all of that stuff.
Tour de France was an open road race for years, a real man killer too. They literally had to stop racing on the streets because it was so risky, but that's what the TDF stands for. By the way, 68 miles on the odometer. That's it.
When you take a look inside there at that interior, guys, I have to believe that the people at Ferrari that were making these cars had to have put a big smile on their face when they would see Phil Bachmann's order come through and say, we're going to do something totally different for the interior. You see the red and the yellow together. I mean, that's what's making these cars so special and unique to the collectors. It's all of those personal touches.
799 of these were produced. That's it. We talked about autographed engine bays. The assembly line staff autographed the engine bay of this Ferrari.
That's pretty cool.
Everybody wanted in.
Sold $2,900,000. Sold $2,900,000.
Okay, $2.9 million for the F12 TDF. 19 cars remaining in the Phil and Martha Bachmann collection, and we'll continue with it in a moment. A realm that very few have achieved. 0 to 12 million in about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Get $14 million bid. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. So
you have just witnessed world record bidding in a hammer price of $16.25 million. Well, that was a little while ago. History made here at Mecum Kissimmee, and we have been drinking this entire Phil and Martha Bachmann collection in, and there's big money on the block again, Bill. $1.6 million for this 360 Challenge Stradale.
Yeah, rightly so. 1999, that was the final year of the 355 series, and the most powerful, that 3.5 liter, 5 valves per cylinder, V8, 375 horsepower, the optional F1 6-speed automatic transmission, which, by the way, that was an electro-hydraulic gearbox, pretty revolutionary at the time. This is the last example produced, and the first Ferrari the Bachmanns teamed up with Ferrari to personalize. And boy, they did a lot of that. This is the only F355 with this color scheme.
This would be their pilot test car, the Bachmann's pilot test car.
You could say that.
To say, hey, here's what we can do, and let's do more of it.
Yep. They probably learned the procedure. Carrozzeria Scaglietti is a department over at Ferrari that worked with the Bachmanns to help them customize the new Ferraris they purchased.
How you doing? 1,800,000. I appreciate you. 1,700,000 to bid. 1,800,000. Last call for you as well. 1,700,000. 1,800,000.
816 miles on the odometer.
I'm on. 1.8. Right here. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
I love that British Racing Green. 1.7 is the hammer price. 2005 Ferrari 575M Super America. That's the next one in the lineup for us.
Yeah, we've had a Super America previously. And this one with a 540 horse, 5.7 liter V12. Odometer reads 1,759 miles, one of 559 that were built, with a 6-speed Formula One automatic transmission. And the Bachmanns were the second owner of this Ferrari. That's that electrochromic glass roof that actually changes its transparency. Can be totally clear to a very dark tint. dial in whatever you want.
450,000.
Good, I got it on the left side. 475. 500.
Wild to think that even a car that they would have bought from someone else, they still didn't drive. Just the collection was so amazing in that regard.
Yeah, basically they're saying, you know what, 575M Super America, you've had your fun. Now you're going to go park for a little while.
That's right. You're with us now.
I enjoy the styling of this car, guys. It's not overstated. It's very simplistic and clean, and clean lines across the car.
On the website, it really is. It was kind of, sort of in their time where they were jumping to a more kind of extreme style that we see them be now. It was kind of that mix of old and new. Asking 525.
Yeah, this was the generation of the Maranello that returned them to the front engine V12 Grand Touring car.
500,000 for this 575M. On our block next, as we continue, a 1973 Dino 246 GTS. Steve Massett, I'll throw it to you. We've talked about this before. As the previous car moves out, no Ferrari badging visible on the Dino. So for the purists, is it okay to call it a Ferrari, or do you stick with it's a Dino?
I would always call it a Ferrari. It's made at the factory.
Yes.
Everything about it's got Ferrari DNA all over it. Beautiful. Let's have a look around. I'll have a look at the badging on the car. Typically, the only badging you will see on an original 246 Dino with a Ferrari logo on will be inside the door jamb on the plate. Let's have a look, see if we can see it down in here. Yeah, not there. So it would be, there's a little plaque there that would have had the Ferrari logo on, but it's not there. Even on the steering wheel, look, it's Dino on the steering wheel. It's Dino on the center of the hubcaps. It's Dino on the front. No Ferrari badging on it. And Dino on the back, Dino GT.
Yeah. I wonder if the people at Ferrari saw that the Nash Metropolitan did not say Nash anywhere on the outside. They said,
that was their inspiration.
We like that idea.
Perhaps.
You don't see this color very often on a Dino.
No.
Right?
In fact, I'll give you a number on that. There were only, stand by, 63.
Yeah. Is it Marron Metallic? I wish I could give the Italian pronunciation.
Marrone Metallizzato.
I'm pretty close.
Well,
for an Englishman, I'm pretty close.
Yes.
We'll give you a free pass.
Steve, it is possible that the data plate that you were looking for on the door jamb could be somewhere in the engine bay, but that is the only place on a Dino where it would say Ferrari.
Yeah. It was certainly a bold move by the factory saying no Ferrari badging on the car.
Right.
Not going to do it. Of course, many cars were fitted with those prancing horse emblems later on.
Congratulations.
Bad move in terms of originality. You got to put it back.
I agree. 700,000 for the Dino 246. Silver Spurs Arena, our home with you today on this incredible Saturday. Just about 3 o'clock here in the Kissimmee, Florida area. Central Florida, packed house here as we roll on with our live coverage here until 7 p.m. with you tonight. And the Phil and Martha Bachmann collection continues with another in the 308 series here, one of the 308 GTBs from 1976.
Well, we're talking about multi-million-dollar Ferraris. This might be the most affordable Ferrari that we'll see. This is just your standard 308 GTB from 1976, the 2.9-liter V8 with about 240 horsepower with the gated five-speed shifter, Weber carburetors. And as we learned from Marco, yes, this was a mass-produced Ferrari. They built a lot of them during the 308 series. They had the GTB, this one, the fixed roof, the GTS, which was the removable Targa roof. A couple of different flavors there. They were produced between 1976, which this one is, to 1979.
200,000. Chris Elliott.
$200,000, Scott.
Even up, right on. Well, as we promised you, not one, but two Ferrari La Ferraris. This one from 2017, the La Ferrari Aperta.
This is a supercar by any yardstick you want to measure. Combining that internal combustion V12 with that 21st century electric hybrid assist, almost 1,000 horsepower, 0 to 60 times under 3 seconds. This car debuted in 2013, and it was a bombshell. It rocked the world.
And if memory serves, guys, no Pininfarina badging on this car. This car was made in-house.
Yes.
And in case you're wondering, the name sounds redundant, but essentially La Ferrari means the ultimate Ferrari, the Ferrari. And we're already at $8 million.
And the MSRP, 2017, $2 million. Carbon fiber lightweight pieces throughout this automobile. This was displayed at the 2018 Celebration Exotic Car Festival. The Bachmanns were invited to so many events to display this car, and why not?
On my last visit to Maranello, I bumped into my old Benetton colleague, Rory Byrne, who then was an aerodynamicist working with Ferrari. Had dinner with him, and I asked him if he was working on any other projects. He said, "Oh, I'm working on a little road car project for them." This one right here.
Yes. That's a great story. Just a little road car.
A little road car project, he said.
You know.
Yeah.
96 miles on the odometer, if you're wondering.
9 million on the bidder board.
You know that removable top, $71,000 option.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way Ferrari did business.
I think we talked about this the other day, Rutledge, a number of years ago. The first time we had a LaFerrari on our television program, I was fortunate enough to drive one about maybe 150 yards at about 5 miles an hour. It was just moving it from point A to point B at our Monterey event. But still, the sensation when you get behind the wheel of the LaFerrari is unlike anything else. You just feel like you're moving fast even though you're standing still.
Yep.
$9.5 million.
I understand you're pretty overwhelmed by that. They had to dry clean the driver's seat after you got out of that.
That is not true.
This is definitely one of those offerings from Ferrari where you had to be a loyal customer to be on the waiting list, to be allowed to buy the car, and then not be allowed to sell it for a period after that, right?
Yeah, is it true that you would have had to have owned the F40, the F50, and the Enzo in order to be considered to purchase a LaFerrari?
That sounds right. And I think what Ferrari are concerned about is we don't just want our customers buying the car, selling them, making a profit. That's not what we're about.
No, the speculators were
we don't
ruled
want
out.
that. We don't want that to happen.
Again, so crazy to think with all of those things, there was one person that they allowed to make changes and customize. It was a guy from Tennessee who sold cars. It just blows my mind to think about that impact.
You know, the idea, I think, Steve, with what Ferrari was doing was let's keep these cars in the family. That's exactly what has happened.
And I'm sure Ferrari are very upfront with their customer base, saying, "Hey, in 3 years' time, believe me, you'll do just fine. Just hang on to them, you'll do just fine."
score.
Give 8.
$10 million bid. I'd really like to see you on it, sir. We got 9, 7, 10. I heard everything at 9, 7, 10 million. 9, 7 is bid. $10 million. Anybody else? Going once.
9, 9.
Oh, we've got 9.9 million.
10 million, Paul. $10 million on bid.
3 individuals involved
That might
here.
knock him out. He may not come back. He may not come back if you go 10.
It seems but a brief while ago these cars were 3 million.
Right.
Yeah, the MSRP was around 2 million.
Yeah.
And some of them may still be. We can't forget that part of what makes these have the insane value that they do is that because it's that one-of-one customized by Phil and Martha Bachmann, that's really to a collector what's putting these on a different level.
Yeah, less than 100 miles, too.
Hey, I got $10 million back.
Oh, wow. My goodness, even Paul Guck over there is amazed. Everybody's smiling at this.
$10 million bid. $10 million, 250. I get $10 million. See all that, Paul? I've got $10 million bid. $10 million, 250.
Just fabulous, isn't it? It's just fabulous.
It's incredible because so many of these cars, people would be lucky to see one of them in their lives.
Yeah.
But to see all of these here for almost 2 weeks for our Super Bowl of car auctions here at Mecum and Kissimmee, it's just unbelievable and breathtaking to watch these auctions happen.
It's worth noting as well that those changes you were talking about that the Bachmanns introduced onto the car.
So $10 million, Ryan Brewer.
Wow.
Now bring up
They are part of the Red Book certification on that car now. They left the factory like that. It must remain like that.
Our second 8-figure hammer price in this Bachmann collection. $10 million.
Wow.
For the first of 2 LaFerraris. And here is the next LaFerrari from 2015.
Okay, keep your eye on the bidder board for this automobile. This is the last U.S. spec LaFerrari that was built. All that horsepower we talked about approaching 1,000. All the carbon fiber add-ons totaling $21,000 plus in options.
And just in case you were wondering if it was the last produced, there is a special plaque at the bottom of the steering wheel that proclaims exactly that, last produced.
This car scored the fastest lap ever set at the Fiorano test track for a road-going Ferrari. 499 were built, completely sold out before production was completed.
When you see the car in this configuration, guys, and you see the doors are open, you can look inside the cockpit, you can see it is pure racing technology, how they've produced that carbon fiber monocoque.
Steve, when you started in F1, did you ever imagine some of that technology we would see in that sport would come over into a street car and you'd be standing in front of this work of art?
To this degree, no. But the rate of progress in composites works over the last 10, 15 years has been truly remarkable to see. You know, you take an F40 in isolation, perhaps, and you think, well, the carbon work, you know, it looks a little basic, but it's still cool because of all of that. But when you compare the technology of the F40 production to the LaFerrari production, they are universes away from each other.
I mean, it's the basis of the difference between analog and digital, right? And they're both unbelievable representations of those eras.
Well, of course, now the designers have got that ability to be able to say to the computer design system, we need to put this, and this here. Show me the best design you can come up with to make that work.
Thank you. Yep.
157 miles. Carefully driven miles. It's LaFerrari.
And they can also do all of their aerodynamic testing digitally as well.
Yeah.
11 cars left in this collection. We still have a little ways to go, and who knows how far we have to go on this LaFerrari at $6.1 million.
To your point, just the different shapes and flow formats around the doors alone, when you see them open, it's remarkable. There's not a straight line on it.
Yeah, well, they had the Enzo displayed with everything open yesterday in the Bachmann area, and it was so cool to see it like that.
Yes.
Really appreciate all of the body lines.
$6.1 million buys the second of the two LaFerraris. And rolling into position as it leaves the block is a 1973 365 GTB4 Daytona.
Yep, second one we've had. Got that 352 horsepower V12. And I don't know if you remember, but the very first Cannonball run from New York, California was won by Dan Gurney, my old friend Brock Yates, the great automotive writer. They won the first Cannonball. They went from New York City to Redondo Beach in California in one of these cars. And this car will do 175 miles an hour. And there were times during that run when they had the pedal to the metal. What a lot of fun that must have been. Of course, they toned down that event since the Cannonball run. It became the One Lap of America, sponsored by Car and Driver magazine. But Road and Track named this the best sports car in the world when it debuted in 1968.
$350,000. That's Rosso exterior, Nero passenger door.
And guys, if you're wondering, we are looking at a project car. That's another part of Phil Bachmann's collection that made it so unique. He also liked to work on these things. So if you're wondering why it looks so different to the Daytona we saw roll through before, believe it or not, it's still a project that somebody could work on and still have that legacy of being part of this collection.
For folks that don't know, Dan Gurney is often regarded as the best road course racer in all
American history.
Yes. So this car, a very important part of that illustrious history.
Indeed.
It's also really cool to see it getting pushed around on essentially like a set of shop wheels that still have more style than almost any other wheel.
Five-spoke Campagnolo mag wheel, shop wheels.
Right. Like, that's just, it's unbelievable. Ferrari was so thoughtful in the stuff that they were doing.
You know, this kind of reminds me of a number of years ago. Bill, I know you'll remember this. Steve as well. In Monterey, we had those 3 LaFerrari development cars that were brought to the auction, and they were just basically the predecessors and the sneak peek at what was going to come.
Yeah, they were roughed out. There was one looked like it was covered with tar paper.
Yes, very true. It looks like it's got donuts on the rear. Maybe all the way around, yeah.
Oh, you mean the wheels? Yeah, we just mentioned that.
Yeah, I think that might have been so that whoever was working on this car, rebuilding this car, could have those dimensions of an actual wheel in there while they're working on it with those shop rollers on it.
$420,000.
Yep. And this is a do-it-yourself project. Once you buy it, you got to finish it.
A lot of us are used to chasing projects on Facebook Marketplace, but nice to see that projects can still be found. We also have an amazing collection of the Bachmann art. There's wheels. There's all sorts of things that are going through tomorrow as well. Just going to be another incredible collection.
Should even get Rick Schmidt to do a catalog for these.
That's a great idea.
Actually, there'd be a demand for that.
There would. Rick Schmidt, the COO, I should say, of National Parts Depot, our frequent guest when we're here in Kissimmee. $430,000 was the hammer price on essentially that project Ferrari 365 GTB4. Here's a 2009 430 Scuderia Spider 16M.
Yep, 141 miles of use on this Ferrari. 503 horsepower, 4.3-liter V8 with a 6-speed Formula One paddle-shifted automatic transmission. Best of Show award winner, several big concours. And this was ordered by the Bachmanns with his brother, the 430 Scuderia, at the same time in a matching color scheme.
And that will be the next car.
Yes, sir.
And again, look at that unique interior. Those colors, so different from almost anything we were seeing Ferrari put out at the time. Again, what makes this collection so special, so unique.
Guys, if we have a look at the badging on the back here, we can see where that 16M gets its name on. Ferrari have won the Constructors' World Championship 16 times, and the last time they did that, I think, was in 2008. Remember right, Hamilton won the Drivers' World Championship that year. It's one of those odd years where the championships were split between the team and the driver. But Ferrari stand leagues ahead of every other constructor in the Formula One Championship for winning Constructors' Championships with 16. This is in honor of that.
And you know, that Constructors' Championship, Stephen, is more important to the manufacturers than the Drivers' Championship. That Constructors' Championship leads to the sponsorships and all of the other benefits that come from that.
Yeah, you tell me about it, Bill. I spent 20 years preaching the significance of the Constructors' Championship. I hope it got there eventually, yes, but the Formula One teams get paid not 1 cent on the position of the drivers in the championship, only where the team finish.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
$1.8 million. Hey, just give $2 million and shut the damn door on him. $1.9 million.
As a footnote to that, Bill, I will say that.
Here we go again. We're going to lose this thing by just that much.
Just the one.
The late
Just the one in
Benetton.
1995, but we have our name on the trophy.
Yeah, Benetton.
That's pretty cool.
An oldie but goodie.
Hey, you know what?
Appreciate you. $1,800,000, $1,900,000.
We, on our TV crew, we are among Formula One royalty with Mr. Magic.
Oh, I make that point clear all the time, man.
Absolutely.
You're too sweet.
$1.8 million for the first of 2 Ferrari 430s, the Scuderia Spider, and as Bill, you mentioned, that car ordered at the same time that its brother, the next car, the closed-top car, was ordered, and it's coming to the block now.
Same powertrain, same styling, a little different mileage on this one, 125 miles. And this one, again, has been shown at several different events by the Bachmanns during their ownership.
Jimmy Landis at the auctioneer's microphone here.
$500,000 bid. 6, 7, 8, $800,000. You're going to get $900,000 here. You're going to give 8, 9. And $1 million here. $1 million here. $1 million. At $1 million. At $1 million here. You give $1 million. At $1 million bid. You give $1 million.
Yeah, we got luggage with this one, Scott. We got the Scudoni luggage with this. The assembly line staff also signed this car underside of the deck lid.
Interesting to wonder whether the person that got that last car will also try to get this one, kind of keep it as a matching set. You'd have to believe that's a smart investment.
Just like the luggage, have the whole set.
Steve, obvious difference here between the Spider version and the Scuderia version. But the 16M designation on the previous car, not on this car. How much of a difference does that make?
Well, when I saw the 16M, it made me think it was a celebration of the 16 World Championships. I'm not entirely 100% clear on that, but that's what made me make the trip to the back of the car to see if the badge was on the back. So I would think that's what that one is, a special edition for the celebration of the 16 championships. And just as a footnote, I think McLaren and Williams are equal second with 9 championships. So it just shows you how successful Ferrari were, particularly in the 2000s with Michael Schumacher driving for them, where championships just seemed to rain from the sky for them. I think 6 in a row, if I remember right. 6 consecutive Constructors' Championships made all the difference when Schumacher was driving.
It was their salad days.
They sure were, yeah.
Boy, it looks like Bachmann add on those maroon stripes. Over the top stripes on this.
He's got 175.
200,000. Anybody else?
I don't mind that. Nope. I think that looks pretty sharp.
Yeah.
1.2 million is bid.
1,250,000.
This ain't good.
1,250,000. 1,250,000. 1,220,000.
Yeah, it certainly speaks with the interior color.
1,250,000.
You're in at $1,225,000. Now you got to be $1,300,000. Got to be $1,300,000 now.
$1,300,000. $1,250,000 bid. $1,300,000.
Hold on. Okay.
Where are we at?
$1,250,000.
$1,300,000. $1,275,000 is bid. $1,300,000. $1,300,000. $1,300,000. $1,300,000. You want to get $1,300,000. $1,300,000. $1,300,000.
Well, give 1.5.
$1,400,000. Roll away. $1,400,000. $1,300,000. $1,325,000. $1,350,000. $1,350,000.
Ryan, got to be $350,000.
$1,350,000.
$1,375,000.
There's PB shaking hands with a
Hey, you want to just give $1,500,000 and
with the bidder there.
$1,400,000. $1,425,000. $1,425,000.
$1,425,000.
$1,425,000. $1,425,000. Once. $1,425,000. $1,425,000. $1,450,000. $1,450,000. $450,000 or $1,500,000. Get $1,500,000.
Lest you've forgotten the previous car gavelled for $1.8 million.
Get $1,500,000. $1,500,000.
$450,000.
$1,450,000. $1,500,000. $1,500,000. $1,500,000. You want to get $1,500,000. $1,500,000.
Seems like an odd place to stop, Jimmy, doesn't it? I mean,
back at
$1,500,000 just seems a lot. You remember that a lot better.
$1,500,000.
$1,500,000.
$1,500,000. $1,500,000. $1,500,000. $1,475,000.
Yep.
Thanks a lot, Bob. $1,475,000. $1,500,000. $1,500,000. You want to get $1,500,000. $1,475,000 bid. You want to get $1,500,000. At $1,475,000 bid. You want to get $1,500,000. $1,500,000.
$5.
$1,475,000. $1,500,000.
This unit was ordered new by Bachmann with its sister, the 432 to Rio Spider 16M. At the same time, in a matching color scheme, got the Ferrari vehicle identification, passport, Giallo Trasetto exterior.
They're asking $1.5 million. And a lot of discussion about it.
$1,475,000 is bid. $1,500,000. $1,500,000. $1,550,000. Anybody else? Bobby, you were right. That's a perfect place. $1,550,000.
I think that might be it.
So, $1,500,000 right.
There it is.
Now I'll bring S160.
$1.5 million.
It was something about that 1.5 number. They wanted to get there, and they did it.
Yep, manufacturer suggested retail price back in 2009, $260,000.
My goodness.
No reserve. And somebody get $800,000.
My goodness. The next car from the Phil and Martha Bachmann collection, a 1978 512 BB.
Oh, a real factory hot rod from Maranello. Phil Bachmann wanted this car so that he could complete his Berlinetta Boxer lineup. He had the 365 GT4 BB, and this 512 BB, and the 512 BBI completed his Boxer lineup. So this is why he was so intent on owning this car. Yeah, these cars were, they were a handful. 12-cylinder, 4.9 liter, Weber carburetors, 5-speed manual, 340 horsepower, and they could rip. Odometer, 1,437 miles.
Anybody get $450,000?
7 more cars to go.
Anybody get $425,000?
Still an F40 to come right after this car.
Anybody else?
And an F50 will be the next to last car in the
I put you in
lineup.
at 400,000, 450. 400, baby, when you get 50, baby, when you get 420.
Yeah, and this car's given credit for leading the way for the Testarossa that came in right after the box.
400's big. $425,000 last.
Started out with carburetors, went to fuel injection.
So,
and that was the 512 BBI.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
161, 1992 Ferrari.
400,000 for that Ferrari.
One of 60 produced for the U.S.
On the block now, another Ferrari F40, 1992, as the crowd continues in amazement to watch the proceedings here from the Bachmann collection.
Oh, my favorite Ferrari, the F40, street legal exotic, 471 horsepower, twin turbo, 2.9 liter V8. And not a lot of creature comforts or comfort and convenience items in these cars. Originally designed to compete in the Group B championship, the World Championship, and before the Ferrari could get in there and mix it up with all of the other entries, they discontinued that class. Those cars, by the way, were called Killer Bees, that Group B Road Rally Championship. Steve, I'm sure you remember it. Those cars were lethal, and they pretty much had to bring the curtain down on the Group B category.
Yeah, I think ultimately that's exactly what happened, right? They said, okay, that's enough of that. We can't keep doing this. Yeah.
Yeah, direct competition with the Porsche 959 in the Group B.
Yeah.
And also the Jaguar, the 220.
Yeah, so I think that's what happened with the 288 GTO program, that a lot of those components were still hanging around and ended up over here on the F40.
Just for perspective, earlier in the collection, the other F40 sold for $6 million.
And the story went that the Bachmanns had placed their order for one of these, but saw another one come up for sale locally with hardly any miles, and they thought, well, I mean, we should just get that one too. So hence why there were two in the collection.
Yeah, what actually happened was they ordered one from the factory, and they were informed that they might miss out on it. So they went to their local dealership and said, we want to get one through theirs, through your dealership as well. The factory came back and said, you know what, we are going to allocate one to you. So then two were available to Phil and Martha, and they said, you know what, we'll take both of them.
Love it.
Steve, you and I were previewing this car the other day and looking at the bare bones basics of the interior, and you don't often look inside a Ferrari, and it looks like it does, but it was intentional.
It was intentional, and it's also a terrific piece of marketing, I have to say, from Maranello, to be able to get your customers to pay a premium because we've taken everything out of the car. It's like radio delete on steroids.
Very true.
Get me right. I got you. 504. 5,000,005. Oh, three.
Yes.
3, 4. You want to get 5,000,004? Should have claimed it for 5,000,004.
You know, you may have heard us talk about Wayne Carini and his shop out in Connecticut, F40 Motorsports, F40. This is his favorite car as well.
Yeah, no doubt.
It sells for $5.3 million. And we will continue with the last few from the Bachmann collection after a quick timeout. We're back live at Silver Spurs Arena, Kissimmee, Florida, as the Phil and Martha Bachmann collection continues. And that 328 GTS just sold for $450,000, Bill.
Yep.
Low mileage and the very last one built for this market here in the U.S.
Yeah, I'm going to just say a couple of things here. 329 miles on the odometer, one of about 2,000 that were built in this country. This is the last one, and this was just an extension of the 308.
So we'll move to this 2015 458 Speciale A.
Yeah, 597 horsepower being toted around by this Ferrari, the Speciale A. One of 499 that were produced, and hold on to your chapeau, 58 miles on the odometer. Yeah, this is another one of those Bachmann cars that was signed by the assembly line staff in Maranello. Customized touches, yep, all through this Ferrari, through their personalization department.
We saw one other car go through earlier that was still that giallo yellow that had a blue pretty close to this. I don't know if it's the exact same blue, but really is interesting that a lot of these color combos you wouldn't have necessarily thought, oh, this will go great together, but the way that the Bachmanns laid it out and they all came together, they ended up being a really unique look and really what sets these cars apart from so many others.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that people are really gravitating toward here, bidding all the money they can to own one of these cars.
Steve Matchett, $2.5 million for the Speciale A. Does the A indicate aperta without actually spelling it out here?
Right.
Because it obviously is.
Yes, is the answer, yeah, the aperta.
Yeah, this was considered the last and greatest naturally aspirated mid-engine V8 Ferrari. Ferrari was moving away from the naturally aspirated V8s in 2015 and getting into the hybrids and all of that other hypercar territory.
I think that's one of the aspects, Bill, that's giving us these wonderful valuations on the cars is, yeah, it's part of the Bachmann collection, so it's going to be treated very specially, low mileage and all of that, because all of those little custom details that they put onto the car are carried out at Maranello. It becomes part of the production order, so these cars are recognized by Ferrari for what they are, and it's basically a one of one.
Yes.
Hammer's high.
2,000,008.
2,000,009.
I will take 2,900,000.
You got 2,000,008.
2,900,000.
You want to let it go?
$2,900,000 once. 2,900,000 twice. Last and final call. 2,000,009. So $2,800,000.
$2.8 million.
89 Ferrari 328.
Well, speaking of one, here's another one. 1989 328 GTB.
Yes, sir, the only 328 GTB built for the U.S. in giallo with a Nero interior. That's the yellow, the black interior. 260 horsepower, 3.2 liter V8. 561 miles on the clock. This has the luggage, and this has a bunch of trophies too for all of the shows where this has been awarded special recognition. Yeah, the 328 came on the heels of the 308. You can see the styling, very similar. They share a lot of the exterior profiles. And this one here, an absolutely spectacular presentation.
Spectacular presentation, Bill, right? I mean, it's absolutely mint. It's perfect.
Yeah.
It could have just rolled out of the factory yesterday.
And Bill speaks of giallo, yellow in Italian, but not all yellows created equal, are they? Looking at them across the block, some are more of a pure or brighter, some have more of a gold hue to them.
Yes, I think within Ferrari's Pantone of colors, they will have a range of yellows and a range of... See, not all the... When you even see a red Ferrari, there are a range of reds that have been used over the years. Even on the Formula One cars as well, you know, they change slightly. Perhaps the sacrosanct color is the Rosso Corsa, which is never going to change, but yeah. But you're right though. You can see the different depth of the colors.
Yeah,
right?
just subtleties.
Yeah.
I think our cameras are doing a great job picking them up under these lights too. But there certainly is a range. It's not just one Ferrari yellow.
Said no. So $525,000.
$525 buys that 328 GTB.
Talking about the valuation of the 328s increasing over the years in comparison to the 308s, right?
Next on the block, 1995 Ferrari F50, the next to last car that we will see in this collection of 46.
Steve, the F40 kind of introduced the race car for the street concept in that generation. But this, I want to hear you talk about how much of that F1 technology trickled down into this F50.
Well, again, this is another example of You don't think we could do anything better than we've done before? We did the F40, we the factory I'm talking for now, and then the marketing department get together and the engineers get together. What can we do to celebrate 50 years? Well, basically what this car is an F40 with upgraded aerodynamics, and we take a Formula One engine and drop it inside the engine bay.
Yes. Here's a little bit more to this story. They couldn't get an F50 originally, so they had to go in search of one. As you see the bidding at $9 million. Where did they find an F50? Well, in the collection of professional golfer Ian Poulter from the UK. And that's Poulter right there with the gray hoodie with PB Bachmann. And Poulter sold Phil Bachmann his F50 because, for a number of reasons, but first and foremost because it met their standards.
And Ian Poulter, a well-established Ferrari collector in his own right.
Yes,
he's got an incredible collection.
But you're absolutely right. In terms of the rarity, we see F40s. They're rare, but you see them. You very rarely see an F50 come across the line.
Yeah, well, a lot more rare is the F50 than the F40. About a third of the production numbers of the F40 were produced for the F50. I think only around 300 were produced.
349 between 95 and 97. This is number 28 of the 56 that were built for this country.
We are at $10.4 million, ladies and gentlemen. This is the third member of this group at 8 figures today.
V12, 5.7 liter, 513 horsepower.
$11 million.
$250,000 driving away. $11,250,000. $11,250,000. I have $11,000.
This is just incredible.
No, they got $11,250,000.
$11,250,000. I have $11 million bid. $11,250,000. I will.
Well, the interior on that looks lavish compared to the F40.
Yeah.
Right? The F40 just looked like it had basic solid red seat covers. This one you had a little more luxury, but it is all race car on the street.
And take a look right there, that gated 6-speed manual. This is the last Ferrari supercar with that gated 6-speed manual transmission.
Once, twice, last call. $11,200,000.
Jimmy Landis says last call.
Sold.
And there it is.
Stunning. Just
incredible. $11.1 million for that F50. And now to the final car of this collection, which is ironic because it's the first Ferrari that the Bachmanns built. Not, I should say, not built, but ordered by the Bachmanns back in 1984.
Yeah, and it's the very first Ferrari that their son ever rode in. In fact, he was still in utero. They went to the hospital to give birth to that gentleman right there. So this is the first car he ever had a ride in, and so very emotional and special for PB.
Yeah, exclusivity for sure on this car. It's the second built of the 5 that were produced in this color combination. Running gear, pretty familiar, 2.9 liter, 230 horse V8, mid-mounted, and a 5-speed manual.
Guys, you have to give a little nod and some love to the Bachmann family. What this whole exercise must have been like, I'm sure remembering the late great Phil, just what an incredible celebration of a passion, of a lifetime, to see the car that he was in utero on the way to the hospital. Just amazing to see start to finish. What an incredible collection.
And this is the car that actually began the relationship the Bachmanns had with Ferrari when he ordered it. He tried to get as many factory options as he could at the time.
And they were like, whoa, wait a minute, big fella. We don't know you that well yet. Oh, that is such a moment right there. As the Bachmann collection comes to a close, $275,000 for the final car, the last of the 46. And we are told that in total, the collection, the 46 Ferraris and the 2 Alfa Romeos, approximately $114 million. What a day it has been. That we can be sure. And a wonderful greeting there between P.B. Bachmann and Dana Mecum. Quite simply one of the finest private collections in the world. 46 consecutive Ferraris.
Just the most exquisite bodywork.
Just sold for $7.75 million. How about that?
Oh!
Sold $10 million.
World record bidding, hammer price of $16.25 million.
It's staggering.
An historic day at Mecum Kissimmee. The money flying around this room, as stunning as the cars themselves. We just wrapped the Bachmann collection, an incredible lot of Ferraris, but we are far from done. Now just 50 lots away until we see the Bianco Speciale 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO right there in our 303 staging lanes. Just 50 lots away, Scott Hoke, and we may see history made again.
Lightning can strike twice in the same place, and we fully anticipate that. The reserve is off on this 1953 Bentley, Bill Stevens. That doesn't want to be left out. $810,000 for this car.
My, a lot to love about this car. One of 43 left-hand drive Contis with a manual transmission. It's got that inline 6-cylinder engine and a 4-speed manual, and, well, the color, the presentation, the detailing, 100% all the way.
All right, next up, it's another Ferrari, but not part of the Bachmann collection. This is from the Apex collection. It's a 2019 Ferrari 488 Pista.
Twin turbo 3.9 liter V8, 710 horsepower, only 4,000 miles from new. Carbon fiber everywhere. Of course, the Scuderia shields. Got the forged dark painted wheels. You see the interior, the Alcantara and carbon fiber. Daytona racing seats. Titanium exhaust, and this is that's a 5-tool player. Acceleration, top speed, handling, braking, and styling, all in one package.
Yeah, this was the follow-up from the 458
yes
line. And anybody who knows anything about Ferraris will tell you that this is an absolutely astonishing car on the road.
Well, you were all over the 458, and then the 488 came out.
I know, exactly. What do you do?
Yeah.
Listen, yeah, sir.
Well,
reserve is off if that makes a difference.
I think so, but
reserve
there's
is
not
off
enough
if
money
it makes
in
a
my
difference.
wallet.
That's the problem.
Not a good time to say no. Just saying.
$650,000.
And sold.
Sold it up there in the grandstands. So we are not done with Ferraris. No, sir. I told you earlier in the day, 78 of them in total today. We'll be back to continue in just a moment. Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee here on ESPN Plus. We're at Osceola Heritage Park, and we are thankful you're with us. It is time for our National Parts Depot NPD preview. And for that, we go back a little bit earlier. Bill Stevens had a chance to catch up with Rick Schmidt of NPD.
Okay, I'm with one of our esteemed sponsors here at Mecum Auctions. This is Rick Schmidt. He's the Chief Operating Officer of National Parts Depot. And it's a pretty big year for you folks at NPD, isn't it?
Enormous year for us. It's our 50th anniversary this year. NPD
began. It was founded by my father in the basement of my childhood home in Gainesville, Florida. We had a full basement. We lived on a hill, and Dad hand-built 3 rows of wooden shelving, stocked it with T-Bird parts, and we're surrounded by classic T-Birds right here. He began NPD selling 55 to 57 T-Bird parts. He knew the cars very well because that's what he drove in high school. When he was in high school, when he turned 16, he bought for himself a barely used 1957 dual quad E-code 3-speed overdrive Thunderbird. He had to happen to have the cash back then because he had put himself into his own business. He sold fasteners for Model A restoration, Ford Model A restoration. So that allowed him to afford a T-Bird that he drove to high school. He had taken that car apart and put it back together a million times over his lifetime. So in 1976, he really knew the T-Birds, and that's how NPD started. From the basement to where we are today, being one of the sponsors of Mecum Auctions and having 12 different catalogs of restoration parts.
Well, congratulations on the anniversary. And is this fellow a car guy? Well, he just told me he just bought a 72 Z28, and he is all wound up about that. So there you go.
I'm very wound up about that, yes.
Hey, get that NPD catalog for your project and go to the website as well. And Rick, always great to see you.
Great to see you, too. And the website is, in fact, nationalpartsdepot.com. They are celebrating 50 years of passion, quality, and service. Working on a 1958 300 SL Roadster, and just like that, the reserve comes off. Add another one to the $1 Million Club, Bill Stevens.
Homina, homina, homina. Oh, boy. One of only 324 of these Roadsters built. This is the twin to the Gull Wing Coupe, except they ain't got no gull wings. This was built in 1958. The Gull Wing went out of production in 57, and then the Roadster kind of overlapped. They did them both for a while, and now we're in 1958. And these are now trading not as much as a Gull Wing in comparable condition, but you know what? They're a lot closer than they used to be.
1.4 million. Very interesting car here, Bill, and I would love to get your take on this. 1969 Mark III Ford GT40.
Well, here's how I feel about this. You really have to stick your nose into the history of this car to understand what you're looking at. According to what we're told, it's the last unfinished GT40 chassis to be finished at a later date. It was sold new as a rolling chassis, remained in storage until the late 2000s, and then it was built to its original specs for use in historic racing events. So if this is an accepted car with the vintage racing organizations, then, you know, there's really not a whole lot of hanky-panky here. It's got a 479 horsepower 5-liter V8 in it, and it's been documented by Ronnie Spain, so if he likes what he sees, the rest of us should too. Mark III. That was the third of the 3 marks that started the production of these cars. The small block cars, the Mark 1s, they went to the 427s, the Mark 2s. This one now back to a small block. We see Mark 3s that were street cars, but this one is done out in a racing livery. It's run on the track. Back in 2009, April, ran at Donington Park with Jonathan Turner behind the wheel.
And it's number P1085, an actual production sequence given to it originally by Ford Advanced Vehicles.
Yeah, once again, another indication that this isn't somebody's home-built kit car or whatever. This is a real GT40.
The high bid on it at $2.2 million. Okay, and so that GT40 still for sale. And another Ferrari will roll into place. It is an absolutely stunning 2020 488 Pista Spider.
Another 488 with that 710 horsepower, 3.9-liter V8 with a 7-speed dual clutch transmission, paddle shifted. That color is blue Tour de France.
Oh, is it ever?
Is it ever, huh? Aluminum body, chassis, lightweight car, carbon ceramic brakes, carbon fiber front flaps, carbon fiber air splitters as well. And $1 million Ferrari.
Nero and blue interior.
I got 1 million ahead of you.
$1 million bucks.
Boy, that's factory paint. That is just as much luster as some of the aftermarket paint jobs we see.
1,100,000. 1,100,000. Hey, tell you what, take $1,050,000. 1,050,000.
Carbon fiber flaps up front.
1,050,000. $1 million hit.
Other carbon body work.
$1,050,000. $1 million hit. $1,050,000. 1,050,000 out of it.
You basically come to expect some carbon somewhere on these modern supercars, don't you?
It is such a delicious addition to any supercar or hypercar, both in the functionality and the appearance. So light, so strong, stronger than steel, that it's lighter, and I love a raw, unfinished piece of carbon fiber.
You were talking about that earlier in the day today. Don't paint over that carbon fiber.
You want to see it.
1,050,000.
I have some. I actually have carbon fiber pieces on the outside of my Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Oh, do you really?
They were there when I bought it. I mean, I left them. I wanted them on there. I didn't take them off at all. They look really great on the front.
Aftermarket?
The fascia. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say I don't recall those being standard
Jeep
issue.
wasn't doing that. No.
1.1 million now is the bid.
0 to 60, 3 seconds. Top speed, 190. Quarter mile, about 10 seconds. At 140 miles an hour. All world-class figures. I think once in their life, I think everybody should experience 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. It changes your whole concept of what a car is capable of.
1,200,000. More than 1,150,000. I'm asking 1,200,000 down here. 1,150,000. 1,200,000. 1,200,000. 1,200,000. 1,200,000.
Are they getting close, you think, Bill?
I do.
1,200,000. 1,150,000. 1,200,000.
Who set Norm up there?
I'll take 75.
1,200,000.
We're about the 5-yard line.
Okay.
I'll say if they take 75.
Yeah.
1,150,000. 1,200,000. Close bid, 1,150,000.
Well, they couldn't punch it in.
Bring out the field goal team.
1.15 million, the high bid. And we are going to take a break. When we come back, 43 lots to go until the Bianco Speciale enters the building. We are back live in Kissimmee. The reserve has just come off on this historic BMW M1, Bill Stevens, $700,000.
Oh, man, I love these cars. We don't see them enough. The M1, that was BMW's first supercar. This one, owned by Niki Lauda, one of the all-time great Formula One champions. And yes, this is going to go to a new home.
And it did just that. At 700,000. Let me bring you up to date real quick as we take a look at this Ferrari. While we were in the break, remember the 488 Pista Spider was a bid goes on car, but it just sold after the block for $1.1 million. So good there, good news there.
Is that the one at the 5-yard line?
Yes, it was. So they did punch it in.
All right.
You know what? It was a fake field goal, and they scored.
Good.
All right, a 2024 Ferrari SF90XX Stradale.
Oh, boy, did the Bachmanns have one of these? If not, why not? Wow, well, it's a 2024, so their collection was complete long before this car was built. Yeah, 799 of these were produced, a 2-year run from 2024 to last year. 1,016 horsepower out of 4 liters. Wow, twin turbo, 4 liter. 8-speed dual clutch automatic, shift logic in it as well. Lightning fast shifts, like maybe 10 milliseconds between gears. Alcantara flash orange interior along with that Bianco Artico paint all over the car. You see the orange accents front there and underneath, just in between those big air inlets. Fascia, carbon fiber racing seats, a lot of lightweight stuff, man. Yeah, this is a big dog.
Pretty radical too, with all the angles and especially that big wing, because we've talked before in years previous about how Ferrari was able to do what they do without using wings so often.
Passive aerodynamics.
Yes.
Yep. And of course, the irony is that those big wings, when they're in place, that will generate downforce, reduces the top speed of the car, just adds to the drag, but it keeps the car much better in terms of planting it to the pavement.
1,650,000 on it. 2,650,000. 1,650,000 on it. Anyone else? Last call. 1,650,000. They're close to it. 1,600,000 if it goes on.
Lot S175 coming down the lane. 1967.
The high bid here at $1.6 million.
Boy, the bid goes on, guys. Haven't had a lot of Ferraris to work with today. This selling rate was astronomical.
100% during the Bachmann collection. Here's a 1967 330 GTC.
Well, this car is selling at no reserve, and Scott, this is one of the more attractive Ferraris from the 1960s, a big favorite with Ferrari collectors. It's got a V12, front engine V12 in it, one of approximately 600 that were built. Triple Weber carburetors, 5-speed manual. This really spells classic Ferrari all the way. There you see the V12 engine, small displacement, 3.9 liters. There's the interior and everything restored to factory perfection. The Biano wire wheels, the paint, the chrome, the trim, just flawless.
You had me at V12, brother.
Oh, yeah.
And so many Ferrari tifosi would agree with that.
And we haven't really talked about it very much today, maybe not at all, but the sound of a V12 exhaust in a Ferrari when it's reaching that sweet spot on the tachometer. Ah, boy, that is number one with a bullet.
That sings, man, like an orchestra.
Yep.
$465,000. That is your hammer price on that 1967 Ferrari, with a 1951 212 Inter 2+2 Berlina next.
Hey, this no reserve thing is working pretty well. Let's do it again. V12 in this, but we're going back to the early days of Ferrari when they really had not achieved, that status as being the premier world-class European sports car. Only 4 of these 4-passenger 2+2 Berlinas were built by Ghia. King Farouk of Egypt actually had one of these. This is the sister car. A little bit of history there. This has been completely restored. Sport Auto Ltd. in Ridgefield, Connecticut did the work. Interior, that was done by a bunch of guys in New Rochelle at East Coast Auto Trim. And this is one, more than one, best of shows and class wins at national concours, including Greenwich, Connecticut, I get down there every year. What a fantastic Concours that is. Of course, Meadowbrook, another one of the big ones.
You're going to get it. You got it.
Well, there it is. The hammer drops at $400,000 on the latest Ferrari in our lineup. Back with more in just a moment on ESPN Plus. Lots of love for the guys behind the wheel of the Dodge Thrill Ride. They are taking folks on a wild and crazy loop-de-loop ride out here at Heritage Park. And it never fails to be a hit. We thank Dodge for their involvement with what we do. They're the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auction. Our next guest needs no introduction, as Carson used to say.
Yes.
2015 Porsche 918 Spyder Weissach.
I just like to say the horsepower. 887 horsepower out of 4.6 liters. 2 electric motors along with that internal combustion engine. Very sophisticated. And very fast. 200 miles an hour. And very pricey.
$2 million actually right now.
Yep.
Reserve hasn't been lifted just yet.
See, Porsche ought to have a spec series with these cars.
Yeah, this is the third of 4 918s that will be crossing the block. We've got one more to go a little bit later today. And this may be my favorite color combination of the 4. I mean, that paint to sample yesterday that ended up in Hendrick's collection was quite nice, but this is just phenomenal.
Can I point out, guys, that this car was actually loved and driven? Do you know the mileage on this one, Bill?
Yeah, it's over 13,000.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Someone got one of these cars and drove the wheels off. It's amazing. And guess what? We're not seeing a huge decrease in the value from someone actually using the car as it was intended. This one makes my heart so happy.
Well, I started to say, let's get a dozen of these to the Nürburgring and just cut them loose.
I'm in. Heck, I'd settle for taking a few out in the parking lot, you know?
Oh, you're totally weenie. We got to go to a real racetrack.
Eventually, yes. Just don't get warmed up.
The man who drove the LaFerrari 150 feet or whatever that was.
Yeah, that Weissach package, as we've earlier said, an $81,000 option, included all of these weight lightening touches like the carbon fiber top, the carbon fiber windshield surround, carbon fiber mirrors. Lots of carbon on this. Bring that weight down, I think, 90 kilograms.
Okay, the high bid, $2.5 million, so it will not sell here for the moment. A 2005 Ferrari 575M Super America will follow it up.
Yeah, we had one of these in the Bachmann collection, and this is kind of like the big brother, the buff version of that 550 Maranello. We're moving up the performance food chain here with 540 horsepower out of the 5.7 liter V12 front mounted with a Formula One 6-speed automatic transmission. These cars combined world-class performance with, cushiness. Daytona-style bucket seats you just saw right there. Power steering. 5-spoke alloy wheels to go along with that Rosso Corsa. Ferrari red, Pede beige inside. Yeah, you can see the family resemblance between this and that 550 that debuted back in the 1980s, around 1985, 86.
Hey, can I just give a quick shout to our camera guys? I mean, everybody in our crew just is top shelf, but our camera guys, man, they have been giving us some incredible pictures of these cars all day long. I mean, we have world-class cars and a world-class crew, and I kid you not. So they deserve a round of applause.
And camera gals as well.
That's true.
Shout out Tracy.
Yep, Tracy Anderson, from right here in the Orlando area. 335. 385. Thank you, Rut, because I would have heard about that.
Team effort. There's so many people that make this possible, especially on a day like this where it just keeps coming, and we've had collection after collection. It keeps up in the ante. It's just incredible.
360 is the bid.
Yeah, we're below the money on this car. Let's see if we can work it up a little bit.
370 bid, and 370 bid, 360 here. Not going to bid of $370,000 we have. 360
About 1,800 miles on the odometer.
Okay.
360, 370. Not going to car to block. 360 bid, $370,000, and it is 360 right here.
I'll give 370.
Is Tim back there? 365 must be him. Now 370. 365, $370,000. 370,000 of it. $365,000 is bid. 375. 375,000. You have 10. 375.
I got 370 already.
375. 375 bid. 375. 385. 385,000. 375. Into a 385. 375 here. 385 bid. Hit 385. Not going to bid about 4. Going to bid about 4 bid. 400,000. Hit 4. Not going to bid about 4. Not going to bid about 4. Not going to bid about 400,000.
Well, that guy at the upper left, I thought it might be the consignor. Actually, that's the guy bidding on this.
Yes, I think you're right.
85.
Now 4. 85 into a 4. 400,000. Hit 4. Not going to be 85.
So 385 is the bid. They're still working on getting that reserve lifted.
Yeah.
All waiting to see. There's the thumbs up from Frank Mecum. The reserve is off at 385.
Hey, you know what? That's a bargain Ferrari, folks. Trust me. They only put 206 of those in this country of the 559 that were produced overall. So, yeah. Someone.
Yep, gavel at $385,000. Before we get to an Aventador, I want to remind you about the great family of products at 303. And you can see the guys there giving a last-minute shine to one of the cars that's on the way here in a little bit. You can go to 303mecum.com and take a look at their entire product line. And we all use 303 products and believe that you should as well. Now, 2017 Aventador LP750 4SV.
Oh, boy. This car is absolutely volcanic. 6.5 liter V12 with 740 horsepower and the 7-speed E-gear. Automatic transmission. Carbon fiber brakes. With those beautiful wheels on there. And again, as we've mentioned, you know, these new generation supercars are going to have carbon fiber inside and out. This one does. Odometer reads just over 12,000 miles. One of 600 SV coupes that have been produced and wound up here in the United States.
Having had the chance to drive a SV, the Super Veloce, this is a just absolute experience. Pins you in the seat. The sounds that this car makes, Chris, are just what dreams are made of, especially if you're lucky enough to drive it through a tunnel. You just hear exactly what Lamborghini was hoping people would feel with these cars.
Oh, that happens about every 10 seconds in Monterey during Car Week. Guys go through the tunnel down there. Oh my goodness. $500,000 was the high bid on that Aventador. Now, the car that we showed you just a moment ago while we were telling you about 303 products is the next one on the block. It's a 1959 Porsche 356A convertible D.
Yeah, Scott, there are a lot of different iterations in the 356 world, and this one is quite unique and quite collectible. They call it a convertible D. That D is for Drowse, the coach builder who supplied the bodies for these. These cars acted as a stopgap between the Speedster and the Roadster, which debuted in 1960. As you said, it is an A, the last year of the Type A's, as evidenced by that single vent on the deck lid back there. And another thing that's a little different between these and the Roadsters is the A-pillar here. If the top were down, you'd be able to see that the top section is a lot more squared off. This is a wider A-pillar also, and the D is proudly displayed on the front fender. Only produced 1,331 of these, 1 year only in 1959, so quite collectible, and the price is reflected on.
Well, the high bid on this convertible D at $170,000. Well, let's check out a 1932 Alfa Romeo 6C. There's a lot of stuff to discuss on this car. It is a 6C 750 Series V Grand Sport Roadster by Fione.
Yeah, Fagoni, yes, you are correct, sir. That is the coach work. And back in the day, well, this was the kind of like the elemental days of two-seat sports cars and sports motoring. Little inline six-cylinder engine, not much in the way of horsepower. Of course, we're going back to 1932. And Fagoni, one of many coach builders back then that worked on, you know, so many of those special sports and luxury automobiles. You know, we become familiar with them, with the Duesenbergs, what have you. There was Fagoni, there was Fleetwood, there was Mulliner, there was Murphy, and on and on and on. The first 5th series of this particular chassis, built for 1932, and believed to be just one of 10 that are still in existence. This has a supercharger on it, by the way, if you can believe that they had supercharging back in 1932, but oh, yes, they did.
Yes, they did.
Yep. Bentleys became famous for their supercharged engines during the 1930s.
How about the A's and the C's and the D's?
A, B, C, D, is that what you mean?
No, Auburns and the Cords and the Duesenbergs. Yeah.
Yeah, the Boattail Speedsters, they could have a supercharged Lycoming in them.
Yeah, we had that beautiful one that came across the block yesterday.
Yeah.
$800,000.
Yeah, you would have to be familiar with these cars to really know what the value is. They are rarely seen. Sought after by collectors, though. These very early Alfa Romeos were historically significant in the history of the Alfa Romeo.
You want to sell it?
800's a bid on the phone. 850 pounds a bid.
800. You want to sell it?
850 pounds. 850.
I guess they have to.
Or is it going to be 25?
You want to sell it for 800, right?
825 pounds. I got news for you. Reserves hot.
That is enough. And the consignor is okay with that. $800,000.
825 pounds. Sold 800. Sold 800 pounds.
Okay, Matt Morvac hammers that Alfa Romeo, sold $800,000. So we need to step away for a brief timeout here. We are 30 lots away from potential history. Well, if you go outdoors, you're going to run into a bunch of cars in the 303 staging lane. And those are yet to come here today. And just in case you thought we have forgotten about good old American performance cars from the original muscle car era, Bill, we present to you a 1969 Boss 429.
Yeah, what a way to reintroduce the muscle cars to the block. Look at this 69 Boss 429. 429 cube, 375 horse. Carcraft folks that engineered the front of that car to get that motor in there. This is number 1358. And Ford needed to build enough of these cars they could homologate that engine for NASCAR, throw them in their Fords and Mercurys. Restoration, muscle car restoration in Owasso, Oklahoma did the work. Only 19 miles on this since completion of the restoration. They all had 4 speeds. Just about all of them had that 391 traction lock rear end and the competition suspension. Royal Maroon, black interior, Magnum 500 wheels, period correct Goodyear Polyglass GT tires.
And $260,000 was your high bid on that Boss 9. Oh, Bill.
Oh, Scott.
1967 Corvette convertible on the block.
McCacken, triple diamond gold and concours gold recipient. That's how special this Corvette is. With a 435, 427. We'll spin around and get a look at, look at the finish work there, the detailing. That's the way it came from the factory. I mean, I'm looking at even the hose clamps are correct. Rally red, black Stinger. Of course, it's got the 4-speed in there, the M21, posi rear end. Bloomington Gold certified, top flight at NCRS. And this is a factory side pipe car. Power windows, F41, optional heavy-duty suspension, stainless steel brakes, AM/FM radio, and the bolt-on wheels. Boy, that'd keep me satisfied. Doesn't need much more than that.
Big day in Corvette history today. 73 years ago, Bill.
Right, yes, we talked about how the Waldorf Astoria in New York, GM Motorama, the Corvette was revealed for the first time, along with the Motorama triplet that we had.
Yes.
The Buick, the Oldsmobile, and the Cadillac.
Yep.
Same event.
Yep, all happened today, January the 17th, 1953. 190,000. The internet has the high bid, and the reserve comes off. That gentleman in the upper left-hand corner, you've heard us mention his name a few times. That's Terry Michaelis from Pro Team Corvette. He is the guru, one of them in the Corvette world, and there aren't many who know more about Corvettes than he does.
Exactly. I might be able to come up with one or two other names, but
Right.
they would all bow their knee to Terry.
No doubt. No doubt about it. 190 is the hammer price on that 67. Here's another Ferrari, a 599 SA Aperta from 2011.
Oh, you got me with the color scheme. Black stilettos, the outside, the inside. It's called Sabia, but it's like a light saddle. 661 Italian horsepower out of that V12 6-liter with 459 pound-feet of torque. Super fast, 6-speed, automatic transmission. And then, oh wow. The option list on this runs you almost $14,000. That's after you buy the car. 80 of these were produced, and the odometer reads just under 700 miles. Do you know that roof is carbon fiber?
Yep.
Carbon fiber removable roof from the factory. $40,000 would get you one of those, and it's no longer available to purchase today. That was
Unbelievable
one
to
and done.
think how many rare Ferraris we've seen in one place on one day.
Never happened again.
Nope.
This is it.
Absolute history
This
here.
day is one of one.
Yep.
Absolutely.
1.9 million is the bid. You know, we were talking about where we're going to go grab some food afterward. I think we need to go get pasta at an Italian place.
Yeah.
Everybody come on over.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Thank you. Now 2 million.
Are we at 2 million? Yes, indeed. $2 million. Holy smokes.
Ask me. I think it's a great deal.
The car's 15 years old. Can you tell?
Nope.
Nope.
They wrapped it in lucite or saran wrap or something.
Yeah.
And kept it like this, like new.
I'm gonna ask him right now.
2 million one.
Hey,
2 million 100. You got 2 million one.
75.
75. Well, you got 2 million one up here. Now 150.
Nope, they just got 2 million. They just got 2 million one.
150. 2 1 bid. 2 150. Hit 2 1. Not gonna bid 150. Not gonna bid 150. Not gonna bid 2 1 bid. 2 150.
2.1 million.
2 million 150. 2 million 150 bid. 2 million 150. 2 ones up here. 2 million 115,000 on a bid. 2 million 1. 2 million 150. 2 million 1. Folks, we're close on this one. Got 2 1 bid. 2
million
150. 2 150.
A little more deal making, and I think we're going to get a gavel on this.
Got to be close, I would think.
Yep. When the conversation gets a little more serious, it's an indication
2 million
that
125,000. You're in.
there's a deal on the way.
150. Not gonna bid a little bit here. Not gonna bid 150. Now 75.
Now 75.
You started that mess a little bit 75. I'm gonna bid 50.
The reserve's coming off right now.
Not gonna bid
That's why I'm
75. Sir, hey, don't run away. There's good things coming here. Got 150 bid, 75. 150, not gonna bid 75. I'm gonna bid 150.
Do the 75. They come back to 2.
If it doesn't sell right now, it's a legit candidate for a post block sale, as we've seen already a couple times today.
Okay.
Got 150 bid.
And I'll get them done. I appreciate it. I'm out. Yeah.
175.
Give me one more. I can. Yes, you can. I'd love to.
You guys in the car?
No, they just quit. They just quit. 2,175,000.
Let's
go. Oh!
All right. And that's enough to get the reserve off.
That gentleman we just saw made that bid with Frank. He was one of the guys bidding on a lot of the Bachmann collection cars and grabbed a handful of them.
Yes, he did. You are correct.
You're both out. One of you bid. I'm going to bid 15. I'm going to bid 215. I have. And I'm going to bid 15. I'm going to bid 15. I'm going to bid Packer 250 bid. 215. I'm going to bid last call $2,250,000.
Last call, guys.
I'm going to bid 215. I have. Nick.
No.
Sold $2,200,000.
All right. They will leave it to the other bidder. $2.2 million for that latest Ferrari. And now we check in over in the 303 staging lane. That's where Chris Jacobs is hanging out.
Yes, sir, Scott. We've seen a lot of unicorns cross the block today, and I'm standing next to another one. This, of course, is a 1971 Hemi Cuda convertible. One of only 12 manufactured for 71. One of only 5 in automatic. And what's special about this one, it was the very first one off the assembly line. Complete WISE vehicle inspection report, snow white over black with those beautiful black Hemi billboards, color match white wheels, poverty caps. Oh man, this checks all of my Mopar boxes. Stick around because we got so much more coming at you, including a Miura, a GT, this Hemi Cuda convertible, and of course a little bit later, the Bianco Speciale.
Well, as we welcome you back here to Kissimmee, live on ESPN Plus, $425,000 gavels this 69 Maserati Ghibli Spider, Bill.
Yeah, the other Italian exotic, Maserati. This is the drop top that is so rare. One of 37 produced with a 4.9-liter engine with 330 horsepower and a 5-speed manual.
Love it.
Yeah.
1984 512 BPI from Ferrari. Final year.
Yep. The Bridget Bardot. Yeah, we talked about that car earlier today during the Bachmann collection and how when this car was first released, people were wondering, BB, what is that? Of course, it's Berlinetta Boxer, but people are saying, oh, maybe we'll give it a little sex appeal, make it the Bridget Bardot. Anyway, 144 of these produced in the final year, 1984. And these things would get up and go. 340 horsepower, rear mid-mounted 4.9-liter flat 12 engine, limited slip differential, and that long-lost lamented gated shifter as well.
$370,000.
Yeah, when these cars were first released and the magazines started doing their test reports on them, they raved about them, but also told people they can get ahead of you. You really got to know what you're doing to get the most out of these boxers.
Hey, good news, folks. The reserve is off on yet another Ferrari. 385.
Yeah, wow. We're going to go to the Hall of Fame with our batting average today.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
You're going to get it, sir. You're going to get it.
Isn't it amazing that when you start to bring big-time Ferraris into the fray, how many other people decide they got to be a part of it? $385,000 for that 84 Ferrari. Well, Bill, I may need to get the defibrillator out for you here. It's a 1970 LS6 convertible.
No, I'm okay. No problem. This could be the sweetest LS6 convertible that we've seen in these parts in a long time. First of all, that black cherry color, the white convertible top. Yep, it's a convertible. That's the LS6, 450 horse, 454. Rock Crusher, M22, 4-speed, 331, positive traction, rear end. This one, power brakes, cowl induction hood, and we can just see what the bidders do with this car.
Yeah, not just one, Bill, but right behind it is its hardtop brother coming at you. So a couple of LS6s jumping back in just when we thought we were going to be all exotics today.
Yeah.
American Muscle shows up strong.
It does, and I would love an LS6 convertible. I'm sure I'm not making a shocking statement here, but yeah, the fixed roof, the coupes are great, but those convertibles, just nothing like them.
The reserve is off. We have surpassed 500,000 and now to 600,000 and then some, 610.
I told you.
What a flawless restoration. And you're right, Bill. That color, man, yummy.
The other one is identical, black cherry.
I know, that's what I was saying. Its hardtop brother is coming right at you.
675.
And for the well-heeled collector, might have to pick up both of these, keep them a couple of bookmarks, bookends.
That's Chris Jacobs from the Mecum marketing department. Wow, is right. $700,000.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, that's heavy bread. Yow.
Big time, man.
Well, let me make a little prediction here. This is the coupe coming up, LS6, 450 horse, 454. But this is an automatic car, and of course, it's not the convertible. So this might come in a little less, we'll see. But in terms of the quality of the restoration, those two cars are identical. Just identical.
I'm thinking that's a pretty safe and accurate prediction, Bill.
Yeah, I don't think I'm sticking my neck out too much.
160.
Super Sport wheels, raised white leather tires, those Firestone tires that all of us remember from back in the day, the white ovals.
This is kind of like buy one, get one, 60% off or something.
You know what? Do the math on this. If this hammers, we'll see if it's 60% of what the other one sold for. 331 rear end like the other car. Power steering and front disc brakes. This has the cowl induction hood as well. And that black cherry. Ooh, just drink that in.
160. You got 160 over there. Car off the block. The LS6. Give 160. 160. 150. Gonna be 160, Ryan. 160. 160,000 American. Now 70. 160, 70. 160 bid. 170. I get 160 bid against 70. I'm a 160 bid against 70 bid. Internet final call. 170,000. So, $160,000.
Oh, way more than 60% off.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Man.
60% of 700,000 would be what? 40?
Well, 280.
Yeah.
That would be the goal to get to 60%
Right,
off.
yes. I'm thinking what the 60% of the 7 would be, which you would deduct from the 7.
Oh, 420. Yeah.
Listen to me, like, suddenly I'm a mathlete.
You're fluent in Italian and you know math.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, speaking of Italian, this is Lamborghini royalty. 1970 Mura P400.
Yeah, this is given credit for being the first transverse mounted 12-cylinder supercar in the world. 350 horsepower, 3.9 liter V12, 762 of these were built between 67 and 73. Weber carburetors, 5-speed manual. And that color, the Verde Mura, that's what you'd have to say is going to be loved by some, but not so much by others.
Bill, I was lucky enough to get to drive one of these at the Mecum headquarters, and one of those things that really jumped out to me, not only is just the exceptional sound it makes, but the little details, like right here on the door handle where it's placed in that button, hidden here in the vents to keep the air moving around. It was those little touches that made everything so thoughtful on how they were using the air to get the most speed out of these cars as possible. Just what a thrilling drive it was. It wasn't a long drive for me, but it sure was exciting.
I'll bet.
This car's got some rock and roll provenance too. You know, in the Van Halen song Panama, where you hear the engine revving, well, that's Eddie Van Halen's Miura doing the job.
And this one, if you can believe it, over 53,000 miles.
Wow. Good for them.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't know why the consignment sheet is just calling this a P400. This is actually a P400S. The S has had a little more power than the 400, and that bright work around the windshield that easily identifies it as an S.
Bid at $1,400,000 big goes on to $1,000,004.
Okay, the high bid is going to be $1.4 million on that Lamborghini. 2011 Ferrari 599 GTO.
Man, I can't get enough of these. Bachmann's had a couple of these, and now we've got another one. 599 were built, 661 horsepower out of that 6-liter V12. The Formula One 6-speed automatic. And the Magnetor Heologic, the high-tech suspension system in this car.
Magneto-rheological.
Magneto-rheological or high-tech suspension system.
Okay.
It's got traction control too. That's pretty high-tech in this.
However you pronounce all that stuff, $1.4 million is the bid right now.
Yeah, this is an honest 200-mile-an-hour car.
$1,000,005. Individuals here at $1,000,005. I get a $1,000,004. $1,000,005. All right, $1,000,004 to $1,000,005. I get a $1,000,004. You want to give a $1,000,005?
Even as we take a look at this one, we are less than 20 lots away from the Bianco Speciale. Just a little side note for you. And the high bid here at $1.4 million. What a car we have for you next. Incredible 1971 Plymouth Hemi Cuda convertible.
Yet in the Mopar world, Scott, I mean, when you say those words together, you know you're in rare, rare air. In Southern California, there's a restoration shop called Restorations by Julius. And back in the day, he was the guy to restore these cars. And he did this one in 2003. Only 12 left the factory in 1971, 5 as automatics. And this one has the distinction of being the very first off the assembly line. It was known as the White Elephant at the assembly plant, and it must have been very white because later in the restoration they added those black billboard stripes, proudly proclaiming that Hemi call out on the doors.
You gotta imagine when they're building these cars in Hamtramck, for them to nickname this car the White Elephant, you knew, Bill, that it was something special to the people that were assembling the car.
And how? 5 were equipped with a torque flight, making it rare right off the top. It's got the 355 short grip differential, a bulletproof powertrain for sure. And Dave Wise gave it the elite validation report, not once, but twice. That's how much fun he was having.
$2.5 million is the bid. 2.6. There were 12 of these overall built, 7 for the U.S., a couple went to Canada, and 3 ended up on French soil.
This one is also distinctive because of the white painted grille. Normally that's an argent cover to pick up sometimes the shaker hood will be argent. This one is black, the shaker, and they painted that grille white just to keep going with that White Elephant theme.
The end of the line for the Hemi, Bill.
Yes, it was. Boy, Detroit was becoming a whole different place in 1972. Yeah, the Hemi was gone in 1971. A lot of the manufacturers really pulled back on their big-time muscle cars after 71.
$3 million?
$3 million.
If you go 950, they're going to go $3 million.
There was a time in the Mopar world, about 20 years ago or so, that this was the absolute GOAT as far as valuation goes. It was up in the $5 million range back in those days. It's nice to see it in this range in 2026.
Thank you for your help.
Sir, I won't do that, Joe.
Reserve is off at $3 million. The hammer falls. $3 million. And thumbs up and handshakes all around. 1971 Hemi Cuda. We are back in Kissimmee on ESPN Plus. Here's a look as we get set to wrap things up here in a couple of hours. Next up for us, Las Vegas Motorcycles. And then we will be off to Glendale, Houston, Indy, Tulsa. That auction in June. And Harrisburg, PA. That Vegas motorcycle auction, by the way, will be on Mecum Television, Mecum TV on the Roku channel for you.
I would love to come to that motorcycle auction with you and work with you, but I don't know anything about them.
Yeah, I know. You've mentioned that before. That's okay. All good. $430,000. 2016 McLaren 675 LT Spider. What a look that is with that Gulf livery.
Yeah. Yeah, not a car for someone that wants to stay off the radar screen. 666 horsepower.
No kidding.
Twin turbo 3.8.
Tell me some of the numbers on this Lamborghini, Brother Bill.
It is my distinct pleasure. 610 horsepower, 5.2 liter V10. Fairly low miles, about 2,600. Highly optioned through and through. Optional Bianco, a polished paint. Optional Nero a day interior. And behind that 5.2 is a 7-speed dual clutch transmission, carbon ceramic brakes and red calipers. Ooh, that car looks like it's looking for its next meal.
$240,000.
$50,000 in options, by the way.
Wow. High bid, $240,000. That's a Pirelli edition, by the way. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was not. The Spider, Huracan Spider.
Yeah.
And now we get to inspect a 1970 Plymouth Superbird.
Well, I see a V in the VIN, so I know what that means. That's got the 440 tri-power, as Pontiac would have called it, but it's the 6-barrel setup, 390 horsepower. Also, this is a torque flight car, not a 4-speed. 716 were built in 1970, and this has won award after award for its restoration. Tor red, black interior, column shifted torque flight, by the way. And all of those powertrain components matching numbers.
And 1,921 of these produced in 1970. And back then, they did a lot of sitting on the dealership lots. You couldn't even give them away. But as time went by, the popularity grew, and so did their value. And our friend Tim Wilborn is down there stalking around, getting an eyeball on it. Maybe he'll jump into the bidding.
I was going to say, this is an unrestored Superbird right up his alley.
Yeah, just to clear it up, Chris, that number you gave us is overall production, but only 716 with the V code in them.
375.
385 to bid, 385 175,000. Are we all done? Iron David again, 375. Iron David again, 85, 85, 85 a half. Yes or no, sir? 385, 75, 385,000.
Yep, 385 is what he's asking.
And it is. Going to close bid at $375,000. Big goes on at $300,000.
Yeah, Tim was interested there. You see him in the upper left-hand corner. So that is still available via the bid goes on desk. And I don't think they're going to open that bidding back up, at least for right now. Okay, Chris, you mentioned the fourth and final member of our 918 Spider Wysock grouping is here now. This is from 2015.
Yeah, this is the Martini livery, another Wysock package. As Scott said, all four of the 918s have crossed the Mecum auction block have been that Wysock package, that $81,000 option that was meant to lighten the car as much as possible through the use of carbon fiber componentry. And also, Scott, this livery application is not painted on there. It's actually a vinyl application that is, once again, meant to reduce weight.
And here's something cool. That livery we're seeing with the number 22 there, it's paying homage to the 1971 Le Mans winner, Helmut Marko and Gilles Van Lennep. Pretty cool, though, when you get to see it on the car. I was hoping our buddy Joey Logano from the NASCAR world might scoop it up, since that's also the number he runs, Bill.
Right on. 641 miles showing on the clock. Carbon fiber everywhere, as you mentioned, Chris. Carbon fiber monocoque inside, carbon fiber trim, carbon fiber seats, lightweight magnesium wheels.
And interestingly enough, Bill, it has that acid green surround on the logo on the side, but they had a delete kit for this car, so they did not have the brakes, which were done on almost all the other cars, with that acid green. This is just a regular silver on the brake caliper.
3.1 million is bid.
Reserve is still on.
A can of acid green aerosol.
All right, Internet just bid 3.2.
Probably could, Bill. I'm not sure anyone that owns one of these is interested in doing that.
Well,
probably because I don't have one. But you know me, I'd be all over it.
You would. You're a do-it-yourself kind of guy.
Give a little touch, a little pop of color in there.
Yep.
Something cool Porsche does too, they call out exactly what number in the production run it is on this plate right in front of the oil filler. This is number 644 in the run.
That guy, he just brake checked you, man.
He is like, get off my rear, man.
250.
That's pretty funny. 3.25 million.
Frank has his thumb locked and loaded.
These cars were really difficult to get, similar to how we told the story about an Enzo and even a LaFerrari. It was the same sort of a hierarchy of what kind of Porsches have you previously owned to get on the list. I don't think a lot of those people thought that they would jump to this high a number as quickly as they have over a short amount of time, really.
Yeah.
3.25 still holding there.
Yeah, they're trying to.
Yeah, these for a long time were in like the high 1 to the mid 2 range, and now they've jumped up into the mid 3s. And as we saw yesterday, could go even higher. Thank you to Mr. Hendricks.
My one claim to fame with these cars is someone took one on the Hot Rod Power Tour. And I got to drag race it, but they did not go very fast on the track. They were nervous.
All right.
Oh, reserve comes off. 3.25 million.
Final call. Anybody else? 3,300,000. So,
It's a great car. It's a $3.25 million hammer price. But I tell you what, as great as this car is, that car does not make our top 10 today. That gives you the idea of the value of the other cars. All right, another Ferrari build, 2018 488 Spider.
Yep. Special order, 1-of-1 build. Steve Matchett.
It looks absolutely beautiful. I mean, love this paint color on it.
That sort of satin matte finish just goes to show that not all Ferraris need to be red to look beautiful. This one certainly looks fantastic. Blue Opaco is the color. The whole 488 Spider is an interesting car. It's an interesting story. 488 is the cylinder displacement per cylinder of the V8. So they've kind of hopped back in time with how they came up with the nomenclature for the engine, where usually on a V12, like the 250, for example, 250cc per cylinder, they've done that to get this engine size, which is just under 4 litre, 3.9. But on this car, it's a twin turbo car. The one before was not, but it looks just stunning.
Yeah, Ferrari's bread and butter for so long was 12-cylinder engines.
Yeah.
But once they got into the V8 game, boy, they didn't take very long to catch up with everyone else building 8-cylinder engines.
Oh, the reserve is off at $375,000. Is that not just an absolutely stunning visual blue on a Ferrari?
It's absolutely beautiful. It's an absolutely beautiful car.
They need to build more of those.
Yeah.
Matched his jacket. I mean, come on. Way to go, buddy.
I like that. 375.
Like a star sapphire.
I've lost count on how many 365 GTS 4 Daytonas that we've had, but here's another one. This is from 1971, and I will say this may be the. Have we seen a Spider yet today?
No.
Okay.
This is the first Spider that's crossed the block today,
Gotcha.
Scott. There's not many of them anyway.
Right.
Do you have the production figure there? I've seen it's 100 and something. Let me go and check.
122.
122. There it is.
They were built between 1969 and 73. Now the hardtop cars, the fixed roof cars, they started out in 1968. So it was after that the factory started putting out the drop tops. V12, powerful, classy.
Guys, did it get the Daytona moniker from racing at Daytona and winning there? Is that where that came from?
Yes, it was never, the name Daytona was not a Ferrari factory name, it was a 365. But the fan base, because they had such success at Daytona, it became known as the Daytona, and then it just kind of stuck to the car. So we all know it as the Daytona.
Well, it was Ferrari prototypes that finished 1, 2, 3 at Daytona, not these cars. But to celebrate that victory or that sweep, they put it on these cars that debuted shortly thereafter.
2 million pounds bid. 2,600,000. Waiting on you. Yes or no?
Yeah, it's a refreshing change to see one of the Spiders because you very rarely see them out.
Oh, absolutely. Now you got the factory Spiders and the conversion Spiders.
Yeah.
Which people did with their hardtop cars. 342 horsepower, the fastest production car in the world when these cars debuted.
2.5 million is going to be just a little bit short of the consignor's goal here. Another 5-yard line car.
Oh, in the red zone.
Yep. 1972 365 GTS 4 Spider, Daytona Spider.
The black may be more appealing to people. I don't know. But this is a 72, so we're going back to the first year. I'm sorry, the penultimate last year for the Daytona, built through 1973. This car was out of public view for 30 years. Somebody was hiding it. Early production example, the 33rd Spider produced by Speciale. 4.4 liter V12 5-speed manual. Documentation, ownership records, things like that go along with this car. Three owners since new. And they all drove it over 34,000 miles.
It is truly a magnificent design, the Daytona. It's a beautiful shape. You can see why, as we've mentioned before, Luca di Montezemolo all those years later was saying, whatever happened to that car? Let's do it again.
Yeah.
And then the Maranello came on board.
Yeah, between 68 and 73, they didn't do much in the way of revising the styling.
Not really.
Why do anything?
Yeah.
And Bill, wasn't it Don Johnson that had a car that was supposed to be one of these?
That was a great story.
Kind of the other star, the third star of Miami Vice?
McBurney Coachcraft built a replica of these cars for Miami Vice, and Ferrari said, and not only did they stop building the replicas, but McBurney eventually went out of business.
Well, $2 million. The high bid for that 72 Ferrari. We are 9 lots away from the car that many will be watching, not just here in Kissimmee, but all over the world. We are back in Kissimmee at Heritage Park in Silver Spurs Arena with a 73 Ferrari 365 GTB4 Daytona. The reserve is off. Bill and Steve Matchett had just hammered for $720,000.
Which is a reflection of the quality, Stephen.
Yeah, those cars have become now timeless classics. It's such a beautiful, iconic shape that Ferrari produced back then.
Yep, from any angle.
Yeah.
Next on the block is 1959 Porsche 1600 GT Speedster.
Oh, the
Reuter,
Speedster.
sorry.
Yeah, that is a magic word with folks that love Porsches. Only 7 GT spec Super Speedsters are believed to ever have been built by the factory. 1.6 liter flat 4-cylinder engine. That's pretty rare. Silver metallic, black interior. One of only 4 examples specially ordered by Oakland Porsche. And the dealer was Carl Block. So they got a pretty strong history on this automobile. They pretty much can trace everything that it's gone through since 1959.
We looked at this car in our preview show, and it is absolutely magnificent. It's one of the cars that has that Reuter bodywork. That makes it very special.
Yep.
But the overall condition of it is faultless. I mean, it's just absolutely perfect, isn't it?
Well,
talk about another timeless classic. There's another timeless classic.
You know, when you take a look at all the cars we've seen today and the level of their restoration and presentation, it's amazing to me that none of the cars that have come after have actually slid down the food chain. They've all maintained what we've seen throughout the entire day.
Yes.
Yeah, we saw that convertible D come through earlier, same year as this car. This is the Speedster version, and that convertible D has the stopgap between the Speedster and the Roadster.
This car formerly belonged in the collection of Otis Chandler, legendary name, especially among Mopar aficionados. The former LA Times publisher was an avid collector, and he had that car in his collection for a time. And the high bid, $850,000. 1963 split window coupe. And a Duntov award-winning Fuelie.
Yeah, we're going to do some big business right now. Numbers matching 360 horse, fuel injected 327. Multiple NCRS chapter, regional and national top flights. NCRS performance verification, the Duntov Mark of Excellence, Bloomington Gold. You know, we spend more time talking about the awards than the car itself sometimes.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually.
Yep. M24 speed, positive traction, AM/FM radio, off-road exhaust. Yeah, people sometimes make the mistake of thinking that the off-road exhaust means the side exhaust. Those are two different things. When they restored this car, they tried to stick to as many original GM parts, new all stock. They did not want to go to the aftermarket. And boy, that reflects in the value of the car as we're over $300,000.
320 is the bid. The reserve is off.
Yeah, I knew that if anybody was going to buy this car, they were going to have to pony up quite a bit.
$320,000, Logan Schmidt.
Now bringing us $199 to 1970 Dodge Challenger.
$320,000 hammers that 63 Corvette, and we'll break away here with our sights on the Bianco Speciale coming up soon. Oh, those are some pretty cool State Farm moments here today. Brought to you by State Farm, coverage that meets your needs for a price that fits your wallet. That is the 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO Bianco Speciale. All eyes on that car. It is just mere moments away. And it is getting ready to head to the block, and we will document it in its entirety. Do not fear. Here's a big Ferrari on the block now, a 1963 400 Super America Coupe Aerodinamico, Bill.
Had a few of these today, the Super America. They're kind of like the almost sort of kind of semi-sister car to the 250 GTO. Although the only thing they have in common is the name Ferrari.
A distant cousin, maybe.
Very distant.
Very distant, yes.
They do have V12s, both of these cars. And only 22 long wheelbase. These are Series 2 cars built from 62 to 64. Only 22 of them were built. This is a rare open headlight example as well. And it's going to sell V12 for speed. Private collection for about 5 years. And that was invited to the Casa Ferrari at Pebble Beach just a couple of years ago. Valuable automobile.
3 cars away from the Bianco Speciale, by the way. $2.1 million. The reserve is off.
Incredible. Steve Matchett, what do you think about a car like this?
I love the car. It's a beautiful design. It's highly collectible. The collectors love it. One of the features, the little features, design features I really like on it, if you look at the 2 cross flags on the trunk of the car, which is the combination of Pininfarina and Ferrari together, coming together in partnership. It's just a cool little thing.
Yeah, and
they are so good at picking up details, aren't they, Ferrari?
Yeah, you know, they've been in business for a while.
That's right.
Yeah, that body style, you see that really outre rear end treatment. That's part of that Aerodinamico body by Pininfarina.
Lots of affirmative nodding heads there. $2.2 million for that Ferrari. 2 more cars until we get to the car that so many have been waiting months for. First of all, a 1957 Bel Air convertible.
Oh, keep the customizers away from this car. Oh, original. It's got the 283 power pack. That's the 4-barrel carburetor and dual exhaust. Power glide, yep. 60, I repeat, 60 factory and dealer installed options. Oh, I'll just read off a few. Factory air, power brakes and steering and windows and seat. The deluxe heater, the easy eye glass, the tinted glass you can see as the car goes by. That windshield has a slight tint to it. Antenna, an electric right-hand rear and left-hand rear. Radio antenna. One is electric and one is manual. Ultronica, Continental kit, electric clock, compass, and there's more, but I think I've given you enough.
I think you covered about a dozen, maybe.
I think I got through that.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, there's about 30 more.
Close bid.
$100,000.
Mecum rule. $115,000. Raise your bid to $115,000.
The Mecum rule, we've not seen that today. That is an opportunity for the guy with the high bid to raise his own bid to $115,000. And if that happens, the car is his immediately. Nobody else can bid. That is the Mecum rule.
Okay, but that opens it up. Did you explain that? That opens it up to everybody else?
Let it open up. I want to pay 105.
Okay, what do you got?
105.
And that gentleman says, no, don't want to do 115, but I'll do 105 and see what happens. And that sometimes works.
He raised his bid to $105,000. In my opinion,
Yes, what is your opinion is?
we should sell it.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
105. Reserve is off.
Hey, it worked. At least to get the reserve off.
It did.
Anybody else? 110.
Let's see if anybody else gets into this.
So, $105,000.
All right.
Look at that. They didn't even have to meet in the middle.
Nope.
Just another 5,000 seals the deal.
Well played, sir. 105. One more car before the Bianco Speciale. It's a 1967 Firebird convertible.
Oh, we may see some big paper on the 67 Firebird convertible. First year for the Firebird. It's got the 400 cubic inch V8 in there. Oh, and has this been restored to absolute perfection? This one, Concours Gold at the 2022 Trans Am Nationals in Dayton, Ohio. And, you know, that's just one. Everywhere this Firebird goes, man, it brings home a trophy. Lots of options. Tilt steering column, power steering, power front disc brakes, Rally 2 wheels, red line tires. Wow.
I have 125,000.
A lot of parts on this car. Brought back to original condition, either restored or replaced.
$125 bid, 130.
We do not normally see a non-Trans Am Firebird. Of course, this is pre-Trans Am, but how about the kind of money that we see people bidding on a Firebird convertible?
150, 160, 170, 170 again, 70, 180, 180,000. I have 170,000, 180. I have 170 bid, 180, put up an 80 bid. Anybody got 190, 180, 190, 180,000, 190,000. Anybody get 100? Just give 200. Just give $200,000 for it. Just give $200,000. You'd rather have a $200,000 car than you would a $190,000 car. 180.
Sage advice from Jimmy Landis. Hey, somebody made that work earlier. 1.5 million, I think, is better than 1.49 or whatever it was, right?
$200,000 here. You're going to get 185.
185.
We'll see what happens. They're talking with the seller.
Yeah.
We get 190 out of it?
They're talking. They're working it.
Let's do it 185 then.
Yeah, we're
Reserve is off.
Hey, the reserve is off.
$190,000. Anybody else? So, $185,000 all gone.
There it is, 185. And now the moment we have all been waiting for. There it is. Ferrari is a brand built on excellence and racing. And today, here at Mecum Kissimmee, one of the most legendary examples of those two principles is set to cross the stage. Triple Crown winning driver Graham Hill among those who've driven this car. It is the only example to ever leave the Maranello factory in white. This is the 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, known as Bianco Speciale.
Successful racing career with 1 victory and 5 second place finishes in the GT class.
Part of the John Shirley collection since 1999, refinished in its original Bianco paint color. The Bianco Speciale.
And somebody give $50 million.
Well, there it is, Bill. And we are potentially about to witness history.
So much history, too. And you know, no matter how long the bidding goes, we'll probably never get to every aspect of this car. It is prolific in what it has accomplished. 3 straight World GT Championships, 62, 63, 64 class wins at Le Mans. Not this particular car itself, but this class of automobile. just run rampant through the GT category during the early and mid-1960s.
I believe what really makes the 250 GTO the legendary car it is from all my years being around Ferrari is it's the culmination of the 250 GT program. Enzo Ferrari, Mauro Fugari, his engineers and drivers, finally getting everything on a GT chassis that they wanted. This is the culmination. This car is Ferrari.
31 million is the current bid.
3-liter V12, 300 horsepower, 5-speed manual, top speed about 174 miles an hour.
And this isn't just a car that has sat static for its life. No, this car has raced. It's gotten first place, I think 5 second places, but also in its most recent ownership has seen a bunch of historic track days, and the owner hopes that the new owner continues that so people can actually see this car in person.
We mentioned Graham Hill driving this car, that great American champion Richie Ginther, Roy Salvadori, the co-driver with Carroll Shelby, that won the 24 Hours of Le Mans, 1959. Some of the best drivers in racing have taken their turn behind the wheel of this car.
33 million, 33 million, 33 million dollars, 32,500,000, $33 million. How about you over here?
36 built, 33 of the Series 1 cars, 3 of the Series 2 cars.
32.5.
That's it. That's all they do.
That's all there is.
32.5 million is the current bid.
They have been in rarefied air for so long, for so many years, that even just to see one in the open is a rarity. To see one cross the block and listen to the excitement from the crowd, it's stunning, stunning stuff.
$34 million. 33 is the bid. $34 million for it.
We are at $33 million.
$33 million bid, sir. $34 million. 33 is the bid. 34, 33, 5. Anybody else? $33,500,000. $33,500,000. $33,500,000. $33,500,000. $33,500,000. $33,500,000 is bid. $34,500,000. 34.5. $34,500,000. $34,500,000. $34,500,000. 34.5. 34.5. $34,500,000. $34,500,000. $34 million is bid. $35 million. $35 million. I have $34 million bid. $35 million. $35 million. $34 million is the bid. $35 million. 34 is bid. $35 million. You know something? He's going to be driving your car.
34 million is bid.
$35 million. 34 million is bid. $35 million. $35 million. $34 million. $35 million. Anybody else? 34. $35 million. $35 million. I wouldn't yell like that by yourself. $35 million. $35 million. 34.5 is bid. $35 million. $34 million is bid. $35 million. Give 35
Jimmy Landis asking for $35 million.
Want me to bring you a cocktail? 34. 35. $34 million is the bid. Give $35 million for it. 34. 35 million. 35 million. 34, 35.
No.
$35 million.
Do we want to bid
$34 million is bid. $35 million. Don't you want it to? I know I do. Yep. Give $35 million, sir. 35 million. 34 million is bid. $35 million. I'd much rather sell it to someone standing here. $35 million. 34 is the bid. $35 million. 34, 35. 34, 35. $35 million. 35.
4, 5.
$34,500,000 is the bid. $35 million. $34.5
million.
$35 million. 34.5. $35 million. 34.5. $35 million. 34.5. 35. 35. 35.
We're going to go back and try to get the reserve off, but we're going to have to give up our buy fee to do it. So you understand? Okay.
35 million.
Where'd he go?
34.5.
Go try to get it off.
$35 million. I have $34,500,000 bid.
Oh, now you're inside the rope.
$35 million. 34.5. $35 million.
Dana Mecum is making his way back into the crowd.
$35 million. I have 34.5. $35 million.
And we're holding at $34.5 million.
I have 34.5. $35 million. 34.5 is the bid. $35 million. I have 34.
The crowd around the Bianco Speciale is half a dozen deep on the sides.
Jimmy, did I also tell you that this car is for Ferrari Classic K Red Book qualified as well? It does have the Ferrari Classic K Red Book. In all 5 of Bianco Speciale's second place finishes, the only winning car was another GTO 250. Driven in competition by Graham Hill, Jack Sears, many other drivers.
What is it going to take here to make this deal happen?
Interior retains its period racing details like the hood loopers, cockpit air hose added by Coombs. Just an incredible, incredible car, Jimmy.
34,500,000 is the bid. Ladies and gentlemen, I can feel good things about to happen.
Gentleman in the white ball cap next to Dana Mecum is negotiating with somebody on the other end of his cell phone. That's a white Bianco Speciale ball cap, by the way, so that may be a good sign.
I was talking to Jimmy.
$34,500,000 is bid.
Anybody else is wanting to bid, you better get in.
Yeah.
Deal happen.
The deal's about to happen. If you think you wanted to bid on it, you better do it right now for $35 million. Are you guys all finished? Are you finished down there? $34,500,000 is the bid. $35 million.
This has to be a huge, huge decision when they're negotiating on this car. But guys, it is
34.5.
How often does this happen?
I was going to say,
how often does one of these cars come up for sale?
You may not get another chance.
If you wanted one of these cars and you miss this opportunity, you may not see another one for 20, 30 years. Who knows?
$34,500,000 is the bid.
The eyes
Anybody
of the
get
world on this
$35
gentleman
million?
with the white hat.
You can get impatient if you want to, if it was your car, I'd do the same thing for you.
I think they're very close.
That would get the reserve off. And there ain't
34,
nobody else showed them.
$35 million.
Dana Mecum says, hang on.
Give $35 million. Give $35 million.
Well, I know what the auction room wants to happen.
Indeed, and everybody on this stage.
$35 million. $35 million.
The only Ferrari 250 GTO finished in Bianco paint by Ferrari, chassis number 3729 GT. The only one, Jimmy. The only one.
$34,500,000. Give you $35 million.
I don't know if we mentioned, this car's unrestored. It's been refreshed, it's been maintained, but never restored.
Very true. Which is, that in and of itself is exceptionally rare for the 250 GTOs.
Yes, sir.
We're watching something that's never happened before. This is the careful negotiation of the price of a piece of history.
And will allow them to take as much time as they wish.
If the answer is yes, the new owner will be in a club that is so exclusive in the history of the automobile. Like, it is unbelievably rare.
And no matter what that new owner does, he will forever be linked to 250 GTO ownership.
Oh, and you'll be the guest of honor at any Ferrari gathering for sure.
And you see the crowd at times, the energy and the sound, and then at times you could hear a pin drop.
Right.
It's interesting to watch the room change here.
Yeah, the pressure in the auction.
There it is.
Wow.
The reserve is off.
$100,000. Do you want to get in? Do you want to get in?
Mecum and Ferrari history
back in?
is made.
$35 million is the bid. Anybody give $35,500,000? Once, twice, third and final call. $35,500,000, and it is still for sale.
Is somebody coming in at the
$35 million
at the last second in the back of the room?
$500,000.
Perhaps.
$35,500,000. Anybody else?
Where's he at?
Once.
No.
35,500,000. Twice. Last call. 35,500,000, and it is.
It worked.
Sold. $35 million.
Wow! An amazing moment.
Oh my goodness.
We've seen nothing like this ever in Mecum history. The Bianco Speciale in front of a packed house and millions of interested onlookers around the world, just sold for $35 million, the #1 car in Mecum auction history.
And the most suspense we have ever experienced in all the years we've been with Mecum.
And now the moment we have all been waiting for.
It's the culmination of the 250 GT program.
Oh! Have anybody seen anything like this in your lifetime? Let's make some noise.
We are at $33 million.
$4 million! Anybody else who's wanting to bid, you better get in.
The eyes of the world on this gentleman.
Sold $35 million.
My, oh my. None of us will ever forget that moment, and we will never forget where we were when that car shocked the Mecum world, shocked the collector car world. $35 million, the top selling car in Mecum history, going back to 1988.
More than the gross national product of some countries.
That's very, I'd not thought of that.
Yeah.
But you're right.
Yeah.
You are correct. Oh, that is a 1970 GTO Judge Ram Air 4 convertible.
Oh, don't overlook this one. Oh, Scott.
It just got to $650,000. The bid goes on, so we've got to go to the next pair of cars. Bill, I hate to cut you off on the Judge because it's a good car. You are correct, but this is the Giallo Modena Ferrari pair. They're selling together.
Yep, rinse and repeat right here. 458 Speciale Aperta, the open car, and the 2017 Ferrari F12 TDF. And these are fraternal twins right here. 605 horsepower, 4.5 liter V8, Formula One dual clutch automatic. Very similar in options, appearance, equipment. 769 horsepower V12. And the other car, that dual clutch automatic.
I tell you what, as we look at these cars, the pair of them at $4 million currently, guys and gals, the room is still abuzz after that Bianco Speciale sale. Wowzers.
Boy, that F12 TDF, 277 miles on the odometer. Have we seen our share of low mileage, high ticket Ferraris today?
We are in a state of celebration of all things Ferrari, I think.
We are indeed, yes.
Yeah.
Very true, Steve.
Yep, selling as one lot, both cars.
$4 million. Split it up however you want.
Yep. 499 458s. Narratives were built. 799 F12 TDF.
Well, the bid goes on for that duo. There's another Ferrari coming up after a Ford GT, and then we're about 3 or 4 lots away from another Ferrari Enzo, Bill. What is happening here today?
Oh, it's all good.
Oh, man, is it ever. Here's the 2006 Ford GT now.
Yeah, we've had our share of these. This one, in that very desirable tungsten livery. 550 horse, 5.4 supercharged with the 6-speed transaxle. Lightweight wheels, Macintosh stereo, stripes, and I think we got the gray painted brake calipers on it. All 4 options.
You are correct, all 4.
250 of these were produced in that color, by the way, and the odometer reads a mere 732 miles. Boy, we went right up the ladder on the bidding board on this already, over $500,000. Yep.
We're I think a little bit away from getting super serious about it. Given all 4 options, given the mileage.
Yeah, a little bit more, and we might begin see a little deal making on this if we ever get there.
It does seem like a bargain right now compared to some of the wild numbers that we've seen today from the Bachmann collection, from the Bianco Speciale, but still an incredible car.
A lot of money, but not crazy money.
We often say anytime there's a Ford GT at an auction, it's a contender for a top seller. Not today. Nothing to slight the Ford GT. Not at all, but it's all relative today, man. Okay, that's about right. Getting closer to 600,000. Alex McLaughlin at the microphone.
Sell it to the young man.
Hey, Mac at the mic.
$570,000 sold. $570,000.
How about that? 570.
Thanks, guys.
All good there.
A lot of people going to go home happy today from Mecum Kissimmee.
Indeed. Wow. 2011 Ferrari 599 is a GTO coming up on the block now.
Yeah, we've seen enough of these to basically know what we're dealing with. 599 were built with a 661 horsepower 6-liter V12 and a 6-speed Formula One sourced automatic transmission. Man, Bianco. Oh, I know that color.
Yeah, you better.
I'd better. Yeah, with a black interior.
$1.5 million is bid.
Magnetoriological. I did it. Suspension system. Traction control.
It's better than magno-rhetorical.
Yeah, give me a chance. I'll probably wind up getting there.
Oh, yeah, and guys, by the way, here's another GTO.
Yes, we were just talking about that. I've lost count at how many are in the building. And isn't it amazing when one shows up, the others suddenly come with it. You know what I mean?
Like London buses, as they say.
Yep.
Yes. Keeping up with the GTOs here at Mecum Kissimmee.
Yeah, and you know, just about any other Mecum auction, this would be the centerpiece car of the auction.
Oh, no doubt.
And here, you know, it's fighting just to get on the marquee.
Oh, if you want to be in the top 10 here today, you've got to be 5.3 million or more.
But isn't it spectacular to think that the design, the heritage of this car, when Maranello were designing it, went back to the car we've just seen sell for $35 million. That just sums up to me what Ferrari do best. They're always looking backwards to look forwards.
I think the maybe the closest parallel to that is the SL series for Mercedes-Benz. Right. They're going back to the Gullwings and the 300 SL Roadsters and the Uhlenhaut cars, the race cars before that, in some of the modern iterations of what they're doing. Very similar.
It's very special. It's important for companies to do that, I think.
No question.
Yeah. And in white, you really can see that DNA that you're talking about of these cars. Even in yellow, when we saw the 599 GTO in the Bachmann collection, you went, oh, this is special. But in white, compared to that Bianco Speciale,
right?
How amazing that they stay so true to themselves like that.
Yeah, they're so good at doing that.
Okay, $1.6 million is going to be the high bid on that car. We promised you a Ferrari Enzo. We will get to that in mere moments. Another terrific Ferrari to showcase for you here. This 95 F512M just sold for $810,000.
Yeah, just about this time, Ferrari moving away from the Testarossa-based platform, but this, the rarest of all of that series, and it sells for solid money.
Here's a little warm-up for you before the Ferrari Enzo. And it's a good one, man. A Z06 Corvette Fuelie, 1963.
Yeah, Zora's stepchild right here. Boy, he had his fingerprints all over the Z06. 199 of them were built in 63. And these were cars that both amateur and professional racers campaigning Corvettes lined up to get their hands on. All of them had the 327, 360 horse fuel-injected engine. All of them had the 4-speed manual. Some of them had that big tank, 36.5-gallon gasoline tank. And they had those special metallic brakes that would stop the car once they got hot. And some drivers found out about that the hard way. Numbers matching all the way through. This one does not have the full wheel covers that we've seen in the previous ones today, just the naked steel wheels.
Well, I think that's the presentation of this car.
Yeah,
Those full wheel covers are available,
They
yeah?
would go with it.
Yeah. It is an interesting look.
Yeah, that's kind of the way they looked at the racetrack, because you literally could pop the hubcaps off and do hardly anything else to make them race ready.
Yep. $345,000 will be a little bit short here. Well, lightning has struck twice here at Mecum Kissimmee today. How about 3 times? It's a 2003 Ferrari Enzo.
Yes, and grabber orange. How about that, huh? Well,
it's you're close.
Yeah, it's Rosso Dino is what they call it. And as we learned earlier, 400 of these were built between 2002 and 2004. And 127 were exported to the U.S. This is the only Enzo painted in that color. 651 horse, 6-liter double overhead cam, fuel-injected V12, 4 overhead cams, variation in the control of those camshafts through that electronic management.
Bill, the energy, the heat energy that is being released from the engine compartment is phenomenal. Exactly the same as the other one we saw earlier on. You know, there is a sense of the energy around the car. But you're right, the only one painted in this color, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what a color it is. Wow, to see that orange, it's been just drawing our eyes all week long in the barn.
Right.
Amazing to see it out here in the lights.
The shape of the front of the car and the radiator duct, well, the inlets on the front, not the radiator ducts, designed Rutledge to look like the front wing of a Formula One car at that time, back in 2003. Like, you see the droop nose, as if that would be the wing element.
Isn't that incredible? I mean, they really were taking what they were using and learning on the racetrack and putting it into one of the greatest cars ever made.
Yeah, and again, as it was a celebration of all things Enzo Ferrari, they wanted to sort of put the road car and the race car tributes onto it, and just beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
8,800,000 is bid.
Boy, that is one wide bustle, isn't it, huh? That rear mid-engine configuration really gives it broad shoulders.
$9 million is now bid. We've got to be getting close here, I would think.
They had it right with this one, Bill.
I wouldn't change anything. I mean, I'm just a dumb announcer. I am not seeing anything that's out of place to my eye.
No.
You know what? And before the good Lord calls me home, just once.
You know, I try and, whenever I'm looking at a car, usually I'm looking where the aero flow is working from front to rear.
Yeah.
And you can just see it's just so perfectly balanced along the flanks of the car.
Yeah, before the curtain comes down on William Wayman Stevens Jr., I want to hear that car at full throttle, maxed out on a long straightaway.
Yes, sir.
Oh, the reserve is off. We got there. $9.5 million. Yes.
Supercar for super money.
Scott, you were super excited for this car to be crossing the block. I could sense it in you. You knew it was coming. You were getting ready for it, but you're right.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
9.6 now.
Yeah. I think from the moment the world first saw the Ferrari Enzo, we knew, like, that's going to be an instant classic, as they say.
It car from the get-go.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. $10 million? that's within reach.
Yeah.
I think he said stick with it. They got 980.
I wish we had a camera that would just show the childlike emotion on Steve Matchett's face right now, just smiling, loving. He's glowing looking at this car.
All day. It's been like that all day. 9.9.
It's just been a beautiful experience being here with you guys, but particularly today.
Yes.
The build up to today. It's so connected to this company. You know, it's been part of my life, all my working life, but to see the celebration that's happening here, it's just heartwarming. It's heartwarming.
Oh, look at that. $10 million. Folks, that is now 5 cars in our lineup today that have hit 10 million or above. Never before seen in Mecum history.
Steve, to think about the way that these cars are going to continue on their legacy, and the eyeballs that will see them and how the love of cars and motoring will continue to grow is just really special.
It truly is. It truly is. You know, you think back to when we saw the GTO, when they were talking to the mechanic that was working on that GTO back in the 1960s and 62, and his love of that car had never faltered all through those years. And it's the same. There is just a sort of passion for the company. There it goes. There it goes.
Oh, my word.
Boy, enjoy it.
$10.1 million. Amazing. Another Mecum moment here in Kissimmee. And let's go to Danielle Trotta standing by in the 303 staging lane.
Incredible moment here, Scott. Still a lot of money inside this arena. And with our bonus hour of coverage, 2 Bugattis coming your way. This one entering the arena now, a 2008 Bugatti Veyron. Very low mileage, one of only 2 produced. We've got a 2022 Bugatti, a few lots behind it. They are crossing the block. Stay with us, everybody. Coming right back in just a moment.
Welcome back to an amazing record-breaking day at Mecum Kissimmee. We're going to get back to the block here because we have some really good stuff still to come, believe it or not. But right now, time for today's Stay-Bill Performance Tip. And for that, we check in with Chris Jacobs.
Yes, sir, Scott. Well, Stay-Bill knows that we as collector car aficionados love protection and we love performance. And that's where our friends at Stay-Bill come in with their in-season protection. You just put a little bit of this in your gas tank every time you fill up, and it maximizes the performance of your car and also protects your fuel. Definitely a good thing for a collector car. And if there was ever a car to be collected, I am standing next to it right here, 1967 GTO. And what's great about this is this exterior paint color. This is called Montego Cream, 1 year only, and over the original parchment interior. What a combination. And you want to talk originality, not only is that the original interior, it's the original paint, of course the original drivetrain, it's got power steering, power brakes, air conditioning all from the factory, and get this, the odometer reads just over 25,000 miles, and that is fully documented. What an incredible car, very worthy of going across the auction block here on Saturday in Kissimmee. Scott, lots of heavy hitters left out here in staging, man. I'm already at maximum capacity, and there's way more to come.
I was going to say, don't get too comfortable or get lost out there, man. We need you up here. That is our Stay-Bill Performance Tip. Thank you, Chris, and we're, as always, glad to have Stay-Bill on board with Mecum.
Montego Cream. Sounds like a cocktail they serve in a plastic monkey skull.
This 1956 Bel Air just hammered for $260,000. Bill, a little bit of breaking news, and everybody too. Some quick math with the help of a calculator. Our top 10 today, and there's still room to go here. Just our top 10 responsible for $113.5 million worth of sales, and they're all Ferraris.
Everyone.
Every single one of them.
Boy, this has been a day of firsts,
oh,
huh?
No doubt about it. look at that engine room on this 57 Bel Air.
Oh boy, there's a lot of man hours in that engine room for sure. 6.2 liter, 430 horse LS3 you just saw with a 4L60E automatic. Roadster shop, chassis, beautifully glove soft leather stitched interior, Sierra gold paint, beige interior, and beige trunk upholstery as well. Even the billet trunk hinges, you can see those little details like that make this a real show winner. Custom everything.
You know, I just had a thought. Wonder what our old buddy, the professor, is thinking about this day.
Wish you could be here.
Yeah, me too.
Is up. 265,000 is here. 270,000 anyone.
I think he is somewhere. 265. The reserve is off for this 57 Bel Air.
270,000 last
Wow, big cake.
Look at those digital gauges, man. Those are pretty.
Yeah, the Dakota digital
trick.
setup. Yep, Foose wheels
Yes.
as well. Chrome. Another big sale. Wow. You know, if the professor's here, we got to get him to do his impression of Pee Wee Herman's goldfish. Oh, we love that.
That was a one-time only, actually.
I know. Great memories of our buddy.
Yes. Okay, a 2015 McLaren P1 Spider in Gulf livery.
How about this? Number 2 of 5. And that's it. Twin turbo hybrid, 3.8 liter V8 with 916 horsepower. The Gulf livery, you can see that. White leather interior. And this car was unveiled at the Goodwood Festival in England.
Cool.
Yeah. Yep, 4 years ago.
This has got a shot at being a contender here.
Might elbow its way into the top 10, maybe.
As the P1 is just holy grail of McLarens. There's just so few of them out there that people can really get their hands on and go and enjoy. But we've seen a couple other McLarens use that Gulf livery. It is so striking on there. We saw a Ford GT earlier this week come through with it also. But boy, what a special car this would be to a collection.
How would you like to have a McLaren F1 and a P1 in your collection in this livery?
It'd be pretty insane when you think about the McLaren F1 and how even like Rowan Atkinson wrecked his twice, still made something like $12 million on it when he sold it.
Have you ever seen an F1 in Gulf livery? I've never seen one.
I have not. But
that would be cool.
Somebody's project.
That would be very cool.
Part of that Ultimate Series, yeah. That and along with the Speedtail and the Elva and there's another one that
Senna.
The Senna, yes.
Oh yeah.
4,600,000, 4,600,000,
4.5 million.
4,700,000. Did you want to bet? 4,600,000, 4,700,000, 4,600,000 here. Down 700 pair. Did you want to get 4,700,000? 4,600,000 bet. 4,700,000, 4,600,000, 4,700,000. Do you want her? 4,600,000, 4,700,000.
Boy, it just feels like the car collecting world and car culture is so alive on a historic day like this. It just makes you feel good just to see it, to see these cars up close. Unbelievable.
And the boys at the Bid Goes On desk are probably going to have to get a side hustle just to find something to do.
I looked over there the other day when we had One-Way Wednesday, when every car that went through on Wednesday was no reserve, and I thought, oh, they're going to have a nice, easy day. No, they were over there hustling all day long, making deals happen.
Well, $4.6 million was the high bid on that McLaren. And so we will take a look now at the first of a number of several Bugattis that are here. This is the 2008 Veyron. And don't be tempted to mispronounce that. It's not masonry, it's Mansory Vivere.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, we're going to be up there in the multi-million-dollar neighborhood on this car. One of two in the Mansory Vivere edition, produced in 2008. And, of course, this car set all kinds of speed records when it first came out with that quad 4 turbocharged W16, 8 liters worth, well over 200 miles an hour. And what's interesting on these cars is they were able to achieve that speed with not a whole lot of active aerodynamics. Just the shape of this car allows it to just hug right down out of the pavement. A lot of carbon fiber.
Look at all that.
Yeah.
On a normal day, this car would be the absolute star attraction. Just further proof that today has been anything but a normal day.
Yep. Guys, look at that specialty carbon fiber, the weave that they would use for different parts of the different car having a different pattern. Just incredible. That's what this particular edition did. It really just turned everything up. 211, if you will. Turned it all the way up, Chris. Right past 10, 211. What an incredible Bugatti.
Yeah, that's not your typical weave pattern at all. It's more like a basket pattern. Very well done. And each panel lines up with the next.
No one else gets a chance to bid. You raise your bid from 2 million
Okay, here's another first. The Mecum rule is in effect on a Bugatti Veyron. 2.2 million.
Do it, sir. 2,200,000.
We did.
Buy the car. Give 2,200,000.
If we give 2,200,000,
come on, guys, 1 and 2. You need
right
this in your collection.
You need 1,000 horsepower. What's wrong with you?
Give 2. I really, really want you to know. Give $2,200,000. 2,200,000.
Yeah.
2,200,000.
They're talking.
Meeting of the minds. I'm feeling good about it. 2,200,000. See a lot of head shaking yes. 2,200,000.
2,200,000, and we will sell it right to you.
No one else gets a chance.
We have it now. You guys have it at 2, but that won't get it bought. 2,200,000 will get it bought. They'll sell it right to you.
That's the Mecum rule
that
in a
is the number that gets it bought. 2,150,000. Is that the offer you want to make?
Yes. 2,750, não 2,200. Porque tem 50 abaixo. 2,750.
This is tricky. This is tricky. What's happening? They could get the Mecum rule at 2.2. It sounds like they're thinking about 2.15.
That'll sell right.
Let me know what you want to offer.
What
do you want to
last
offer?
time when they lowballed the Mecum rule.
Yep.
So maybe it'll work again.
2,200,000?
Yeah, the consignor came here to sell the car. They can get to 2,150,000.
2,150,000.
Boom.
Well, that's not quite 2,200,000.
Okay.
But that is a
we'll see
valiant
if the
effort,
seller
sir.
will accept that offer.
2,150,000. That does open it back up. 2,150,000.
Is that it? The reserve off?
Reserve is off.
Oh, that was enough.
Oh, yeah.
Well done.
Oh, yeah. I called him.
You did?
Yeah, I said if they go to 150, consider it sold.
2,200,000. Sold 2,000,000.
Very savvy move by the buyer. Just saved himself 50 grand on that transaction.
Look at that joy, too. They know they're going home with something really special.
That corner of the room just erupted, man. And they know it. $2.15 million. Got to give you a heads up about how to get your finances ready to go for a Mecum auction. Super easy to do. Just stop by the Mecum Financial booth here on the premises or check them out online at mecumfinancial.com, giving you a chance to bid with more horsepower.
The incredible Bachmann collection, made up of 46 Ferraris, is back inside the glass house. Danielle, Trotta, Steve Matchett. We're inside with our good friends that sold for some record-breaking money. What an incredible display crossing the block today. It's a moment, really, Steve, I'll never forget.
It was absolutely fabulous. The whole day has been absolutely fabulous, but the crowd's reaction, the auction room's reaction to the Bachmann collection was something I never expected. We expected it to be fabulous, but wow, fabulous and more and more and more.
Is there a moment in particular, for me it perhaps is the Enzo, the first across the block that tied for the second highest grossing car in Mecum history at just over $16 million.
Well, you and I talked about the Enzo yesterday, did a little feature on the Enzo. We were expecting it to be a very special car, and I went down to greet the Enzo before it was coming onto the auction block, and I can just put my hand around and feel the heat energy coming off the car. And I just sense there is such an energy around this car.
Yes.
And wow! Off the shop.
The room
Just
exploded.
Unbelievable.
And then the moment, about 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO going for, just $35 million, a Mecum record.
It was absolutely fabulous to see, the audience reaction, the auction room's reaction to that. And it was just, there were moments of absolute still calmness and absolute frenzy. It was just a beautiful, beautiful experience for all of us.
What a day for Mecum history. And we're so honored to be here in person.
You bet.
So glad you're enjoying it at home on ESPN+. We are not done yet. There's still a lot of good cars to cross the block. We're back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Back to the block we come here at Silver Spurs Arena, home of the Osceola Magic G League, NBA G League. Part of Heritage Park here in Kissimmee, and we lead off this segment in our final half hour with you with a Packard 1933 Super 8 convertible coupe.
This is from our friend Pete Toto's collection. And this has a 384 cubic inch straight 8 with about 145 horsepower. Remember back in 1933, we're struggling with the Great Depression. Packard was having to make some tough choices. Do they stay with their opulent clientele or maybe compromise a little bit and go for the common man? And that indecision eventually led to their decline, unfortunately. But when they were in their prime, cars like this, that was their bread and butter.
All right, got to $230,000. The bid goes on that car, and right behind it, 1930 Stutz MB convertible coupe.
Yeah, when a lot of people hear the word Stutz, they think of the Stutz Bearcat, that little trimmed down race car type Stutz. But no, they built some pretty high-end passenger cars as well, like this one. This restoration, by the way, to bring this car to this level, cost $350,000. What does that say? Straight 8-cylinder, 322 cubic inch engine, 4-speed manual. And this car, once again, was battling the Great Depression in 1930. And there was some attrition with automobile makers back in 1930 to 1940. And of course, when World War II began, the manufacturers that still remained had to turn their attention to the war effort. But these cars, when properly restored, like this one, deserving well into six figures.
If you have ever been near downtown Indianapolis, you may have come across the Stutz building, which is still up. It's still there and houses a lot of small businesses. A lot of people in the arts and design community call that their home. And it's very cool. And even a couple of car collections have been in there from time to time.
Yeah, no, I've seen it. You're right.
Here's another Stutz MB convertible coupe from 1930.
Yes, same basic model here, same powertrain, and same level of restoration. Original chassis and body. And a lot of the restorations on these older cars, sometimes very difficult to find that original architecture.
It's Stutz o'clock.
It's Stutz o'clock. And these cars don't trade in the same stratosphere as Duesenbergs and Cords and Auburns and things like that.
No.
However, they give you just about the same level of luxury and performance and style. They have a lot of curb presence.
$200,000. That'll come up just a little bit short of the mark. And so as we near the end of our show today, we'll take another quick timeout and be back. More still to come here on ESPN+. We're back live in Kissimmee. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Steve Matchett, and Rutledge Wood. And we continue live here on ESPN Plus with a 1931 Packard 848 convertible coupe.
Oh, the parade of pre-war classics continues from the Pete Toto collection. Full restoration, straight 8, 320 cubic inches, about 125, 130 horse, 3-speed manual, and it's all about that paint job. Yow. Meanwhile, back on the block, here we go. with another from the Pete Toto collection.
Yeah, that 902. The first car you saw was a 902.
Yes.
That was a bid goes on car. Apologize for that at 50 grand, and now the 848.
Okay, you got to keep with us. Keep up with us. Moving at light speed. Look at that. The bid goes on that car. Before I have a chance to tell you, it's a 31 Packard 848 convertible.
And now a Rolls Royce.
Oh, going really up market now.
Big time. Also from the Pete Toto collection, 1925 Phantom 1 convertible coupe. Or is that Phantom I?
Phantom 1.
Okay.
Yeah, right-hand drive on this one. 6-cylinder engine. 1925 Rolls Royce was already one of the top-notch premium brands in the world. 4-speed transmission. Very conservative look to this. Some of the Rolls Royces, you know, through the next decade or so, became more and more opulent and certainly more striking and certainly more luxurious to the eye. Not so much this car.
Well, the high bid is $70,000. Here's the big kahuna coming up of this group, if you can call it that. A 1938 Cadillac Series 90 V16.
Yeah, when I was out at Pete Toto's with Steve Matchett, oh, I loved this car. The V16, that debuted in the Cadillac in 1930, and it kind of rolled along. This would have been the last full year that was available. But, you know, during that decade, Cadillac gave you an 8-cylinder, a 12-cylinder, and a 16-cylinder engine. Carter, dual carburetors, 3-speed manual. Beautiful yellow paint, red interior. See the side-mounted spare tires. Oh, yeah. You were really high cotton if you were driving this car in 1938.
You know what?
Yep.
Yellow with red interior. That looks like a car that Phil Bachmann could have had.
Yeah.
You know, because
good
he was a
point.
Cadillac dealer back in the day.
Yep.
That's right up his alley.
Yeah. Yeah, all of Pete Toto's cars, though, so well prepared. Boy, that is a labor of love for Pete Toto. What a great story that Pete tells. So much enjoyed visiting with him. Walked past the building as a young man. It was an automobile dealership, never knowing that someday he'd own that building, and he would harbor all of his automobiles in it.
Well, the bid goes on that V16, $120,000. On our auction block, late on a Saturday, is a 1967 427 Cobra Roadster that we do not want to overlook, Brother Bill.
No, not at all. That's a real 427 side oiler during production. Shelby switched to 428s and then back to 427s, and this is a late car. This is CSX 3350. That means it was born as a street car, but like a lot of the street Cobras that were built, the owners decide to put some of those SC or competition touches on it, such as you just saw the fuel filler, the 3-point roll bar. You also saw the pin drive wheels, side exhaust, and the jack pads, which were used in racing. They jack the car up as quickly as possible to do a tire change. That red, probably Rangoon red. That was a signature color for the Cobra. We'll see if we can get to $1 million with this car.
Well, could be good and bad.
Got the riveted hood scoop on it. It's got
Everyone deserves a break.
Racing mirror on the driver's side. All the right parts and pieces. Oil cooler in there as well.
We're die-hard core to make sure it all works out perfect for everybody. We got to get
what
those
does
numbers out
CSX
before
3350 tell us?
It's a late production car because 350 tells you the production sequence, and you're coming up to the end of production when you're up that high.
Right.
And the first 3 is the number that designates the big block coil spring cars. Their chassis number all began with 3 after the CSX.
$875,000 is bid.
Original soft top and tonneau cover. Wow.
You know, that would seem to me to be pretty rare and something that a lot of Cobra owners might just kind of put away and forget about or lose, or it just gets
deteriorates,
whatever,
yes. Now, according to the documentation on this came from Shelby with some of those SC pieces, and that was available too. You could pretty much have that car tailored any way you wanted it. So it wasn't always the owner doing that after delivery.
$900,000 is the bid. The reserve is off. You saw that happen. $950,000.
$975.
Alabran pin drive wheels, real pin drive wheels, not the replicas that are out there. Fastest production car in the world when these cars were debuted. Anywhere from 450, 480 horsepower.
Wow.
Some had dual quad, some had single 4-barrel, some had Weber carburetors. Very light, maybe 3,300 pounds. Curb weight. And having owned Cobras, yeah, you floor that throttle, and the world goes by very quickly.
And you know what? I'm sure there were a lot of people who bought these and were not prepared for the voracious nature of these cars.
Nope. How could you be prepared? You tell also this is a late car because it's got the round taillights. The rectangular lights.
Oh yeah, right. Good
pretty
call.
much symbolic of the earlier cars.
True. That's one of the things that the Clone Ranger looks for, or used to look for on a replica.
Oh, from a mile away.
You know, speaking of that, we have seen hardly no Cobra replicas this week, have we?
Just a few. We had a Superformance, yes, Factory 5, but yeah, you're right. We weren't certainly flooded with them.
1.1 million, still working on it. Jesse Kopp says that's the end of the line, and that's okay. 1.1 million for that big block 67 Cobra Roadster. Okay, Rare Air next. 2022 Bugatti Chiron Pour Sport. One of only 60 of these built.
In the words of Rocky the Flying Squirrel, now here's something we hope you really like. You know, that new Corvette ZR1X,
yeah,
1,064 horsepower. How about 1,479? And this Bugatti, it is right up there as well.
Insane.
9,400 miles on the odometer, full exposed carbon fiber exterior. That's all carbon fiber you are looking at.
Yep, that's not black paint.
That's a quad turbocharged 8-liter 16-cylinder engine producing all that horsepower and a 7-speed dual clutch automatic.
$3 million is the bid.
4 years old, less than 10,000 miles, and tell you what, you go to Cars and Coffee, you're going to have some bragging rights show up in that.
Bidder on the telephone, and bidder in the house here, I think, in the lower left with Jordan. 3.2 million.
Bugatti Veyron,
3 million.
Chiron, all men, both that had an important role in Bugatti racing history.
Yep. 3 is bid. 3 million 4. 3 million 4. 3 million 4 is bid. 3 million 5. Well, we're watching. We're watching. 3 million 5. You want 3 million 5?
A couple of little blue, kind of almost grabber blue.
Reserve is on. They're working him at the other end. 3 million 5.
Stripe in the middle of the interior, the brake
You know how this works. Every bit
Bugatti
helps.
printed
I know
on
they're
the
light
rear
bids,
wing.
so
Yes.
that's for sure.
And that little Bugatti logo
Frank the Tank, as you call
on the center of the rear end.
That's not an accident because all of the classic Bugatti race cars back in the 30s were all painted that color.
French blue.
Yeah.
And you do well with them. So, right, yeah.
In fact, Chiron was one of their drivers.
So $3 million.
Is that correct?
Did you just get here?
We're still
You were talking about it? Sorry.
We're still grinding.
Were you tuned to another channel?
I had my headset down. Sorry about that.
Headset down.
2 people in the audience. One guy.
You needed just a little peace and quiet after everything happened.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good point.
You're out. $3 million.
$3,500,000 is bid.
$3.5
I don't know why you guys were looking at me so quizzically.
Yeah. Well, how motivated the consignor is might sell this car before they close the door.
Still a good buy for that, isn't it?
$3.5 million is the bid.
Yeah.
$3,600,000. Anybody else have a $3,500,000? $3,600,000.
Well,
Clinton, your man's out. I'm going to Gus. $3,600,000. $3,500,000. $3,500,000. $3,600,000.
Understood.
$3,500,000. $3,600,000. $3,500,000.
Maybe like 355.
$3,600,000.
There's a variation there.
3.8.
Something's coming. We're going to have something. We're going to have some information. $3,500,000. $3,600,000. All done.
Or they're trying to come together on a number here.
Yes, they are.
Mecum rule.
I got you. Yeah.
3.8.
Here's the deal. Jordy,
So here's the deal.
Mecum rule coming your way. You got to be $3,800,000. $3,800,000. And you will own it.
800 owns the
I believe
car.
that's a yes, wasn't it?
I hear you.
$3,800,000.
Meet in the middle.
Yeah, I think so. $3,800,000. We're right there, sir.
That's all I can do, right?
So just another $300,000 is all.
$3,800,000. $3,800,000.
$3,650,000 will sell.
3.5, Frank.
You think so?
Yep.
Okay.
$3,800,000.
I understand. Get smashed.
$3,800,000. $3,800,000.
I've got 3.5. I'll ask him. I asked that once. Let me ask him again.
Jordy? Will you ask him for $3,800,000, Jordy, please?
Mr. Dana wants to know if you'll give 3.6.
$3,800,000, sir. $3,800,000.
Well,
where are we
Reserve's
at?
off,
$3,500,000.
Is the reserve off? Oh, yes, indeed
The reserve
it is.
is off. Now anybody else can bid. $3,500,000. $3,600,000. $3,500,000. How about a minute? $600,000. $3,500,000. How about a minute? $600,000. $3,500,000. Is that it? Last call. $3,600,000.
Wow, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, patience
Good job,
pays
Jordy.
off.
So
that's
$3,500,000.
it.
So Jordy's way.
$3.5 million. And that gentleman plan on having some fun with that Bugatti Chiron.
Or sheer terror, one or the other.
Very true. Welcome back to Mecum Kissimmee as night has fallen here. And we continue, and some breaking news for you. We're going to stick around for another 30 minutes with you here on ESPN Plus. We're having so much fun. This 39 Packard Super 8 convertible coupe just hit a high bid of $70,000.
Oh, luxury personified with his Packard Super 8 convertible.
Well, as we hit 7 o'clock straight up here in Kissimmee, we thought this would be a fine time to run down our entire list of top 5 cars today. They are all at $10 million and above. The 2017 LaFerrari Aperta from the Bachmann collection. 96 miles on the odometer, gaveled for $10 million. The Enzo from just a little while ago brought $10.1 million in Rosso Dino, or otherwise known as Hugger Orange.
Yes.
What a beautiful car that was. In the number 3 spot, the 95 Ferrari F50 from the Bachmann collection that Phil and Martha Bachmann purchased from professional golfer Ian Poulter. Today, it brought $11.1 million. The Giallo Modena DS 2003 Ferrari Enzo in the number 2 spot at a solid $16.25 million. But far and away, the Mecum moment of this day and of any day in Mecum history, the 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, the Bianco Speciale, sold in front of a packed house and an audience watching worldwide for $35 million. What a moment that was, and we will not soon forget that. $35 million for the Bianco Speciale, and there you see 2 Enzos, and it is an all-Ferrari top 5. It is an all-Ferrari top 10 here today, and well in excess of $100 million just in terms of our top 10. And you and I, Bill Stevens, were talking about this during one of the breaks, and we mentioned it a little while ago. Everyone, all of us, you and I, will remember where we were on this day many years from now when we recall the Bianco Speciale and many other Ferraris.
I like the fact that leading up to this auction, we were wondering, how are these cars going to sell? What kind of activity? Will the bidders respond to these automobiles? What kind of sell-through prices we'll see? Nobody expected what we saw today. Almost each and every sale was far beyond what we might have guessed.
You know, a couple of things that I would add to that. First and foremost, Mecum has solidified its stance and position as the largest collector car auction in the world. And on top of that, Ferrari has solidified its stance, if you will, as one of the premier performance, luxury, exclusivity brands anywhere in the world.
And one other thing I want to say, when I started with Mecum 16 years ago, you 18 years ago, muscle cars was the calling card of Mecum. But 5, 6, 7 years ago, we saw how the exotics were beginning to be a big part of the Mecum operation. And boy, today, that was the icing on the cake.
On full display today, no doubt about it. Well, let us take you to the water for a second and check this out. This is an historic boat, actually. It's a wooden boat, a 30-foot Garwood, nicknamed Miss America 8 from 1931. Look at that, Bill Stevens.
I have heard that boat start up, and those are straight pipes. There's no attempt whatsoever to muffle those engines. And this was built in 1929 to be the fastest boat in the world, the brainchild of Garfield Wood and Napoleon Lissy. It is a 2-time international Harmsworth Trophy winner, driven to 104 miles an hour. And the last time I saw a $2 million boat, Jeff Bezos was up on the bridge. This is one of one in anybody's book.
Those are 2 Harry Miller 1,100 cubic inch marine racing V16s. And believe it or not, I mean, the wooden boat community is just off the hook for these historic and legendary boats. It just sold for $2 million.
And if you're not familiar with Harry Miller, one of the all-time great engineers and engine builders who powered so many cars at the Indy 500.
Well, the long list of exotic supercars continues in a massive way here today with a very seldom seen Koenigsegg. This is a 2018 Koenigsegg Agera RS Phoenix. And we'll start the bidding at $2 million for this car.
Oh, boy. Just when you think you've seen everything. One of one, the Phoenix specification car, 2,900 miles. All exposed, gloss, carbon fiber, 24-karat gold accents. The engine, twin-turbo, 5-liter V8 with that 1 megawatt power upgrade, taking it to
at least 1,000 horsepower. Electronic adjustable ride height, removable hardtop, but this redefines the term of an imported high-end exotic.
You know what would be special? To own a car like this, you would be in company with the pride of Florida. That's right, my man T-Pain has one of these. Nappy Boy Automotive in Atlanta. It got delivered to him at a track. Are you unfamiliar with T-Pain?
I'm sorry, I am.
Oh my gosh. I feel like I need to sing right now. I'm T-Pain, you know me. Anyway, this is an incredible car that truly is such a small group of people that have these. Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and this is one of one in this particular trim, too.
Yep, and $4.5 million. They marched up that leaderboard pretty quickly, but $4.5 million is going to be it in terms of the bidding on that Koenigsegg. As I say many times, and this is a case in point, when you come to a Mecum auction, you're going to see something you've never seen before, didn't even know existed. Actually, you cover both of those bases with that one car. Here's a 1986 Porsche 962 race car now.
Oh, I'm having such a flashback.
This has history.
Oh, I just love the GTP class back in the 1980s when cars like this were ruling the road courses all over the United States. This one driven by the great Brian Redmond, Chris Kneifel, Elliott Forbes Robinson. That was a third-place finish to 12 Hours of Sebring. This has great racing provenance. This was also owned at one time by Vern Chupin. And, you know, I think of the drivers back then in these 962s, the great Al Holbert, Price Cobb, and you go right down the line. These cars were almost unbeatable out there. I mean, you had Team 44, you had the Jaguar GTPs, you know, with Bob Tullius.
Yep.
Yeah, and Derek Bell, I'm told, drove this car as well, another great racing champion.
And Jeff Brabham as well.
Jeff Brabham, who moved on to the Nissan team. Oh, on and on. These were such great cars. Fast, close racing, close finishes.
And that Rothman's livery, Bill, is just, I mean, that takes you back.
Now we're out.
International racing, not only here, but in Europe, you will see that livery on different classes of race cars for a long time.
You sure?
1.35.
You want to stay on the phone, see if sales or what does, you're welcome to.
That's the bid at the moment.
$1,350,000. $1,350,000 down a bid. $1,350,000. $1,350,000 to bid. $1,350,000.
Ford had a GTP car, the Probe, driven by Klaus Laudwig. Corvette out there, the Corvette. Doc Bundy campaigned that. What a great time for American road racing.
Okay, $1.3 million. And that is headed to the bid goes on. So a 1957 Pontiac Bonneville has found its place at the middle of the block now.
Important car for Pontiac. We've had one of these at least earlier this week. And this one, the 1957 Bonneville, this had that fuel-injected engine on the 347 cube V8. This is an Antique Automobile Club of America Junior and Senior Champion Award winner. 630 were built in the 1957 model year, and it changed the compass heading for Pontiac in a heartbeat. Hydromatic automatic transmission, power top and windows, brakes. It's got the Continental kit. Boy, Pontiac did not look back over the next 3, 6, 8, 10 years. They really went to the forefront for General Motors performance. 2 years after this, in came the 389, the Super Duty program with the 421s. Later in the 60s, they had the 428, although that really wasn't an established racing engine. But anyway, Pontiac used to say, we build excitement, and certainly during this time period, that was not an exaggeration.
Yeah, give me 110 and I'll try to get them done.
You're working.
You know,
We're talking.
You look at the rear end of this Bonneville with that big old Continental kit and all that weight and the long overhang on the rear end.
Yeah.
It's kind of struggling to keep that rear end up, isn't it?
Scott, let me tell you, I worked in a body shop when I was a kid. And one of the things we dreaded was having to take one of those bumpers off or put one on.
Yeah.
You know, you needed 4 guys.
Yeah.
That is a lot of weight.
No doubt about it. $105,000 on that Bonnie. All right, now to a C10 custom pickup, 1970.
Oh, big build here, Art Morrison chassis. Let's start with that. We're seeing more and more of those on these custom builds. And the frame rails, professionally bent by Craig Morrison from the Morrison family. And this was set up to autocross. Who the heck autocrosses a pickup truck? Well, they wanted to try it anyway. They had plenty of power with a 480 horsepower LS3.
Boy, that engine room was sanitary, too.
Did you see that?
Oh, baby.
Yeah. 4L80E automatic transmission. And as I say, big money build.
Yeah, SEMA level quality on this build.
Yeah.
This is a phenomenal truck. Great paint job. Super deep. You got the forge line wheels in front of Willwood brakes at all 4 corners. The bed done beautifully. Very nice truck. Gonna take a little bit more.
Understatement, and not close to what it'll sell for.
Yep, 150 the high bid, and rolling into place, it is a 1970 Plymouth Roadrunner. Oh yeah, it has a Hemi.
Woo! Yes, sir. There she is. R code for 1970. That equals 426. What a beautiful, beautiful resto. In violet is what they called it in the Plymouth world. Plum crazy in the Dodge world. Roadrunner decals down the sides, color match wheels, poverty caps. What a fantastic car. You get a look inside. Yep, there's that pistol grip on the 4-speed transmission. Oh, Bill. This is my top 5 for the auction, man. This is a phenomenal car.
The Chris Jacobs top 5. Got to really earn your way into that. You're right.
Air grabber hood. That's that
Oh,
N96. Got the Hemi call out with the flashers on the induction. Man, is this a great build. And look at that, 265.
That's a track pack car, too. That's ready for the quarter mile. 59 Hemi Roadrunner hardtops were produced in 1970. That 1-year-only body style, which could have gone a lot longer.
300 grand. The reserve is off.
So, $300,000.
There it is. Let that hammer fall.
I'm jelly
on that
again.
Roadrunner.
I'm jelly.
Yes, sir. $300,000. We move on now to a 1987 Buick GNX.
Well, if you thought that the Grand National market had been going nuts, the Grand National experimental market takes that to a completely different level in value. And this is a low mileage, 1-owner car. Only has 5,800 miles on the clock. Of course, they only made 547 of these in that 1 year, 1987. And this one is number, little Chicago shout out, 312.
Ah, I see where you're going there.
Okay. So crafty. Wily, cagey, crafty. Chris Jacobs. Boy, you know, when you look at the powertrain in this 276 horsepower and you think, well, what's so special about that? Really? Well, you'll be thinking about that when you see the taillights disappear when this thing unleashes. These are quick.
Yeah, the only thing that looks aftermarket on these are those Nitto tires, those R777Rs, excuse me, R888Rs. And they really fill out the wheel well nicely.
Yeah,
reserve.
$175.
Yeah, the reserve is off, and it just sold for $175,000. You know what? You got 4,500 cars at an event. You got to have a lot of capability to transport those cars. And I know for a fact there are a couple hundred transport trucks that are out there. And if you need to line up some transportation for your car, no better place to go than Mecum.com/transport. And you can also check in with the folks at the Mecum service station here in Kissimmee. They'll be glad to get you all set up.
From the Mecum block, or what do they say, from the auction floor
to your garage door.
Like
yes. Here's another split window coupe, Bill, 1963.
Yeah, let's run through this quickly. First of all, it is a top flight car, 98.9 points out of 100. Also, numbers matching 327. This is a 340 horse. You see a lot of those engines in these cars. Those are great little street engines, solid lifter, a lot of low-end torque. And of course, the next step up is the fuel-injected engine. Restoration included suspension, transmission, rear end, and they balanced and blueprinted the engine assembly. That's not always done. You see the saddle tan, outside and inside. It's a 4-speed car. Borg Warner T10. Not long thereafter, the Muncies came in. Yep, positive traction, you bet.
180 pounds and out of bed.
Knock-off wheels and white sidewalls.
Now 180, 175, 180 pounds and out of bed.
Saddle tan over saddle tan. It's a combo that we've seen a few times before, and it always looks fantastic.
Yeah, it does. Pretty popular.
Yeah, that kind of a prominence on this car. I mean, this is why you're seeing serious numbers on this car.
Oh, a balanced and blueprinted engine during a restoration. That's an extra step. A lot of cars don't have.
180,000 is the bid.
Balancing, blueprinting, something that engine builders have been doing for a long time. You balance an engine, all the reciprocating pieces of exactly the same weight. And the blueprinting part is all the clearances in the engine. Main bearings, cam bearings, all of those rotating pieces inside the engine, all of the clearances are brought to uniformity.
That's 182,500. That is kind of like the ultimate fine-tuning of your engine, top to bottom.
Yes, time-consuming fine-tuning.
Important car here next, everyone. It is a 1958 Impala convertible.
It is important. This was the first year for the Impala. And this one has the 348 in it, as this was the bridge that General Motors was crossing from the small block to the big block. 280 horsepower, tri-power engine. That was the highest power output for this engine. There was a lower output tri-power engine in 58 on the 348. Comprehensive restoration, undercarriage, engine bay everywhere. Brand new power operated white convertible top with a red convertible boot. Saw the skirts, rear wheel wells. Power disc brakes have been added. Talking about extra step. That'll certainly help this big, heavy convertible come to a stop.
140 phone bidders in the mix here.
Elegant when you see that interior treatment and the patterns that they chose when they built this car. Still today just really show you this car is something special.
That's a great word for it. I was going to say classic. Elegant fits it even better. That amazing interior, just such great paint too. That white paint with the white Continental kit, white wall tires. Man, what a good looking Impala.
Oh, that interior, I would say that interior is insouciant without being jejune. Wouldn't you agree?
I would.
You would.
I'll get my thesaurus and I'll let you know if I agree or not.
Insouciant without being jejune?
Insouciant is overly casual, not really caring too much about anything. And jejune is childish. It's insouciant without being jejune.
Once again, you've crystallized my thoughts eloquently.
I thank you.
Letterman used to say that all the time,
that's right.
you know?
Yeah.
157.5, and you've got a hammer price on that 58 Impala.
I am thoroughly impressed with the stamina of this Saturday. Car after amazing car. And I mean, another phenomenal 58 Corvette on deck right now, courtesy of our friend Dave Kindig.
Yeah, this is one of his cars at one point. It came out of his shop, and it's now up for sale on the block. $300,000 is the opening bid on this one.
Yeah, Dave did everything you can do to this C1. Yep. Look at this. It's got a Lingenfelter LS7. Oh, my. 644 rear wheel horsepower, not at the flywheel. Automatic transmission, the paint flawless, the interior ditto. Does that man have good taste?
Unreal. High bid, $300,000. We've seen muscle cars, we have seen performance cars, European sports cars, and how about this hypercar, a 2014 Pagani Huayra.
Just a gorgeous ride, Bill. And, you know, these cars were so bespoke. You can see that little yellow stripe being one of the kind of few things you could add on to them. But this car was made in that beautiful blue color with a blue carbon fiber that matched it. And you've got the stats there, Bill. There's just nothing quite like one of these cars. I was lucky enough to drive one a short distance. And even in that short distance, I felt something very special was going on with this car.
Hey, we're going back 12 years when this whole hypercar movement really was getting into high gear. And I can remember when this car debuted with 720 horsepower, V12, 6-liter, twin turbo. That got everybody's attention, but I remember, Scott, how when we first saw one of these, we had to figure out how to pronounce Huayra.
Exactly.
We went all around Robin Hood's barn trying to figure out how to
I remember the first time I saw one. It was in the hotel parking lot at Mecum, Monterey.
Yep.
Shortly after these were released. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah. A lot of Paganis up on the peninsula in August for sure. Those signature side mirrors with that beautiful swoop, carbon fiber, of course, the diamond-shaped headlights. And Pagani's, it's, again, hard to believe, 12-year-old model. Looks like it rolled off the showroom floor 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, right on.
And you can imagine in their wind tunnel testing, when you see these mirrors and how they have that very thin output there to where the actual mirror hangs, even that, the way it's beveled to cut through the air, to create vortices that are going to move air towards those rear vents, it's just so much thought goes into making one of these cars just the absolute ultimate.
Yes, and you mentioned the word bespoke, which means it is an individual approach to building whatever it is you want. It is not to be found anywhere else. So that leads me up to this little statistic, $250,000 worth of options on this Pagani.
And look at the stretch on the wheel spacing, too. I mean, that stance is unbelievable. Those rear wheels are stretched as far as they can go back.
Almost no overhang, man.
Yeah.
That is such a cool look.
Yeah, a few supercars adopt that kind of configuration, and it really makes for a very stable platform to have the wheels pushed out to all four corners. Good catch, guys.
That quad exhaust outlet that's, you know, not quite belt high.
That's like fighter jet vibes.
Yes.
When it's in that center exit like that.
Very true.
There's just nothing else like that has that, especially at full song. Wow.
That rear diffuser, amazing. Look at the staggering of the taillights, too, with the center ones out a little bit more than the duals on the sides. Another great design feature. When you're looking straight on, it looks like they're flush, and then you swing around, you see that they're staggered.
Do you think maybe we could get this and that Koenigsegg Phoenix and go do some match racing somewhere?
I'm in.
Me too.
I mean, that's the kind of company you need to keep when you're bringing this sort of a car.
Yeah, let's throw that Chiron in there, too.
Yeah, I'll get them figured out. I got the last one figured out.
0 to 60,
and I'll get it figured
3
out.
seconds, top speed, 238 miles an hour.
Give me one more and we'll get it figured out.
$2.8 million is the current bid.
Be 3,150 total. Total. That's commission. Total.
Well, a lot of thought into it and a lot of consideration, but in the end, $2.8 million will not be sufficient cash here today. So that match race out there with the Koenigsegg is still available.
Okay, let's talk.
Line that up. Oh, the exhaust note of that 34 Model A hot rod is announcing its presence very nicely.
Geez, the last time we had a hot rod, wasn't it like October or something? Yeah. Oh, what a build here. So different, so unique, so creative. 34 Ford Model A pickup with a stroker. Blueprint engines. 347 Ford small block stroker. Jimmy Inglesi, oh, the master of the Weber carburetor, branching out into fuel injection with, you know, the Weber inspired 8-stack configuration. This has a Tremec 5-speed manual. Many of these builds now, you see the automatics, the 4L, the 6L, the 8L, and this one with a good old-fashioned 5-speed manual. Look at the wheel choice.
Oh, isn't it amazing? I mean, you talk about the height of this custom framework, that single wishbone setup, the old banjo rear end, it looked like in there, but totally built to the hill.
I love the fact that they did not put a cover over that. Show your work, as they used to tell me in grade school. That looks fantastic.
It looked like it was almost like a banjo-style rear end with almost a quick change setup in there as well, Bill. But when you talk about the ride height and what you're trying to do to have presence like this with a Model A truck, these people nailed it.
Presence abundanza. Yow. Those are 18-inch wheels in the front, by the way.
That did it. We got it.
And 20 inches in the back with such a unique chassis and suspension setup. What a look.
Guys, when's the last time a Model A hot rod pickup gabbled for 200 grand?
Been a while.
Wow. All right, our final car today, 2006 Ford GT Heritage Edition. One of the most desirable from this era, Bill.
You are correct. Only 343 of these Ford GTs wear that paint livery, and there's only 197 miles that are wearing on the odometer. The 550 horse, 5.4 liter supercharged overhead cam V8, Macintosh stereo, painted brake calipers, lightweight wheels, and the Heritage livery.
So would that be considered 4 options? If there is a stripe involved, Bill, I guess, you know, there's a stripe in this Gulf livery. Guess you could call that an option?
Yeah, the paint job is an option, so yeah, let's call it that.
$875,000. $900,000. How about we add another $1 million car to the list on our way out the door today, huh? The reserve is off at $900,000.
That Gulf livery giving tribute to the 4 GTs that won Le Mans in 68 and 69 under the direction of John Wyer.
It's going to touch $1 million, guys.
Yeah, you're really seeing the value of that livery.
975, we're trying to send the numbers.
Not long ago, they were 600, 650 tops.
Yeah.
You want to give $1 million?
The MSRP was 160.
Right. Now we are almost there, and $1 million is bid.
1,025,000, guys.
Wow, guys, you think about when these cars came out, for you to choose that Gulf livery, a lot of people would have said, oh, maybe you should do something different, something unique, the striped Elite kit, or whatever was going on, but so many people were still drawn to this one, and we're seeing now, wow, what a move to have ordered it with this spec, to keep the miles off too, which would have been almost impossible. Wow.
Well, that Gulf livery represents some of the most formidable race cars in history. So many teams that were sponsored by Gulf Oil Corporation won a lot of races.
Congratulations. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
$1,075,000. And now $1.1 million.
Right now, you're out. 1,000,001. So 1,000,002, sir. 1,000,002. 1,000,002. 1125.
1,000,002.
Yeah.
1 million. What do you got?
Extremely appropriate that our last car of the broadcast has busted 7 figures. Just emblematic of the day.
I don't even know how many that makes today.
So 1,000,000.
It doesn't really matter.
Go on your route, slow and steady. 1,075.
What matters is that it's been a phenomenal day. People have had a lot of fun. We have seen some unbelievable cars on this block.
All right, so someone else is
and it's a day to remember forever.
Not only did it live up to what we had expected, it surpassed it. We really saw things that even in our wildest imaginations, we probably didn't expect.
No, I agree. And there it is, $1.2 million. Ladies, gentlemen, it's been absolutely a blast, and we have crossed the finish line and come to the end of another Mecum Kissimmee, but not just another Mecum auction. This 13-day run has smashed multiple records, once again solidifying Mecum's position as the gold standard in the collector car world. We'll all remember it for a long time, and we thank you at home for allowing us to bring it to you. Coming up in a couple of weeks, we'll be out in Vegas. You can watch the motorcycle auction on Mecum TV on the Roku channel and simulcast on Mecum's YouTube channel. Until then, for my partner in the booth, Bill Stevens, for Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Wood, Steve Matchett, and our entire crew, good night from Kissimmee.